YouTubers swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, 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 everyone. There we go. My bad. Hello, everyone. Hello. Gamergy, hello Nethercat, hello Liz Galahad, hello Comrade Girl 2018, hello Finn, hello Summer Lovin' XX, hello Banana Brains, I'm sure soon, hello Webmage, hello Potato Wraiths, hello Big Bad Ardwolf, hello Blueberry Bumblebee, hello Travis T, hello Snogan, hello Trains and Bullshit, hello Archangel the Cobb, hello Rundo. Hello. Yes, Rundo. He was at Cambridge last time, and I guess Charlie Kirk decided he really needed to get, more of his kink rocks off, It's truly a gift that he decided to upload even more attempts to debate people who are more knowledgeable about subjects than he is. Truly the gift that keeps on giving, that conservative propaganda machine. Hello, Lord Christoph. Hello, happy Monday to you as well. Hello, Paladin Lost Super Timing. Just got home with Foe. Gotta love that Foe. I didn't think Charlie was a communist. Well, Charlie just loves giving it away for free, Bastion, hello. Rubber bullets at close range can act like rifle rounds, by the way. Yes, which is why if you go to protests where you expect that kind of reaction from police, you should wear some kind of padding. Hello. He seems to like being publicly owned and traded around the way he's being traded between universities. There's private kink venues for that, Charlie. I've not showed my ass to all of the UK. I wonder how much of it is just like pure ego and how much of it is like trying to get like a Turning Point UK off the ground, That's been a long-term project of the Turning Points organization, and they haven't gotten super far as I know. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, everyone. Hello. We're going to be talking about stuff today. But first, I want to say, Dennis Deems, Darren's, thank you for the $100 tip while I was offline. with a message, just watched your coverage of the murder of Jonathan Joss and felt like I needed to donate. You are appreciated. Thanks, and keep doing what you do. I will indeed keep doing what I do. And thank you so goddamn much for that incredibly generous donation. Um, I'll make sure to put it to good use. We're also going to be talking more about Jonathan Joss today, and yeah, we're going to push back on some filthy, disgusting lies and propaganda being spread about him. Tipster, hello. Hello. Also, hey, guys, I learned a fun fact the other day. I don't know if you guys already know this. Number one, and this I already knew, but we're gonna follow it up with a more obscure thing that I did not know. Number one, did you know that the word hello was created as a slang? You know how people like started using LOL, JK, etc. because texting became a thing? Similarly, people started saying hello because the telephone became a thing, right? And so I didn't know that. I mean, I did know that, but that's the part I already knew. What I didn't know is you all know that cartoon frog with the top hat that goes, "Hello, my baby, hello, my darling, hello, my ragtime gal." You know that one? The little frog with the top hat. You all know what I'm talking about? Yeah? Any of you? Yes? Okay, cool. Two people, Michigan J Frog. Yeah, but you guys the Michigan J. That song, "Hello my baby, hello my darling, hello my ragtime gal." That was actually a song making fun of the word hello. It was created specifically in reaction to people starting to use the word hello, which is wild. I had no idea. You got me with it. I sang with you the first time you said it. Hell yeah. But like that's so cool, you know? Sometimes we think of like, oh, well, only in our times do we come up with weird slang for new technologies, but no. We've been doing it the whole damn time. Dang Gen Alpha with their new slang. Hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, Carlisle Ellis. Hello, Shaman Eichel the Shamanite. Well, what the hell was it short for? It was short, I think, for like hello. It was something that people would like say when surprised, like hello, and hello became just kind of like a we're using the cool new thing. Hello, yeah. I wish my dad said hello when he answers the phone. Dude literally says nothing. Damn. Real ones answer the phone with a hoy hoy. True. Yeah, Alexander Graham Bell really wanted people to use ahoy on the phone. Can you make the Tim Pool ads on YouTube go away, please? No, I can't. Well, I probably can, but I genuinely, you're gonna ask me that, and I'm gonna forget in approximately 2 minutes. Not because out of any malice, mind you, but because I have an entire show in mind for tonight. Um, you could always get YouTube poop. It's true. You could always get a YouTube poop. Has to do with YouTube tags. Yeah, my content is branded conservative. Let me tell you something though. If you stop getting the Tim Pool ads, I guarantee you it's going to be like a shittier conservative. um, Romain Romanian Christmas for life. I don't know what that means. Anyway, hello everyone. How we doing? Just got to make sure this top doesn't go down too far. Hello everyone. I'm taking a real risk here. This had better work. If any of you understand the reference, that's cool. Jack making sure the girls be girlin'. It's true. Look, my views go up proportional to my cleavage. Because there's some percentage of you that appreciate my in-depth political takes, and there's also a percentage of you that only appreciate me for my booby sizes. Real ones, yeah, the real ones like me for both. Squish. It's me. Jack also wearing the stealth sub necklace. Look, I gotta be going at least 50 knots, 2 miles deep. You know what I say? Know what I'm saying? Um, I appreciate you for both. Thank you, Fox of Fate. Thank you, Van Briggs. I appreciate the honesty. Okay. You know what's going to be really bizarre though? This is I'm just saying this, okay? What's going to be really bizarre is when anthropologists look back on our times and see like millennials like adopted a new way of saying hello by answering the phone and saying "What's up?" and no one like they're gonna be like, why the fuck did they start doing that for like a period of like 30 years? Some of them did it until they died. No one else did that. I'm just here for the Chronoplan content, my most innocent chatter. I thought that was Gen X. I look like I look Gen X. We don't talk about Gen X. Who did that? Who started was up? It's the fucking phone commercial. Planet of Weird Little Beans, right? Isn't it nice? I like human beings when we're at our weirdest. The fact that that shit spread here is beyond me. Look, it's our planet's version of Dugadoo, okay? All right, folks, we have a lot to talk about, so let's get started, huh? Let's just jump right into it. Also, sometime this week I'll be doing Peepo art. I'll be doing the charity stream Peepo arts, and we just can't do it today because you know news be newsin'. But remember, folks, like, comment, and subscribe. Like the stream, hit the follow button, subscribe if you haven't, and consider sharing a link to the stream around to your friends, family, dogs, neighbors, cats. And also consider subscribing, because folks, when you subscribe, I'm able to not die. It's a trade.
Even worse than being a phone commercial, it was a commercial for subpar beer. Beer WA.
Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono and your unique twist on BWA. What news? Everything is fine. Nothing happens. Peepo's an icon. Peepo is an icon. Look, I've said it before. I'll say it again. Look, we got so many good Peepo arts that we've done in the past for charity, and I'm really looking forward to doing this new crop. You know, let's pull up a couple of them just so you guys can see what we've done in the past. Ba-ba-da-ba. Peepo art. No, that's promo art. There we go. Open with photos. You know, we just have fun here, you know? It's some good shit.
Oh hey, I can do this now. Button.
Holly Holmes, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. You know, sometimes people just wants to be a really good friend. Look at that. Look at him go. There we go. I fixed that one. You know, there are a lot of different people arts out there, okay? Any of them are a 10 out of 10. I'm out of town at some resort. Nice. Dude. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of them. It's good stuff. I do want to show you one of my favorites, though. This one is one of my all-time faves. This one I feel like is iconic. It's got some real pervert Oscar the Grouch energy, you know? Actually, this is also my favorite. I actually have this framed up on my wall because I think it's nice. I think it's nice. Look at him, just sitting there enjoying the evening. It's some good shit. Is there another one? I do like this one as well. He's very intrepid, you know. All right, well, enough of that. I just have good. It's good vibes, you know. All right, folks, how we doing? How we living? Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Daniel A. Hello, Kinmarink or Kinmerick. My bad. Hello, everyone. Hello, Knifeiest Duck. Hello, Polydactyl Black Cat. Hello, Rugbean. Hello, Soyaddle. Been a while. You've been missed. Hello. ACAB includes Dumplies. Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello, Nicodot. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Odd Spectre. Hello, Big Bad Oddwolf. All right. Skinamarink was boring. I can understand that. I can understand thinking Skinamarink was boring. I think you're objectively wrong, but I can understand it. Now, folks, let's start with something very low stakes. So, folks, as many of you know, our current president, Donald J. Trump, is... Wait, he's the president? That doesn't sound right. But he is very old. And one of the things that happens to old people is, well, they have trouble with varied terrain. And what happened the other day is our president, Donald J. Trump, had a bit of an oopsie daisy. Let's take a little bit of a look, huh?
Turn now to our scheduled program. We join it in progress. Turn now to our schedule.
Just had a little bit of a whoopsie daisy. Now, that might on its own seem unimportant. However, of course, there are some excellent reaction images that were taken off of that live feed um, that I really enjoy. Um, and now some of y'all might be thinking, well, that's not really worthy of mentioning, like why even Jack, why even bring this up, right? Well, for one, because when Biden did this, our entire mainstream media apparatus on the left and the right went absolutely bananas and started calling him old, feeble, ready to die, time to retire, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This happens to Donald Trump, one of the bumbliest motherfuckers ever to exist, and no one says a goddamn word. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. So really, this is more of an indictment of like the mainstream media more than anything else. But, and I do think we should probably point out, yeah, Donald Trump is old. He should probably, not be president of the United States. I think that is maybe worth saying, despite the fact that obviously that's not going to get mainstream traction. But I'm still going to say it anyway until it does maybe get mainstream traction. However, one additional thing that is quite interesting that was spotted by Patriot Takes over on Blue Sky is this image from earlier today of Donald Trump from behind. Now, I don't know if any of you can notice anything about this, but well, there's something really weird going on with his legs. Like, really weird going on with his legs. And that's really interesting, isn't it? Because well, his feet aren't oriented very well, and his legs, well, let's just say I don't believe he has calf muscles those developed. That developed. I think that maybe he's wearing some leg braces under there. My partner has used leg braces in the past, and I gotta say, this to me looks like he's wearing leg braces. Like I think his legs are fucking gone. What are they for? They're for stabilizing knees. Given that the other day that our boy tripped,
we joined it in progress.
And I'm just putting this together here that, well, I think that his facial expression is very funny. To me, this is also the facial expression of a man who's going, oh shit, my knees. This is not like I missed a step. This is, oh, something is wrong. Those be looking like leg braces. Exactly, tipster. Are you implying that our strong big boy president skips leg day? Well, look, I know that everyone knows that in his true form, he's buff and swole, like let's just take a look. Yeah. Here we go. We all saw Donald Trump's true form not that long ago, folks. Oh, come on. Why are you giving me like a shit version of this? How hard is it to get the buff picture of Donald Trump as a Sith Lord? How hard is that? Like, I just want to see my boy. My big, sweaty, beautiful boy. while he looks disgustingly roided out. There we go. Look at him. We all know this is Donald Trump's true form, but I guess we all never knew that there's a reason this photo cut off right above the knees. You know? I mean, clearly his upper body strength is unparalleled. But wait, what's that? People in chat are talking about how he's a Sith Lord. Yeah. We did talk about this a little bit. The White House comms team decided that it was totally fine to say that the president is an incarnation of like fucking selfishness and evil will to power. That, you know, that's a normal thing in today's day and age. That's what we want in a president here in America. Someone who's going to murder children. And unfortunately, that's actually true because we elected Donald J. Trump, a man who is kicking millions of children off of SNAP and also Medicaid. So, you know, looks like the younglings are going to get what's coming to them under Trump's America. Unless you guys start calling your senators. Call your senators every day. Tell them to kill the bill. Tell them to kill the bill. They'll know which one. That budget bill, evil as fuck. Anyway, tee-hee, haha, his knees are gone. But also, maybe that's an indicator that he should just, you know, also be gone. This isn't like some in-depth analysis. I'm not. This wasn't some like, oh, we're gonna take a turn into like some more deep shit. No, this is.
I could watch instead
he's just
of
not
mostly
okay.
just listen. At first, I thought it was leg swelling like I have after a toe infection.
Oof. Yeah, I don't think it's leg swelling. Yeah, we need Kill Bill 3, the final Tarantino movie, where he gets Uma Thurman to slice the budget bill in half. Anyway, that segment done. I have no way out of this. It's just done. God. I'm thinking the plan was to have Trump win, then drop the 25th Amendment on him when his usefulness was at an end. Oh, absolutely not. You know, like the entire Republican movement is beholden to this one man. And like they can't get rid of him. They have married themselves to his cult of personality. They're in his thrall until he dies, you know? I read that one of the House Republicans resigned today. Well, that's interesting. I didn't hear that. House Republican. Ooh, House GOP majority to shrink as top representative Mark Green plans exit. Let's see. Representative Mark Green of Tennessee, the chair of the House Homeland Security Committee, announced Monday he plans to resign from Congress midway through his term.
Much.
That is interesting. But you love this so much? What is this? Citation needed. I do like this a lot, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for sharing. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And Calical, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Caracal, my bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. I mean, this is just very interesting right here. His departure will further diminish House Speaker Mike Johnson's already razor-thin majority. Green said in a statement he was offered an opportunity in the private sector that was too exciting to pass
For the
up.
Keytar Fund.
Big Bad Aardwolf, thank you very much for the 4 months and for the tier 1 sub over on Twitch. Okay, translation, guys. He voted on this this budget bill. Oh, no. Translation, guys, he got an offer from the private sector and he knows that he's fucking cooked in politics for voting on this damn thing. So he's leaving. But the Tennessee Republican said he'd resign after the House votes on a final version of the Trump budget bill. He's literally like tossing a Molotov cocktail behind him on his way out the door. That's like his entire he's there until they pass these budget cuts. Like, unfortunately, I think that I really hope that this thing gets killed. I do think they are going to pass some kind of version of it, unfortunately. Where does that leave the House? And what is this? Jesus Christ. Well, we'll add that to our next segment. Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono.
I am so happy because my favorite survival game, Grounded, is getting a sequel. And the early access arrives this June. I am so hyped.
Hell yeah, Jazz Dog. I should try that when the sequel comes out. Quick question, Jack. I'm not seeing channel points. I don't know why that would be. We do have channel points, though. And I got chores done today. That was the main win. It genuinely does feel good to get chores done, you know? I run on caffeine and THC. That's fair. Where does that leave the House? Let's see. In the House, there are 220 Republicans to 212 Democrats. There are currently 3 vacancies, all of whom are Democrats. So typically the margin would be 5. It's currently 8, thanks to a bunch of old fucks who decided to run for re-election instead of retire. So 8, if a Republican retires, that'll bring it down to 7. So good, but still not great. Are you a cat or a dog person? I'm a dog person. I really like dogs. I really like cats too. I just like that dogs want to be liked, you know? You'd never guess my animal preference. Is it dog? I like jazz dogs. Hey, what's your favorite breed? My favorite breed, my absolute favorites have been golden retrievers. Golden retrievers are just such nice dogs, you know? They're just really fucking kind. And I like that in a dog more than like basically anything else. I like Updog. Corgis are also very, very cute. Shiba Inus are also very cute. All right, we're moving on. We're moving on. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, okay? All right, folks. Are you guys ready to get enraged and engaged? Oh, mommy. Oh. I'm not. Let's do this. Hell yeah. Gotta adjust the girls real quick.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Titty adjustment? Indeed. I might grab my stuffed bear. Her name is Kayla. That'd be a good idea. Everyone always asks, what is up, Doug? Or where is up, Doug? But no one ever asks, how is up, Doug? Okay, folks. Let's get started. Also, folks, we've been going for almost an hour. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, hit the goddamn button. I'm not playing the song until after this segment, okay? So, folks, there is a place called Los Angeles, and it's a wonderful place where all kinds of dreams happen, where people go, they live their lives. You know, they live, they work, they laugh, they play. And you know, apparently it no longer exists. I've been told in a breaking report that from a congressman, no less, that this is a sitting member of Congress, Tim Moore from North Carolina. And as we all know, North Carolina, very close to LA. So practically some on the ground reporting going on here. LA is being burned down by lawless mobs who support foreign criminals. House Republicans and the Trump administration are working together to ensure this chaos doesn't become America's future. And wow, that sounds really bad. An entire city, the city of hopes and dreams, Los Angeles, the city of angels, gone in an instant. A fiery apocalypse brought on by a bunch of deranged mobs trying to that have formed in defense of criminals from in another country. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, guys. Okay, wait. We need to get a secondary source for this. We need to like do some actual investigations here, because extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So, let's go to the highest echelons of power and obviously knowledge in the United States, and that is, of course, Donald Trump, the president, I guess, of the United States. A once great American city, Los Angeles has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent, insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I'm directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Like, wait, what? Okay, obviously this is this is so serious. Are they guys, are they burning down? Like, is the city being burned down in a blazing inferno? or is it being occupied by a foreign military force? Usually these two things don't happen at the same time, you know? But also, thank you for your attention to this matter. That sticks out to me so much. It's like, oh yeah, you're only saying that a city is being occupied by a foreign power. Thank you for your yes. The Japanese have bombed Pearl Harbor.
Sorry,
Thank you
Jack.
for your attention.
I found live footage of LA. It's worse than you think.
Oh my god. Guys, we have a live picture from LA. No sound though for some reason. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's the migrant army at work. The migrant super weapon has been unleashed against Los Angeles. Truly, what hope is there? It's all gone. The migrant superpowered apocalypse is upon us.
Oh no, did somebody let Trump watch Escape from LA?
Very knifey duck, thank you for the $5 dono. A tidal wave of woke. Yes. Truly, the destruction is immense. Live footage from LA. It's truly despair-inducing when you see how powerful these migrants are. And that's, of course, why it suddenly makes sense. Everything clicks into place, you see, when you understand the level of destruction that the migrant hordes are able to instill upon American soil. Now, some of you might be looking at news stories and saying, wait a minute, I'm seeing news reports of ICE trying to arrest first graders in LA from various elementary schools. And the thing is, you might think that sounds cruel on the face of it, but it's because they can obliterate the entire city at a moment's notice. They're like Dr. Manhattan. Every single migrant in LA, Dr. Manhattaning around. They can see the future and the present. They can snap their finger and obliterate the city for miles around. Okay, it's truly they must be stopped. So when you see news reports like this, it suddenly makes so much more sense.
After an unusual and disturbing visit, several federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security showed up at 2 elementary schools this week demanding to talk to students. What happened next has Superintendent Alberto Carvalho praising school workers and demanding answers. Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay explains.
What interest should a Homeland Security agent have?
Oh, that's a really good point, Polydactyl Black Cat. Didn't they already burn down LA? This is from Neo LA. They burned down all of LA, and just like that, they brought it all back again. Okay? That's how powerful the migrant armies are.
In a first grader.
On Monday, multiple Homeland Security agents showed up at 2 elementary schools in Los Angeles, according to LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. These agents were stopped, questioned, and turned away by principals at Lillian Elementary and Russell Elementary schools, both in the Florence Graham neighborhood.
They wanted access to the students to determine their well-being, based on, according to the agents, the fact that when they entered this country, they entered as unaccompanied minors. It is well known that these students are under the care of relatives.
According to Carvalho, the agents claimed they were not part of immigration and customs enforcement.
They conveyed to both principals that the parents or the legal guardians in charge of these children had provided them authorization for access to these kids in school. That is absolutely, blatantly untrue.
These agents asked specific questions about students ranging from 1st to 6th grade. The superintendent says they arrived in unmarked vehicles and wore casual clothing.
When the principals attempted to write down details about their IDs, they quickly hid their IDs.
All parents from these schools were notified about these incidents. Ahead of the November election, LAUSD staff were trained in protocols to protect students from federal agents showing up at schools.
We wonder if this may happen at more schools, if they simply will ram through. So we are having to really lean on the principals, the workers, the teachers, the clerical workers.
After an unusual...
Yeah, so in all seriousness, okay, this is from April. You know, in April, they were sending government agents to try and entrap first graders into getting either themselves or their parents deported. It's really disgusting. And I think that more people need to know this is the kind of stuff that has been going on for a while now with ICE. And we all need to understand these people are vile. They're evil. You know, they are trying to kidnap children. They are trying to break apart families. They are trying to destroy cities. And understand here, when I'm saying they are trying to destroy cities, I'm not saying migrants are doing that. That was all a bit that I was doing earlier, in case you didn't know that. That was comedy, I guess. The people who want to destroy your city are ICE agents. They are, for all intents and purposes, traitors to the very concept of America, to everything that the Statue of Liberty represents. They are traitors. Every value, every aspiration, they are traitorous. Okay? And, well, clearly things must have gotten better since then, right? I mean, the city's probably not burned down, right? I mean, like, why are we talking about this? Well, things have gotten exponentially worse, actually. Insofar as that the government, and in fact Donald Trump himself, has by and large declared war on the entire state of California. It's and I'm not unfortunately being hyperbolic about that. Donald Trump has been tweeting up a storm, essentially saying, oh, you know, California is a lawless shithole, and we need to send the soldiers in to restore order because ICE began doing raids all across California, specifically targeting people who were showing up to their court dates with immigration court. And what was happening is essentially this process where ICE would effectively move to dismiss the immigration court proceedings. And if the person involved in that did not stop that motion to dismiss, that would effectively end immigration court proceedings and allow ICE to then just arrest them outside of the courthouse. And so they were just rounding up people who were abiding by U.S. law and carting them off to immigration holding facilities for deportation. It is absolutely, absolutely monstrous, ghoulish, disgusting, right? And what has apparently happened is that Donald Trump sent down a missive from on high saying, well, we want to hit like, 6,000 deportations per day, setting quotas. And those quotas have gone on down the line to the rank and file at ICE. And, well, as you can imagine, law-abiding neighbors being disappeared off of the streets from neighborhoods, children being picked up, etc., by ICE all across LA in particular, has led to a lot of people being angry as fuck, I believe is the technical term for it. And that has in turn led to people protesting these actions. Now, I really want to emphasize here that by and large, these protests have been overwhelmingly peaceful. Overwhelmingly peaceful.
If Neo LA burns down, can we still play Sublime on the Ash?
Yes, I don't know what that means, but yes. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Now, one of the things that I really want to emphasize here is that these have been peaceful. Even the New York Times, I talked about this the other day, in their live coverage, they got a photograph of like two protesters who were hiding behind a dumpster as they were being pinned down by ICE shooting like rubber bullets and pepper spray and tear gas canisters and like the pepper balls, all the little non-lethal munitions that these people have. These like teenage kids pinned down behind this dumpster, and next to them there's this overturned shopping cart that is partially on fire and melting. And the caption on the photo is protesters set a shopping cart on fire and it melted. Police returned fire with non-lethal munitions. And it's like, wait, did the shopping cart melt too aggressively at officers? Did it have ICE agents scared for their lives when they saw a shopping cart 50 feet away dripping plastic onto pavement? Like, what? Returning what fire? Like, they saw a fire and decided to give more fire? They had to avenge the fallen shopping cart. And the other day I was keeping track of different protests, and there were a number of protesters who got onto I believe a road or a ramp in LA, and they were peacefully just kind of getting in the way of ICE operations. And what ended up happening is that an ICE transport vehicle floored it and smashed into this crowd of protesters. Sent shopping carts flying. So I guess they have no real care for shopping carts, the sanctity of shopping carts. And, ran over people. People were severely injured. And it's going crazy in LA. But the people making it go crazy are the ICE officers.
Hi, chat. Duck here. Fed posting is posting anything that might bring the scrutiny of the FBI on Jack or chat, such as threats against sitting politicians.
True, don't do that.
Any of that jazz. Hope this helps.
Do not Fed post in my chat. It does not help anyone. Don't do that shit. Okay? So this is all very bad. However, as you might imagine, constant antagonism towards people in the neighborhoods that they live in tends to make people more angry and not less angry. And so more people have been turning out to protest, which means more contact points between ICE agents and police and protesters. And that in turn leads to more protesters. You guys kind of see how things have been escalating, right? Well, the other day, Donald Trump federalized the National Guard in California and deployed over 2,000 troops into Los Angeles. Now, there is a very important distinction, and I've seen a lot of misinformation around this so far. Obviously, the situation's fluid and could change. But as I understand it right now, the president of the United States can federalize troops under certain circumstances, right? However, there is a difference between federalizing the National Guard and invoking the Insurrection Act. All right. So those are really different things, and they convey vastly different legal powers and legal avenues for action. Okay. And so what Trump did is he tried to use the normal way of federalizing the National Guard. And that is essentially that the president, the federal branch, can do that. They can do that in certain circumstances. I'm not sure if this is if this scenario falls under those circumstances, but like an example of that would be the federal government federalizing the National Guard for to desegregate schools in the South. That was an invocation of federalizing the National Guard for that particular purpose. That did not involve invoking the Insurrection Act. It just involved federalizing the National Guard. So That is what Trump is trying to do. However, we'll get to some major caveats to that in particular in a bit. And the other thing that I know people are really, really scared and worried about, okay, is this, which is approximately 4 hours ago, Pete Hegseth decided to send 700 active duty U.S. Marines to Los Angeles, presumably under the orders of Donald Trump. Now, something that is also very important to know is that I do not believe at this point that Donald Trump has invoked the Insurrection Act. So my read on this in particular, I don't know what the situation is in LA at the moment, but when I prepped the show, is that sending 700 troops without the Insurrection Act is essentially a posturing move. It is to posture, oh, look at us, we're big and tough, we're sending the Marines in. But there's a difference between mobilizing troops or sending troops and deploying them under the Insurrection Act, which essentially allows them to operate as police officers. So that is not happening yet, as far as I know. Okay? Until you see something about the Insurrection Act actually being invoked, Marines being sent to Los Angeles is posturing. Okay? Also, BBBBBBB, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Yeah. So this is all, of course, very disturbing. But I also want to remind folks that, hey, this is why we should be very careful about our language around what is happening right now, because it's really, really easy to whip up people into a panic. So right now, the Pentagon draws up rules on possible use of force by Marines deployed to LA protests, which is to say that prior to Pete Hegseth saying they're sending 700 Marines in, the Pentagon had no rules for engagement, rules for how soldiers should actually act in this situation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Posturing or positioning, it can be both, but also understand that, like, invoking the Insurrection Act has some pretty severe consequences, you know? Are you sure it's against posse comitatus? My understanding is that posse comitatus prevents the military from being used in police actions. Again, sending troops to LA on its own is not a violation of posse comitatus, right? That's all I'm saying, okay? If they start acting in the role of police officers, that's a violation of posse comitatus. But troops move around the country all the time, all the damn time. And understand that LA is a city of millions of people. Sending 500, 700 troops, it's a lot, but it's nowhere near enough if you actually are invoking martial law on a city of millions. Let's see here. So what does local news actually say about what is happening with the Pentagon in LA, right? Forces have been trained in de-escalation, crowd control, standing rules for the use of force, Northern Command said. But the use of active duty forces still raises difficult questions. The Marines are highly trained in combat and crisis response, with time in conflict zones like Syria and Afghanistan, but that is starkly different from the role they will face now. They could potentially be hit by protesters carrying gas canisters, which, by the way, like, just the framing of this, fuck you, NBC Los Angeles. Oh, where are the protesters getting those gas canisters, I wonder? Oh, are they throwing back the gas canisters that have been shot at them? I wonder. And have to quickly decide how to respond or face decisions about protecting an immigration enforcement agent from crowds. According to a U.S. official, troops will be armed with their normal service weapons, but will not be carrying tear gas. They also have protective equipment such as helmets, shields, and gas masks. Yeah. Let's see. The AP reviewed documents and interviewed 9 U.S. officials who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss details not yet public about the guidance being determined for the Marines. The Pentagon also is working on a memo. Wait. Sorry. When troops are overseas, how they can respond to threats is outlined by the rules of engagement. At home, they are guided by standing rules for the use of force, which have to be set and agreed to by Northern Command, and then each Marine should receive a card explaining what they can and cannot do, another U.S. official said. For example, warning shots would be prohibited according to use of force draft documents viewed by the Associated Press. Marines are directed to de-escalate a situation whenever possible, but are also authorized to act in self-defense, the documents say. And the Pentagon is also working on a memo with clarifying language for the Marines that will lay out the steps they can take to protect federal personnel and property. Those guidelines also will include specifics on the possibility that they could temporarily detain civilians if troops are under assault or prevent harm, the first U.S. official said. The measures could involve detaining civilians until they are returned. They are turned over to law enforcement. Yeah, this is not great, but doesn't fundamentally change what we got to do. Okay. Y'all understand what I'm putting down? I'm not saying this to like downplay the seriousness of it. I am saying I want to be careful with what we're talking about and how we talk about it in order to have accurate information and not just tell everyone they're going to slaughter the people of the LA in the streets. You know, like I want to be really careful about language because of how tense and delicate the situation is. Okay? So that's, are we all on the same page here? "100%? Panic helps no one? Cool. I'm glad you guys have some cooler heads. So yeah, it's a really, really bad situation. Like for TOS purposes, not for TOS purposes, but specifically because accurate information is really fucking important in situations like this. Because if I tell you, oh hey, there is an impending like slaughter in Los Angeles, that doesn't help you. It doesn't help anyone to make informed judgments. It doesn't help you to be misinformed. It doesn't help you to like decide how you're going to react or build a viewpoint of the world. Okay. Let's see. Being cautious helps the other side. It genuinely doesn't. Being overly panicked helps the other side, because being panicked means you can't think clearly, means you can't respond correctly. There's a reason why people will tell you the number one killer when it comes to conflict, when it comes to protest, is panic. The number one thing that will get you killed in a protest zone or in a war zone is panicking. Okay? Are we still in the cool zone? Yes. Now, some of you might be like, what is happening here? And genuinely,
if accurate information is important, I'm not worried. Generative AI has never failed to create trustworthy reality-based coverage of events with no spin.
Hell yeah. Generative AI will get us out of this. Oh, God. Socket the Nurky, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I did say I want accuracy. Yeah, but that's the issue. The issue is you have a lot of people who are jumping to conclusions based off of how it feels versus what is actually happening, right? Because it feels very scary. That's how it feels, right? Watching the news, looking at all of this unfold, it is very scary. And so there is an impulse here to jump to the scariest possible conclusion and panic. What I'm trying to convey is that jumping to the scariest possible conclusion in your panic helps Donald Trump. It helps the authoritarian. It helps because you build up their power in your own mind, and, you know, to say the overused phrase, you comply in advance because of how scary the threat is. You know, that's all I'm saying. I want you to have accurate information so you don't panic, so you can accurately judge what is happening, so that you can accurately make choices, or better make choices, I guess would be a better phrasing of it. But does that make sense? Now, why is all this happening? Well, obviously it's because of the unending, seething hatred of Stephen Miller. But also because, frankly, like I've been saying, it's fascism. These people are fascists. And one of the key components of being a fascist is an adherence to this death cult mentality. And as you can see in this, there's Mike Cernovich. We want the border closed and we want mass deportations. Don't care what it costs. Nothing else matters if this isn't handled. Stephen Miller, yes. Right? And they are a death cult. They do not care if this kills people. They do not care if it costs the country everything. They do not care if it destabilizes regions of the country. They do not care because they are in this death cult mentality. Everyone else must be sacrificed for their ideals. It is truly disgusting. And when we continue looking at this, it is, again, I do want to emphasize, this is very fucking scary. Here's from just the other day. This has been in my head for like the last day or so. Driving to a client's house when a Border Patrol helicopter lands in front of me on a busy street. And like, it's bizarre. It's really fucking bizarre.
This is freaking.
Now, to be fair, that dog had apparently been bitten by a snake, and so they were rushing it to save its life. However, that's still really weird, right? Like that operations are so widespread across LA that like they're stopping traffic to like airdrop dogs, like canine units to vets. It's very weird. Like it's a use of power, but like bizarre as hell. You know? And we're just like seeing all of these incidents unfold. Obviously, I think most of you have probably seen this one. It's maybe the most prominent.
Homegrown, it's Miller time.
Fun. Just let's take a brief time out to make fun of Stephen Miller, because apparently Stephen Miller's wife, Katie Miller, has stopped following him on Twitter, and also I don't know how to like make this relevant at all, but apparently Stephen Miller's wife has the word YOLO tattooed on her inner lip. Like on her bottom lip, she has YOLO tattooed. And yeah, this administration has the most divorced, like, loser energy I think anyone ever could have imagined. You know, Stephen Miller, you could read part of this as like a Stephen Miller being really angry that he's being cucked by, you know, a South African billionaire. She getting that musked. Yeah. Yeah, like there are some people who get divorced and they have great divorcee energy, you know? But most of you are going to be familiar with this particular clip. This is an Australian news reporter for 9 News, as you can see. Juliana, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA. You just shut the fuck up! You okay? I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, so you can actually see the moment here where, like, this cop's just standing there waiting for his moment to shoot her on camera. Now, to be 100% clear here, these rounds can permanently maim someone. They are non-lethal rounds, but at that kind of range, it's actually kind of surprising. She must have been wearing some, like, good denim, I imagine, because I've known protesters who have had those kinds of rounds embedded in their flesh. That's how hard that they hit. Despite, you know, being rubber. So just to be really clear, it's not even like could have lost an eye. It's like literally if you're not wearing like durable enough material, it can take a chunk out of you. Yeah, they can also break your limbs. It's really, really bad. So people being like, are you okay? Like genuinely, like her leg could have broken. Did you know that Trump is sending 2,000 more National Guard to Los Angeles on top of the 2,000 he already sent? I mean, I'm not surprised. 2,000 troops in a city of millions is nothing. I watched a man get shot in the stomach with a rubber bullet from less than 10 feet away. Damn. That is one way to ruin your day. I hope it was all right. But yeah, I mean, the brazenness of it is the point. You know, much like how people say the cruelty is the point. This isn't the cruelty is the point. This is the brazenness of it is the point. The point of doing it, the point of pointing your gun and shooting a reporter while they're recording, while they are broadcasting, is to send the message that they can get away with whatever the fuck they want. They know that ICE agent knows never going to face any kind of justice for this. This is why, by the way, I frequently say, once we get through this, once Democrats get back in power, once we are able to form a political movement that is coherent enough to like actually seize power. And I do want to say, by the way, I do read my comments on YouTube, like, comment, and subscribe, by the way. And I see you guys saying like, oh, the Democrats aren't going to save you. The Democrats aren't going to save you. Yeah, you know, no shit. No fucking shit. We know that. But if enough of you guys got off your asses and actually went to a goddamn meeting for once in your life, you might be able to actually change that. The entire premise of what I'm advocating for is for you specifically, the kind of people who say the Democrats aren't going to save you. You specifically need to go to more meetings for Democrats. You need to get more involved in the Democratic Party to change the fabric of the party. You specifically are needed in order to make that happen. If you're just sitting there like, oh, well, nothing's ever going to happen, man, you have to be the agent of change in that situation. Okay? And on top of that, like, go to your DSA meetings. Go to fucking meetings. That's where you decide on courses of action. That's where you organize with other people. That's where you make this shit happen. God, if you want to see justice done in this country, if you want to see ICE agents hauled in front of the Hague, then you need to make that happen. You need to go to meetings. You need to go to your DSA meetings. You need to go to your local Democrat meetings. And you need to actually be an effective agent of political change. Okay? That's what you need to be. And if you don't know how to do that, you need to figure out how to do that. Because if all you're doing is jerking off in some like third-party wannabe group that hasn't ever gotten anyone elected to office in ever, you're not being an agent of change. You have to actually do something, okay? You know, like at the very least, go fucking unionize your workplace or something. Damn. The Democratic Party can't be reformed. Then I want you to tell me what you're doing. I want you to tell me what you're doing. What are you doing to be an agent of change? If you aren't doing the Democratic Party route, I want you to tell me how are you going to like actually do this? Do stuff online. Yes, Cap Bingo. If you live in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, do stuff online. You can organize like crazy online. Okay? The thing is, I'm saying, hey, there are avenues where you can take advantage of to use and wield power in government. And so many people just look at that, they're like, I don't want to use those. I don't want to use those avenues to power. And it's like, well, okay, then what do you want to do? Do you just want to like sit around and bitch and moan? Like, I'm sorry. I don't believe in that. I think that's quitter shit. If your political change group is basically just a support group, you're not doing anything.
If you want, like I do, a third party. Foment the discord in the party until people agree with you enough to be willing to split once we beat the fascists.
Absolutely. You know, like genuinely. That's literally what's happening right now. If you've been paying any attention to like abundance liberalism and the split going on between like the do nothing Dems and like actual people who are saying no, we need people to actually fight this fascism. That's important. Those are important schisms that are only going to grow, you know? Whew. To answer your question about the guy, he never even lost his balance. He got right back to the front of the line. It showed off the wound. Bet those bastards cop heard boss music. Hell yeah. Hot take, Riverboat Jack fans should be called jackoffs. We call ourselves, for you know, insider joke reasons, we call ourselves shimp. The shimps. Or the boaters. Jackoffs also works. I just, you know, like I'm so over people being doomer about being presented with paths to actual change, and they say, "Nah, that's too hard," and then look at the immensely harder things of building something from scratch and say, "Yeah, we can do that," and then they do exactly jack and shit about it. I'm so sick of it. I see it so goddamn often. Ugh. I'm too new to understand that one. It's because we have a lot of Australians, and I believe Salmon Moose made a reference to shrimp on the Barbie, but then said shimp on the Barbie, and I was really tickled by shimp, and people started shimp posting, and so it became a thing. Also, shimp is a cute word. I like it. Honestly, I'm not that political right now because there's nothing we can do right now. Au contraire. Au contraire. There's so much we can be doing. This is exactly the time to get involved in politics, okay? And we're going to get back to talking about the LA protests, but I think that this is a really, really important point, so I'm going to seize on the opportunity to talk about it, okay? Specifically because, folks, now is the time to be getting involved in your politics. Like, the thing that people do, right, is that they look at elections and they say, that's the end-all be-all of getting involved in politics. You know, you show up, you vote, and then that's it. Then you wait another 2 years and maybe you vote in the midterms, right? No. Okay? What happens before the midterms? The primaries. The primaries are fucking important, okay? That's why you need to get involved.
Hey, Jack, you the best. DSA all the way.
DSA all the way. Hell yeah, Sterling Thomas. Thank you for the $5 dono. You got to look at your primaries in your local area. You got to look at your local government, okay? Because your local government, guarantee you, is going to have some wacky election times sometimes, okay? People retire, people die all the time. It happens, okay? So you got to be paying attention to your local politics. But more importantly than that, if you get involved now, you can start influencing how things go through the primary season, how things go through the general, who gets nominated, who gets endorsed. You can help have a say in all of that. When people complain about like, oh man, I wish we had better candidates, that's because they didn't get involved 2-3 years ago. You know? If you want to have better candidates in like 2 to 3 years, you got to get involved now. It takes time. You have to be involved. You have to show up. You have to go to the meetings, because guess what? In those meetings, that's where they decide. You guys, if you live in even a remotely kind of rural-ish area, I guarantee you show up to a goddamn meeting, there's going to be like some elderly person who's like, oh, look at that, a whippersnapper. Do you want to be the head of our local chapter? Because I am really tired and I would like to stop now. And that's like 9 times out of 10. They'll just like, you show up, they'll be like, oh, you're young. If you show up to 3 more meetings, I'd be willing to abdicate all of my responsibility and give it to you. Like, genuinely. I've seen it fucking happen. And so all I'm saying is people give up when the solution is just going to your local Democratic meetings, going to your local DSA meetings. Actually show up. Get active in your local city politics. If you're in a small town or city, you being involved in your local politics can literally mean the difference of life and death for people in your community. Whether you're like, whatever your politics are, at the very least, get fucking involved in your local level politics. You know? Like, it's crazy. You're saying doing something does something? Indeed. It's like that. It's also like if more people got involved with party politics and they didn't suck, then the party politics would stop sucking as much. And like the people who are like, no, that's impossible. Like, I don't know what to say. Like if the basic premise of getting better people into positions of power is like already a losing idea, like I don't know what other idea you have. Only been to 3 meetings. I already am friends with city comptroller. Hell yeah. I'm going to get involved, damn it. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Yeah, like, honestly, guess what? Cities have power. Towns have power. Hey, do you want to protect local LGBTQ people? Get involved in your local politics. You can actually do that. Okay? You get it. You change things by getting involved, not by removing yourself. So, all that to be said, now is the, like, things might seem like, oh, there's nothing to do. Okay, totally understand if you're like, well, I'm not, you know, I can't make the meetings or whatever, okay? I totally get that. Then I'm just throwing this out there. If you can't consistently show up to meetings, what you can do is you can show up to these protests, No King's Day on the 14th this month, okay? This is the next mass mobilization day. Everywhere we possibly can, we're looking to get people out there protesting. I don't care if you're in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. I don't care if you're in the middle of a gigantic city that already has millions of people out there protesting. We need more people out there on this Saturday, this coming Saturday, guys. Okay? This is the next mass mobilization day. So many different organizations and groups are coordinating to get as many people as possible out there on June 14th to protest the Trump administration, to protest what they're doing with ICE, to protest what they're doing with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, to protest what they are doing with this big bastard of a budget bill. Okay? People all across this country, every single one of these dots is a protest that someone has organized and is trying to make happen and is getting other people to go to, okay? Every single one of these dots, all right? And hell, guess what? There are also protests in Europe. There's protests in Africa. There are protests in the middle of the Pacific. There are protests every goddamn where, okay? If you don't see a protest near you, you can make one, all right? People are coming together, and we need you now. Can you just show up? Absolutely. But if you're just going to show up, bring your friends, bring your family, bring your neighbors. You know, actually interact with someone and get them to come with you. Okay? And like, again, if you're in the middle of nowhere, there's plenty of ways you can get involved online. You can make agitprop. You can like help organize like online phone banking events. You can help organize like these protests. You can get other people motivated to go. You can do so many things. Do not believe the powers that be when they try and convince you that the most revolutionary thing you can do is stay home and do nothing. Because there's nothing less change invoking than just doing nothing and sitting on your ass. What is agitprop? Genuinely like a meme making fun of Donald Trump. Just shit out memes. Genuinely. Just shit out memes. Get into graphic design. Make like cool ass posters that people can print out and put over their city. Make like little jokes that might go viral. Just like shit post like there's no tomorrow. Okay, just get out there and do shit. All right? I'm bringing my friends. Hell yeah, Samara says. That's what I like to see. So, that being said, I'm going to link this in chat. I want all of you to make a good faith effort to get out there that day, or to, at the very least, agitate for others to get out. So, there you go. Be the change you want to see. And I know that sounds trite, but, like, genuinely, like, get out there. Do shit. Okay? Also, just want to say, if Donald Trump was correct about this being like a wild, violent hellscape, then it doesn't really make sense that the LAPD is bringing out their cavalry unit. Genuinely, I don't know how these people live with themselves. Like, I don't know how they go home every day, look at themselves in the mirror, and like live to see another day. You know, I don't get it. Yeah, look, guys, we have to give them billions more dollars. You don't understand. Like, we need to give them billions more dollars so that they can more effectively crack down on people who are upset about their neighbors being abducted by armed, like, unarmed masked intruders. You know, how dare the populace be upset about their friends and neighbors and family being disappeared by faceless ghouls in the night? You know, obviously we need to give the police billions more dollars so they can more effectively crack down on that displeasure. Yeah, that's a bunch of mounted police officers trampling someone in the street. This looks like LAPD to me. Yeah, this is LAPD. Now, guys, I don't know if you know this about horses, but horses are actually very heavy. I don't know if you know this, but if a horse steps on you, it can obliterate you. Yeah, look, instead of helping the person who just got trampled by a bunch of horses, look, we have to arrest them. Okay, look, if you've been trampled by a horse, are they okay? I have no idea. I have no idea if that person's okay. But they do look to be very arrested. So they might be dying, who knows? Police don't give a fuck. You know, they're here to protect the community by forcing them to accept the abductions of their neighbors and trampling members of the community. You know, that's good. Now, I just want to throw out there that chat, are you guys familiar with why people stopped using horses in warfare? Anyone wanna take a guess? Why? Why did horses stop being? Yes, it's true. Guns. Guns stopped being used in warfare, or started being used in warfare, and horses, it turns out, are very squishy. And it turns out if you're fighting people with a lot of guns, the horses are very easy to hit with bullets. Now, this is interesting because I'm remembering back to the very beginning of this segment where the president of the United States was saying that Los Angeles was being occupied by violent, lawless, criminal migrants. And I'm just trying to put this together. It was being occupied by lawless criminal migrants with what did they take over the city with? Did they like sticks? Did they cast the magic spell Shillelagh from Dungeons and Dragons? Like what? Oh, with flags? The most feared weapon of all. All I'm saying is it's pretty weird that the police can just like run a bunch of horses down the street if the protests are so overwhelmingly violent. You know, one would assume in America, one of the most armed countries on earth, that, you know, the migrants who've taken over one of the largest cities in the country would, I don't know, be killing those horses. But, you know, it doesn't seem like these riots are actually riotous. Doesn't seem like they're actually, I don't know, forcibly occupying the city. It doesn't even seem like there's criminal elements here that are, I don't know, shooting at police officers with guns. That actually doesn't seem to be happening at all, as far as I can see, actually. The most I have heard is, oh, people threw stuff at cops. You know, ignoring the fact that the cops are, like, shooting every 2 seconds, every 1 second at anything that moves. Really weird, huh? Really weird, that strange dichotomy between apparently the entire city being taken over by lawless mobs, but I guess those lawless mobs just don't use guns for some reason. Maybe they're very principled that way. You know, maybe they're like Vash the Stampede from Trigun. They just don't use guns. They just don't they don't kill. You know, they're just you know, they're all about love and peace, you know, as most riots are. Or maybe it's not. Maybe wait a minute. Maybe it's not a riot. So strange. Actually, Vash the Stampede used guns. That was a bad analogy. I should have chosen a different character. I was gonna go with Batman initially, but then I remembered not Christopher Nolan. So many Batmans use guns these days.
LA is being taken over by lawless migrant mobs. First the LAPD, then the National Guard, then the Marines.
It's true. You know, they say one of the greatest dangers you can face in America is 30 to 50 feral hogs. We're really seeing that that come to life. Now let's take a look here. This has been one of the good moments from the protests here.
Organize. Number 3, organize. Because hundreds came out spontaneously today because you saw this on social media, because your friends texted you. We need to mobilize thousands because they're coming back and we're going to meet them and we're going to protect our neighbors. We and my colleagues were here more in sympathy and are with us in spirit, but we're not here physically. Councilmember Jess Rivas was here. Councilmember Justin Jones was here. Mayor Gordo was here. This is Jason Lyons' district. He is with us 100%. Steve Madison is with us 100%. I haven't heard from Tyrone, but Tyrone will be with us. So organize. Let's meet them with thousands when they come back. They are coming back, and we're going to turn them back.
Now, you might be like, what was this? What was this about? What was this entire event about? Basically, protesters figured out which hotels in the area were allowing ICE agents to shack up. And they found out that in Pasadena, California, ICE agents were being given space at the AC Hotel. And a bunch of protesters turned out and began protesting the AC Hotel. And the hotel kicked out every single one of those ICE agents. Because it turned out, being known as the place that is allowing kidnappers to stay, not very good for business. You know? oddly enough, people might come to imagine that you're a hotel that allows human trafficking, and that's just no good for business, you know? So, again, political pressure works, guys. Actions promoting political pressure work. And political pressure can come in the form of economic, it can come in the form of social, it can come in the form of many, 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 many different forms, right? And so turning up outside of business and saying, hey, these people suck for your business because they suck, actually a great way to get people to change their minds about a business decision, right? Now, we also have to take a look at, hey, how's one of the greatest current political campaigns going? How's Zoran Mamdani doing? Let's take a look.
Should ICE be abolished? I mean, you and I are old enough to remember when that was actually a policy proposal by people in this country on the left. We've seen the Biden administration previously increase funding for ICE. It was a missed opportunity that people say maybe we wouldn't be in this situation if ICE didn't have this kind of funding. But from this vantage point now, what you're seeing in Los Angeles, should ICE be abolished?
I believe it should, and it's been a privilege to have been represented by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez as a fellow representative of Astoria, and she is one of the leaders of that call and has continued to make that call, and I've been proud to receive her endorsement to become the next mayor of the city.
Which, by the way, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, like a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, put out a new statement reaffirming her position that ICE needs to be abolished. I'm glad. Maybe this time people will actually work together to abolish ICE. That'd be really, really nice to see. You know? Be really, really nice to see. Holy shit, that's a lot of tear gas? Yeah. Yes, it is. Now, one thing also to note here, folks, is that according to Aaron Reichlin Melnick, who is a senior fellow at the American Immigration Council, he has gotten reports from both conservative sources and left-leaning sources within ICE, or who have sources in ICE, that ICE morale is actually incredibly low. Wouldn't you know it? It's bizarre. And I think that a lot of them, they get recruited from predominantly, I'm speculating, okay? I think maybe a lot of ICE agents get recruited from rural areas and they think, yes, we're going to go get the bad guys. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute. They're sending me to arrest a 10-year-old and his family at his school. That actually seems maybe bad. Wait a minute. Maybe are we the baddies? Which has led, of course, to I've heard this from both liberal and conservative people with sources inside the agency. It's not just the pushback. It's also that many officers want to believe they're targeting the bad guys. And this administration is telling them, screw you, grab families. Genuinely, morale is way down. Yeah, I know at least one person who works at ICE who has successfully gotten a transfer to another portion of DHS. Other people are definitely contemplating ways that they can get out. Which, look, all I'm saying is continue to lower the morale of ICE to the greatest possible degree you are capable of, okay? Be the low morale you wish to see in ICE. God. How do a bunch of ICE white supremacists get demoralized? Well, because they want... And guys, I don't know if you guys know this, but most people want to see themselves as like the hero of their story, Like if you're like a conservative, you're living your best life, you still look at yourself and you're like, yeah, I'm like Luffy from the anime One Piece. Like I know that might be hard to believe, but people do incredible mental gymnastics to make themselves the good guy of their story. That's kind of one of the ways human beings operate. So that's it's actually kind of a good thing to know that they're actually being broken down on that particular front. So apparently the Guard and Marines are being left to sleep and shit on the floors and outside, which is funny. Gotta wonder if Trump's gonna violate the Third Amendment over it, though. Literally can't put it past him. Yeah, honestly. But yeah, of course they're being left to like shit on the... Donald Trump doesn't care about troops. Like they don't care. They didn't think any of this through. I guarantee you that at least, maybe 30% of this minimum, possibly more, is due to the fact that Donald Trump panicked and wanted a different story other than world's richest man who ran the government and has all of our data accused him of being a pedophile. I guarantee you that's not an insubstantial amount of the reason he pulled the trigger on this. And it's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about that story earlier, about how the Pentagon and like the Marine Northern Command hadn't actually finalized or talked about what the rules of like deploying Marines would be. Like under normal circumstances, guys, those T's are getting crossed, those I's are getting dotted before a Marine sets foot in an American city in like any kind of like potential policing capacity. And the fact that that didn't happen, to me, indicates a very hasty decision-making process that likely makes absolutely no sense. What's happening here is that Donald Trump is a senile old fool and is desperately trying to distract people from the fact that his his upcoming budget bill is going to kick tens of millions of people off of healthcare, is going to the Republicans in the Senate are currently trying to also cut Medicare. They're trying to distract from all of that. They're trying to distract from like the accusations that Donald Trump is a pedophile and is in the Epstein papers. They're trying to distract from all of the different systematic failures. And the issue is that I think they're running into is that their flood the zone strategy is out of juice. That's my big speculation here, is that they've done a lot, if not most, of the executive orders they wanted to do, and now they don't know how to fill up the airtime. There are only so many stories. There are only so many executive orders, And it's they ran out of keys to jingle. Now they're trying to jingle this, and I don't think it's going to work. One of the reports on the ground was that until today, only 300 of the 2,000 troops that they distributed did anything. They didn't have any orders or organization. Yeah, there were videos coming out of National Guardsmen just literally just standing around being like, I have nothing to do. Because, guys, these protests are nowhere near maximum LA protest, at all. So they're running out of pairs of pants to shit is a really good analogy. I like that a lot. So, yeah. I just think that like this is as scary as things are right now. I genuinely get the impression that they're kind of out of juice, and that's not to say that things can't get worse. Things will probably get worse before they get better, but like this reeks of desperation to me, There are TikToks of literal ICE agents apologizing for what they're doing. Yeah, good. The best thing they could do is quit being an ICE agent. Like toss their commanding officer their badge and get the fuck out. Honestly, that'd be dope as hell. Literally resign on the job during the protests. Do it. Because I mean, like, guys, this is where like America's at. Okay, this is in New York City. They arrested this woman from Chile who's a tourist.
No, 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 my son, please. Por la cresta, mi hija.
Ma'am. Excuse me, officer. This is her daughter.
Yeah, so when people say ACAB, this is the kind of shit they're talking about. Like, I don't care how good of an officer you are if you're like separating like parents from their children like this for no reason, you know? Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, let's take a quick look here. This is the testimony of this woman who got arrested. It's me, my husband, and my daughter who are here. My husband came here almost a year ago. His company transferred him here with his papers in order. We are legally here in New York thanks to my husband's job. My daughter and I came here to New York 2 months ago to live with him. All right. We were shopping for souvenirs, little things to take to his friends, family. We went out and everything happened. It was just like in the movies. We were about to go into McDonald's to get some ice cream and it was packed. So I said, no, we're going to Times Square to get some ice cream. We turned around and some criminals came running behind us. They threw us to the ground. They pushed us. We fell to the ground. My daughter was all bruised because she fell to the ground really badly. I was desperate because I'm in a new country, just adjusting. This city is crazy. People are very fast. We fall to the ground and I can't see my daughter anymore. I despair and start screaming, they hit my daughter, they hit my daughter. The thing is, I got much closer to the police than I should have. Then the police officer you see in the video grabs me by force very hard. They took me into custody and put me into a patrol car. I didn't know what would happen to my daughter because what I saw on video was my despair. What I was worried about was my daughter. Yeah. So it's like, well, I made a mistake by getting too close to the police officers, and it's just like, man, like I'm sorry, fuck that. Nah. Is her daughter okay though? I believe her daughter is okay. I feel a little like there was discrimination because I don't speak English, because I've often approached the police to ask questions, directions, things like that. There's always a police officer who speaks Spanish, she said. Always. Like, can I give you the link? Yeah, here you go. It's from Bio Chile. Bio Chile? It's a... Yeah. It's a Chilean outlet, I guess. Because the mother's Chilean. Here you go. And like, there, you know, if we were in a time of charitability, I would say, okay, maybe like the cops are just like freaking out, you know, they don't know what's happening and they're going to sort it out down at the station. But like, genuinely, the time for charitability was never. Like, I'm sorry. I do not trust the NYPD. Absolute dipshits, a lot of them. And, you know, I also just want to share some guys who I think are absolute icons coming out of this protest. Here we go with icon number 1.
You told me you got caught up in the tear gas as well. Describe what happened to you.
Oh, just tasted a little tear gas. Tasted like fascism.
Well, you told me you got caught up in the tear gas as well. Describe what happened to you.
Oh, just tasted a little tear gas. Tasted like fascism.
Absolute Chad. Absolute Chad. This guy being cool as fuck. It's true. It's true. Also, just want to say shout out to Representative Maxine Waters, who has been out there doing some good work. She actually went out and engaged with the National Guard that was deployed to LA. And for those of you who don't know, Maxine Waters is like ancient. She like, how old is she? Maxine Waters. Yeah, she's 86 years old, chat.
I don't know why you're in my city. You did the governor was not contacted. This is Trump and his outrageous attempt to not only target our sanctuary city, but to frighten us and intimidate us. This is wrong, and I hope that none of you will use those guns to shoot anybody. There's no reason to shoot anybody. Don't allow them to make your service in a service where you're killing people. Don't do it. Defy them. Don't shoot those guns for anything.
Thank you. Thank you. Like, I know it's not like a lot, but genuinely, I do feel a little better at least seeing like a member, like some Democratic lawmaker going out there and being like, "Don't you shoot anybody." Like, genuinely, the current leadership of the Democratic Party needs to go. Like, they all need to fucking retire, okay? Because like Maxine Waters is out here at 86 years old doing literally the bare fucking minimum of like turning out and like saying, "Hey, don't kill anybody in my city." We need so much more of that on like exponentially higher power levels. Like, I don't know, like the amount of just like Democratic inaction on this is insane. Like, Chuck Schumer is still out there talking about taco. Yeah, of course. Yes, of course we need more than just finger wagging at the National Guard, but like genuinely, I haven't seen more from anyone else in the Democratic Party leadership. They are weak as fuck. People need to run for office and get them the fuck out. It's disgusting. I mean, like, guys, this is maybe one of the best on-the-ground testimonies I've seen coming out of this. Let's take a watch of this, and I just want you all to think about this while like understanding how poorly Democratic leadership is living up to the moment.
We're at a stoplight on the other side of Paramount, right? Over there in Alondra. When out of nowhere, in the stop, immigration agents, ICE, all that came, you know? They came dressed up in all their military gear, and they stopped traffic. When they stopped traffic, we started noticing, and I told my girl, that's immigration right there. What they started doing was they went in front of a business, a negocio, and they started raiding it. They started bringing people out in vans. Once they started doing that, that's when everybody knew, you know, what was going on. And everybody was there in the traffic jam. Everybody, right? You're stuck in your car, in your vehicle. When they saw us looking at them doing all that, that's when they started throwing tear gas. Everybody was still in their vehicles. As soon as one of the tear
you said there was, who was behind you?
Behind us, there was a woman and her young daughter. She was around 13. I kept in touch with them, and as we speak, she's in the hospital because the tear gas bomb hit her right in the face. They were right behind us, taking notice that we're not there to protest. We were stuck at the light, right? But we're witnessing everything happening right in front of our eyes. The tear gas explodes. They come out crying out of their vehicle, and they can't breathe. They're literally on the ground, right? I have the video, I have the footage, right?
And so what do you and your girlfriend do at that point?
We get off, and we see everybody else getting off to record. Peacefully, we do not throw anything at them. We're not yelling at them. We're just recording what's going on because people deserve to know the truth. This is why you guys are here. This is because, you know, these things need to be documented. This is what they wanted. They wanted people to riot. They wanted the people to start fireworks. They wanted the people to start burning out. Why? Because this is the effect. So they can make us look bad. So they can make us seem that we're the ones causing this, that we started it. We didn't start this.
So you jump out of your car and you start recording. So what happens from there? Tell me what happens with your girlfriend.
As soon as we start recording, that's when they start pointing the tear gas guns, and they start shooting everything. Everything, everywhere. So we can't breathe, we can't see anything. She has her phone. One of the agents, I hear them go for the people with the phones. They went straight for my girlfriend. They ripped her out of my arms. They took her. They threw me. They threw me her phone. And I was like, where are you guys taking her? She's born here. Just like me. I'm a proud American. I'm a proud Mexican as well. But it's not fair that yesterday and the past months, ever since his presidency, you know, innocent people are taken from their houses, from their workplaces, you know, for no reason.
I mean, like, I think that is maybe the best summation of like where average people are right now on this issue. Like, this doesn't strike me as like a guy who's like super politically involved, but like he understands the relationship between Donald Trump and also what is happening with ICE. And he understands that like they were going to do what they were going to do. They did this because they're trying to provoke this exact reaction. There you go. It is deranged indeed. It's real fucking gross. But I want you all to understand is that this is where like the average guy is at. And that's really, really bad news for the Trump administration. The fact that a guy like this understands the relationship, what is happening, and is able to articulate it in a way that is going to be easily understood by other, you know, average guys. That's really, really bad news for the Trump administration. The more average people understand this relationship and understand, like, wait a minute, LA is fine. It's not burned down. It didn't actually. That footage we showed at the beginning of stream, that was actually from a 2009 film called Knowing. Did you know that? When we showed this scene of LA being wiped off the face of the earth, that wasn't actually because of migrant crime. This is all special effects from the 2009 film Knowing. I know it looks very real, but it is not, in fact, real. It's all special effects. And I think more people are realizing that the statements of the Trump administration about, like, LA is burning to the ground. Oh, no, it's gone. It's being occupied by a foreign military threat. Like, people are realizing that's bullshit. Because millions of people live and work in that city, and they know it's fine, actually. You know? And you know what? I think increasingly, and there's going to be a temptation here to like burn out. All right? There's going to be a temptation here to burn the fuck out and like want to check out. But I think we all need to have the same kind of energy as icon number 2. Okay, this is just another short piece of footage that I find incredibly inspiring for our times, because I think we all need to understand that until like Donald Trump, begins exerting even more power, our general attitude needs to be that we have to get out there, we need to go to work, and we need to show as much contempt towards these hollow authoritarian acts as we possibly can. We must rob them of all of their power. We must rob them of their ability to terrorize. And honestly, we need to just stop giving a single flying fuck. And I present to you Skater Kid. Just to clarify this, Skater Kid is standing right here in the middle of a bunch of smoke, and they are just lighting him the fuck up. And then just the turn. Fuck off. He's legit just walking? Absolutely. Absolutely. Dude's walking, minding his own business, getting lit up by ICE agents, by police, and on his way out, after they finish firing at multiple tear gas canisters, all kinds of munitions, he just fuck off. That's the kind of energy we need to embody. Fuck this administration and fuck these authoritarians. And we must do everything we can to ensure that they have their day in court. Fuck them. I hope Skateboard Kid gets ice cream tonight. Hell yeah. 10 out of 10 moment. Bro got IRL super armor. I'm not entirely convinced that that guy is human, but that was cool as shit. And I will never, ever, ever forgive the Trump administration for doing what it has been doing. Specifically, obviously because of all of the violations of human rights and, the unspeakable acts of evil being perpetrated in order to violate said rights. But also because they're allowing the Democrats to become somewhat competent posters. And that's scary. That's not a world I want to live in, chat. I don't want to live in that world. I shouldn't be rooting for Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is a vile, evil piece of shit. Don't make him kind of post something that I like. I don't want. No, stop it. Stop it. Bad Democrats. Yes, unfortunately, everyone, Gavin Newsom is actually understanding the political wind and how it's blowing, and is, in fact, saying some correct things. Gavin Newsom is based? No, he's a fucking shit stain. Dude's doing podcasts with white nationalists and white supremacists. He's a piece of garbage. But you know what? In this particular instance, the worst guy you know just said something you agree with. God. How long is he going to be on the correct side, though? Probably for approximately 20 minutes. It's just very frustrating. It's just so frustrating. Like, Why are you handing him this layup? Stop it.
Has been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that...
Oh, Donald Trump is the shit stain. Well, then why is Gavin Newsom palling around with Donald Trump's chief campaign strategist for the 2016 campaign? Why is Gavin Newsom is totally cool when he pals around with white nationalists and the people who got Donald Trump elected? No, stop it. Stop that nonsense. Oh, Gavin Newsom's so cool when he shits on trans people? Oh, no, stop it.
Kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
The perception is there's a lot of...
This particular instance, he's doing something right. His podcast was BS. Yes, his podcast is a reflection of him. Hence why it's called The Gavin Newsom Show. Him opposing Trump is based? Yes, that is true. Unfortunately, the one thing he does right. Broken clocks and whatnot, indeed. God, I just hate him so much. However, he is doing the good thing. California suing Trump over federalizing National Guard. That's actually a good argument to make. The simple sabotage field manual. I do remember that. It's something everyone should remember. Let's see here. What grounds are they? Let's see. He flamed the fires and illegally acted to federalize the National Guard. The order he signed doesn't just apply to California. It will allow him to go into any state and do the same thing. We're suing him. Let's see. Under certain circumstances, President had the authority to federalize the National Guard without state approval, but it's clear from the way Trump has done so in California is legal. Far from clear. There we go. Trump did not invoke the Insurrection Act, which is good. However, 10 U.S.C. 12406 specifies that orders to the National Guard to repel the invasion, suppress the rebellion, or execute those laws shall be issued through the governors of the states, or in the cases of the District of Columbia, through the commanding general of the National Guard of the District of Columbia. California's lawsuit also alleges that 10 U.S.C. 12406 requires that governors consent to federalization of the National Guard, and that Newsom was not given the opportunity to do so prior to their deployment. Cool. If the law is intended to grant unilateral authority to the president, then this is an odd choice of words on the part of Congress. Is the statute contemplating a non-consenting governor issuing orders to the National Guard to mobilize into federal service? What if the governor refuses? Joseph Nunn, counsel to the Brennan Center's Liberty and National Security Program, wrote in 2020. Neat. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, we have to give it to Gavin Newsom. He is, in fact, doing something right. We gotta hand it to him, unfortunately. Now, I will also point out there's another reason why you need to get involved in your local governments, okay? And it's very specifically because, folks, when you get involved in your local government, for your city, say, you actually have a lot of power if you're able to, get involved in your local government. One of those local powers that you have is the ability to dictate whether or not you contract with ICE. And the city of Glendale, California, one of the biggest cities in Southern California, has terminated its contract with ICE. The city of Glendale has made the decision to formally terminate its agreement with U.S. Homeland Security and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to house federal immigration detainees at the Glendale Police Department facility. This is a local decision and was not made lightly. Since 2007, the city has maintained a highly regulated, locally controlled facility that is maintained to the highest standards, extending basic dignities to those temporarily held, ensuring access to clean accommodations, on-call medical care, family visitation, and legal counsel. By offering local access, detainees were given due process proximity that is too often lacking in more remote or privately operated detention centers. Nevertheless, despite the transparency and safeguards the city has upheld, the city recognizes the public perception of the ICE contract, no matter how limited or carefully managed, no matter how good, has become divisive. And while opinions on this issue may vary, the decision to terminate this contract is not politically driven. It is rooted in what the city stands for: public safety, local accountability, and trust. Glendale is consistently ranked as one of the safest cities in the nation. That is no accident. The Glendale Police Department is trusted and supported by the residents and businesses, and in turn, our officers work every day to protect and serve with professionalism and care. At this time, it is in our best interest to not allow that trust to be undermined. To that end, we emphasize the Glendale Police Department does not enforce immigration law. That is not their role, nor will it ever be. We remain in full compliance with California Senate Bill 54, which prohibits local law enforcement from using resources for immigration enforcement. The Glendale Police Department has not engaged in immigration enforcement, nor will it do so going forward. The city manager's decision to end this contract was made after careful evaluation of the legal, operational, and community considerations. We acknowledge with regret that some families may now face greater difficulty visiting loved ones held by ICE, and that access to legal counsel may be more limited elsewhere. Our facility offered clean, secure, climate-controlled pods with continuous access to seating areas, telephones, televisions, restrooms, showers, drinking water, and meals, as well as access to virtual and in-person visitation with loved ones, a standard not always met in other facilities. It is also our duty to ensure that Glendale's residents and businesses do not suffer the consequences of the unruly and lawful behavior of others. Moving forward, the facility will continue to serve local law enforcement needs without participation in federal detention efforts. The city remains committed to public safety, transparency, and the fair treatment of all individuals, regardless of immigration status. So, I don't know. Maybe get involved in your local government and kick ICE out of your city. All I'm saying. And folks, to cap things off, once again, y'all need to be turning up this Saturday. Okay? This Saturday is no King's Day. All right? It's Donald Trump's big dumb birthday. He's having a big dumb parade about it. And you want to know something? We're going to steal the story. We're going to steal that from him. We're stealing his birthday boy hat. We're putting it on ourselves. And we're saying, we don't have kings, baby. Okay? Make sure you are making a plan to turn out. If you need resources, if you need to figure out where your local protests are, or if you want to make a local protest that others can go to, you can do so over on this website. So many different organizations are participating in this. 5051 is in on this, as is the Bernie Sanders campaign, 5 calls. We've got so many different groups getting together here. It's crazy. Bulletproof Pride, Chicago Women Take Action, Climate Defenders, Face the Music, Families Over Billionaires, Free DC. We got so many. Hold the Line, HRC. We got Indivisible. We got all the fucking groups. All right. Look at it. All of these groups coming together. Stand Up for Science. Third Act. We got all kinds of folks. Vote Save America. Let's go. Just everyone showing up. This is a big tent event. There are going to be groups here I'm sure you disagree with. There are going to be individuals here I'm sure you disagree with. But you know what? Ultimately, at the end of the day, the purpose of this event is to put as many bodies in the streets as possible to oppose Donald Trump and his administration, to make it very clear that we do not have kings in America, we do not tolerate authoritarians, and that we will fight for our freedoms with just as much, if not more, commitment today than we did at the founding of the country. So show the fuck up. with that, segment done, baby. We did it. How we doing? Fox News is already starting in on the paid protesters ploy because, well, yeah, I mean, one thing to understand about all of this is that conservatives live in a fantasy world, you know? Economic Times. What's the name of that article, Adi? Adi Plays. What's the name of that article? I'll give it a look. Now, folks, we have been going for 2.5 hours. That was a very long segment, but you know what? If you enjoyed the show, if you got anything out of this, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because folks, that's what allows me to do this show. I can't do this show without you guys supporting it with your subs, donos, etc. Will No Kings do more protests in the future? I mean, I think the entire ethos and idea behind the No Kings protest is that all of these groups are coordinating on this protest day in order to maximize how many people show up. So my guess would be that there's going to be another one after this that they're going to try and make even bigger to maximize political pressure. All right, I'll check that out, Audie Plays. Let's see. Do 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 do. Do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, no, okay. So my Audie Plays, the source for this story is a website called the Daily Boulder. And basically what the Daily Boulder is a website that runs news articles through AI in order to sensationalize the claims.
I saw a shiny button. I shall use it to say peanut butter. Habut.
Habut. Thank you very much for being a member, God Sinner. I really appreciate it. But yes, basically they run pre-existing news stories through AI, shit out something that is more sensationalized, and it's based on an old report that is not credible. There, as far as I know, there is no evidence that voting machines were tampered with in 2020. That is just conspiratorial nonsense, as far as I'm aware. No justice, no peace. Hell yeah, young black economist. Welcome. AI is destroying real journalism. True. Uh, also, folks, again, consider supporting the stream. Very much appreciated when you do. Something one of my organizers brought up at our meeting: chat people up, ask them if they came out to support, ask them what about all this they are mad about. Part of looking for outside agitators, look for people that are less active, ask them how their day was, how far they traveled to get there, etc. That's a good idea, Samara says. Click butt song, please. You're welcome. I knew I forgot something. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button. Hell yeah. Butts are funny. Teehee. My partner is sick, so I'm sending her a nice little text. You hit the button. Thank you. And also, folks, again, remember to consider supporting the stream if you are enjoying yourself. You know, but like Ryan, it's not even the LA riots of 92. The LA riots in 92 were huge. These are not huge. Or at least they weren't. Most of the city is just kind of going about its business. Now, folks, hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Also, hey, I'm just gonna plug my partner's lingerie line that she launched about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Imogene Olivia, y'all should check it out. It's trans affirming lingerie. Are you a trans femme? You want to feel gender euphoria? We got bralettes. We got panties designed for you, to not judge you, to make you feel great. Y'all, I've been wearing it a lot and it's cute as hell. And the people who bought it really like it. And I can guarantee you, because I have now seen these on cis dudes. I've now seen them on, trans women. I've seen them on non-binary people. And I can tell you guys, regardless of your chest size, these things look great. Okay? The bralette looks smashing. And the panties are extraordinarily comfortable, whether you are trans or cis, whatever your bit situation down there is. They are very comfortable and they are cute as hell. Why Imogene Olivia? Because my partner always wanted to name something Imogene Olivia. Wait, I'm non-binary? Then you could wear this. Anyone who just wants to wear it and feel like a little femme, or just wear it and make it their own. Smashing is instantly associated with Nigel Thornberry, who fucks. Yeah. Anyway, thought I would insert the plug. I wish Lai K could wear it. I don't know who that is or what that is. Who that? If you're a dude, you could wear it just for the hell of it. Absolutely, you could. I have literally, I have literally seen dudes wearing it now and posting about it, and you know what? I can tell you, dudes look good in it. Wait, Nigel Thornberry was voiced by Tim Curry? How am I just finding that out now? Oh, lingerie. I see. It looks like great underwear. It is great underwear. Can attest to the quality. Oh, insert plug here, phrasing. I see what you mean. I see what you guys are doing. Oof, that sucks, Rat Negative. Who is Nigel Thornberry? A character from the Wild Thornberries. Okay. Close that group of tabs. Yeah, can we just take a moment to laugh at Pam Bondi's brother? Can we just take a moment? He lost by 82%. Like it's fucking nuts. And he got on LinkedIn to cry about it. Also, he has the world's squarest head. It's a real award that he has. Statement from Brad Bondi on the outcome of the 2025 DC bar election. Today, the results of the 2025 DC bar president-elect election were announced, and although I did not prevail, I stand with a heart full of gratitude and a mind heavy with
The thought
concern.
of Tim Curry practicing the hum and noises Nigel did on end for hours just makes me very happy. I need to hear the cut ones.
I don't know who... Okay, well, too many of you don't know who Nigel Thornberry is, so we're going to take a detour. Also, Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Here.
I don't want to alarm you, dearest, but I'm afraid I've lost the sight in my eye.
Move your hand, Nigel.
What a woman. I'll do this.
So, you know.
With my hands. And they're not mermaids, they're dugongs!
Oh, God. Well, I'm sorry.
This with my hands.
Oh, God.
Not mermaids, they're dugongs! Eliza, we heard... Lord Nelson's trousers, it's a Yeti. No creature threatens a Thornberry.
Dad, don't!
Eliza, get behind me.
Okay, we can't watch this. I will absolutely get clapped by YouTube. Anyway, that's Nigel Thornberry. Brad Bondi, though, absolutely crying his heart out. I stand with a heart full of gratitude and a mind heavy with concern for the future of the DC bar. I had hoped this race would be a contest of ideas to enhance services for our widely varied members, a chance to discuss free, on-demand CLEs, instant certificates of good standing, a stronger ethics hotline, and expanded pro bono programs that would unite us in service, from big law to solo practice. Instead, I'm disgusted by how rabid partisans lurch this election into the political gutter, turning hey, how dare this election be an election? Turning a professional campaign into baseless attacks, identity politics, and partisan recrimination. Never before has a DC bar election been leveraged along partisan lines in this way. An explicit call for members to vote based not on what's best for the institution, but according to their political affiliations. Their tactics, which included smearing me over my family and peddling conspiracies about my intentions, were not just an assault on my integrity, but on the DC bar's very mission. But by giving in to partisan impulses, we risk a never-ending cycle of political strong-arming, where every election becomes a proxy for national divides, and the bar's unity is fractured beyond repair. I caution that the bar may never recover from this politicization, a tragedy that would erode its ability to serve as a home for all members, replacing impartiality with ideological litmus tests that alienate and divide. We've seen other institutions fall to this temptation, losing their credibility and purpose. The bar must not be allowed to follow that path. I remain steadfast in my belief that the bar should be a place of service, not division. My campaign was built on that vision, and though the outcome is not what I hoped, I'm deeply grateful for the thousands of members who reached out and supported me. I will continue to serve this community as I always have, with dedication, honor, integrity, justice, and a commitment to my clients and to the principles that make our profession noble. I urge the bar's new leadership to reject the siren song of partisanship and return to our apolitical mission, ensuring every lawyer feels at home here. The stakes are high, but I believe in the enduring strength of our shared purpose. Let us recommit to a bar that lifts us all, a place where service, not politics, defines who we are. Thank you again for your support. I remain your colleague and friend, ready to work together for a better future. Ah.
Space!
Who is this? This is Brad Bondi. Pam Bondi's brother, who is trying to basically seize control of the District of Columbia bar organization, which would have been incredibly bad. Lawyer here. This is a whiny ass bitch. Empirically speaking, you are correct. I'm surprised he didn't end it with a parting shot across the bow.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
All of the thousands of people who reached out to support me.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
God. I'm going to turn that bar association into a casino that I'm going to run into the ground. Indeed. Oh, God. So anyway, folks, we've been going for almost 3 hours now. Remember to hit all those buttons. Do the things. Let's take a look here. You know what? It's been a hot minute since we checked in with Matt Walsh. Actually, you know what? Here we go. So, folks, it's been a hot minute since we checked in with one Matt Walsh. Let's take a look at what he's up to. Surely it's some hard-hitting, fact-based journalism. You know, the kind of hard-hitting, on-the-ground journalism he's always been doing. What with his exposés and documentaries. Let's take a look at his latest work.
Sesame Street has been bombarding children with propaganda for some time now.
Ah. I see. That's what Matt Walsh is up to these days. Let's just start from the beginning.
Sesame Street has been bombarding children with propaganda for some time now. A few years ago, they pushed the COVID shot and endorsed the BLM riots. We began the week by talking about the collapse of Pride Month as parades are canceled due to low attendance. And
you know, I really do want to emphasize that the fact that like Matt Walsh has to spend time talking about Sesame Street or some other children's show every, I don't know, every week or so. Like once a week, he has to give like his review of like the latest Elmo adventure, or I don't know. Like next week, is he going to review Caillou? Are we going to get a Caillou review from this guy? What about a Clifford the Big Red Dog? We gonna hear about how Clifford is communist because he's red? Like I genuinely, I love that like Matt Walsh is such a miserable son of a bitch that he's like scraping the bottom of the barrel every day that he wakes up, you know? Caillou being bald is woke. Yeah, I miss when my animated children had thick, luscious locks. How dare there be an animated show about a bald child? That's woke. Next, you're going to tell me that Caillou has pronouns.
Fucking pronouns!
And corporate sponsors drop out. Didn't happen by accident. It happened because conservatives organized rallies in defense of children, investigated hospitals and medical providers that were abusing children, boycotted corporations that promoted gender ideology, and ultimately voted to...
You know what's really weird, though? Like, you're, like, alleging that doctors are, like, mutilating children, right? And yet your actions don't really indicate that you believe that. You know? Like, bigots and transphobes are continually trying to like push the narrative that like these mutilations
Next
are
week,
happening
we'll
everywhere.
Hear about how Thomas the Tank Engine is trying to push the trans people agenda on children.
It's just a little bit too close to trans agenda, if you ask me. It's just one letter away. You can't spell trains without trans. But like, Sock it the Nookie, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But like, genuinely, I don't know, like these freaks purportedly believe that like, oh, children are being mutilated in these hospitals, but then are very happy to take their own children to said hospitals. You know, like I'm sorry, but like if I heard that there was a hospital where they would mutilate children, I wouldn't take my children to the hospital. Like I wouldn't take I wouldn't go there for treatment myself. I also wouldn't bring children there. And yet, for whatever reason, they, despite alleging this, they're like, oh, but well, the mutilations only happen in one area of the hospital. It's just, you know, there's just like one evil doctor, but all the rest are good. Like, what are you on about here? Like, you guys do not act like you believe the shit you say all the time. And that's because, frankly, I don't think most conservatives actually do believe the bigoted shit they spew. I think they just want to be bigoted, and all of the rest of it is, like, after the fact, like, rationalization, you know?
Elect politicians who recognize the reality of human biology. And for the first time in many years, conservatives rallied behind a worthwhile cause and secured meaningful...
Yeah, I do genuinely long shot F if Matt Walsh does a Q&A section. Someone needs to ask him about circumcision. Someone needs to ask him about his stance on circumcision. I don't believe that he's prepared for that.
Full change to American culture. As you can imagine, this effective campaign by conservatives, if only because it's so unprecedented, has led to sheer panic and confusion among many left-wing activists. They're really not sure what to do with themselves or how to explain their massive defeat. As recently as...
Yeah, left-wing activists don't know what to do with themselves. That's why I, Matt Walsh, am going to do an episode on Sesame Street.
A few years ago, they seriously thought that they could convince people to celebrate International Pronouns Day and Gay Uncle's Day and 100 other fake holidays.
Wait a minute, there's a Gay Uncle's Day? There's a Gunkle's Day? Genuinely though, those are banging holidays. Like if you're a, like, I'm sorry, just pause, time out. I don't know if Matt Walsh knows this, but like everyone has pronouns.
Fucking pronouns!
Like if you're a cis person, you have pronouns. If you're a non-cis person, you also have pronouns. Pronouns are not limited to trans people. Everyone has pronouns. So like if you have like, sure, is National Pronouns Day kind of a bullshit holiday? Absolutely. But you know what? You can have a lot of fun with that. You could make little cakes into letter shapes. You could eat cake. You could have little like, I don't know, like you could have little gay cakes about it, or little straight cakes. You could make little mixed drinks along different themes. You know? Like that could be fun. You could set up little pronoun piñatas. You know, I'm just spitballing here, but like that could be a silly fun time. You know, you can have fun with that. Any holiday is kind of bullshit if you decide not to do anything for it. Like if you're just like, oh, well, this is a bullshit holiday and you don't celebrate it, then yeah, of course it becomes a nothing holiday to you. But if you decide it's Gay Uncle's Day, time to celebrate my gay uncle, that's kind of fun, isn't it? That's kind of fun. Like you have to be like a real monster, a real kind of Ebenezer Scrooge type to just be like, huh, you want to have a party on a day that you're just saying is a holiday? It's kind of like, yeah, I do though. That sounds fun, actually. You know, I'm gonna make a decadent mac and cheese casserole and make mixed drinks for my friends. And yeah, it might be a bullshit holiday, but it's gonna be our bullshit holiday, and we're gonna love it. And like, I don't know, I feel like everyone should have a happy Gunkle Day. You know?
They never imagined that their whole ideology would be so discredited and so universally despised that people would forsake Pride Month, their crown jewel. This is a total shock to them. And
can we also just take a moment and be like, the way that Matt Walsh thinks that gay people think about Pride Month, it's very weird, right? Because it's also emblematic of like how a lot of conservatives think that like gay people feel about Pride Month. And it's like, their crown jewel. It's like, wait, y'all know we're gay all the time, right? Like we don't just like we're not like Cinderella-ing here the rest of the year, and then, you know, June 1st we slip we put our foot into like the ruby slipper and we you know, turn into marvelous princes and princesses. You know, that's not how it works. We're gay all the time. We're trans all the time. That, like, it's like, I don't think you get it, actually.
And therefore, all over the country, dramatic meltdowns are currently in progress. To give one example that's making the rounds, here's a liberal woman who discovered to her horror that the local Target isn't selling trans t-shirts and chest binders or tuck-friendly swimsuits this year. Instead, Target has replaced its Pride section with patriotic clothing that says USA on it. The sacred Pride shrine has been defiled. This woman's not happy about it. Watch.
Oh, surprise gay time.
Surprise gay time. Now you're all surprise gays. Now, I'm just curious, does he link the video in here? No? Okay. I really want to know who this woman is.
Pride Month in my Target that used to have the Pride section. It's now all USA. Yay. It's an American summer. Except for tourism, because tourism's down because no one wants to come here. USA, woo! And honestly, my dad served in the military, and I'd love to be really proud of this nation, but it's hard to be proud of it under Donald Trump. But hey, you know, while you're here, pick up a USA bikini. You know, why not? Yeah, Target's really taken this anti-DEI thing to another level.
Wait, I'm sorry. Matt Walsh, how did you describe that woman's video?
With patriotic horror that the local Target isn't selling trans t-shirts and chest binders or tuck-friendly swimsuits this year. Instead, Target has replaced its Pride section with patriotic clothing that says USA on it. Pride Month, their crown jewel. This is a total shock to them, and therefore, all over the country, dramatic meltdowns are currently in progress. To give one example that's making the rounds, here's a liberal woman who discovered to her horror that the local Target isn't selling trans t-shirts and chest binders or tuck-friendly swimsuits this year. Instead, Target...
I don't feel like you can describe this woman's reaction as, like, horror, like she's being hyperbolic or anything.
Just a PSA, ICE had moved some of its forces from LA to Santa Ana in CA.
Thank you for the update, Andrew S., and for the $5 super chat. But, like, it is interesting to me that, like, he's really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. This woman, you know, like, they have to make a show, right? And they have to make it seem like LGBTQ people are hysterical. They're going crazy. And, like, out of everything they could find to support that conclusion, they picked lady sounding kind of bored and disappointed in a Target. You know? That's I am mildly disappointed. Yeah.
In my Target that used to have the Pride section, it's now all... Yeah, Target's really...
She literally shrugged. She literally looked at the camera and shrugged.
Yeah, Target's really taken this anti-DEI thing to another level.
Nobody wants to come here, she says as she smiles very angrily, which is always a big red flag. Of course.
oh, fuck. As she smiles very angrily. Like, oh my God, dude. Oh, God. He has to try so hard. Yeah, that woman was so angry, just trembling with rage.
That claim would be news to the millions of foreign nationals.
Genuinely at this point, I feel like Matt Walsh probably has zero to do with prepping his show. I think he just shows up and reads a teleprompter at this point. Like, I don't think he actually knows what he's talking about until he gets to it.
To do everything in their power to come to this country every year, including committing felonies and risking their lives and their children's lives. Also, even if it were true that nobody wanted to come here, what does that have to do with Target selling American flag clothing?
Wait, but tourists don't want to come here, Matt. Her claim was tourists don't want to come here. Notice how he didn't engage with that point at all. Like, he tried to deflect onto, like, immigration, but immigration is a lot different than tourism, Matt. And, you're old enough to know that, so I have to imagine you just don't want to engage with that point because it would look pretty fucking bad for you to look at the actual, tourism numbers. Let's just tourism US. Let's just take a look at the news here. Just news results searching tourism US. Let's see. America to tourists don't come here. Fewer foreign tourists are visiting NYC. The city's feeling the pinch. American tourism takes a hit. Bad news for NYC. That's so crazy. Oh, U.S. could lose $23 billion in GDP and 230,000 jobs if foreign tourists stay away, study says. This is from 2 weeks ago. Yeah, who needs 230,000 jobs? Not America. That's just trimming the fat. We got to be efficient. Right, Matt?
Just because every single one of the 10 Canadians who can afford to go on vacation are boycotting America, we're supposed to somehow buy clothing with, we're not supposed to buy clothing with an American flag on it for that reason? This woman is fighting a battle that her side is losing, and at some level she clearly understands that. It'd be hard to miss. For example, this is the...
You know, I do want to just give some props to Bloomberg here for creating a really entertaining webpage to explain this issue. Look at the little pixel art. That's cute. Look at that. That's some real effort. Trump's 12 billion tourism wipeout. 4 months into the president's term, his policies are upending tourism worldwide. 9 charts tell the toll on global travel. Huh? You know, I gotta say that is an interesting chart. Foreigners arriving in the U.S. by air year-over-year change. That's so weird. Cool. America the Avoidable. Change in travel to the U.S. January through April of 2025 compared with a year ago. Countries that have cautioned their citizens about visiting the U.S. The UK, Canada, Germany, France, China, Spain, Netherlands, Ireland, Belgium, Denmark, Portugal, and Finland. Yeah. All right. Not a big deal, though, I bet.
The first year in a long
Good
time
night,
where most
Ashley.
corporations aren't even bothering to change their social media feeds to reflect LGBT logos. As you can see, companies like Apple, IBM, Paramount.
Okay, but like also genuinely gay people didn't give a fuck about that. Like, here's the thing that like Matt Walsh doesn't seem to understand is that like this was all like hollow performative bullshit. Like gay people don't really care about this at all. The straights are the ones that like lose their goddamn minds anytime a logo gets changed. Also, just as an FYI, just want to throw this out there. Oh, fuck. That Apple logo was literally the logo of Apple back in 1977. You know, just throwing it out there that is literally the same logo from 1977. Fuck off, Matt.
BMW, Netflix, Disney, Spotify, and American Airlines are all sitting this particular Pride Month out, at least as far as the LGBT logos go. And that's some progress, obviously. At the same time, it would be a mistake to say that Pride has been eradicated because it hasn't been. There are still various corporations and nonprofits that are pushing the message, including the people behind Sesame Street, which targets children as young as 2 years old, if not younger.
The insidious show Sesame Street that targets children as young as 2 years old with learning numbers and letters and how to read. Their insidious agenda. What are you going to read with those skills, baby? Are you going to read gay? Like what are you doing, man? Like, y'all understand, like, Matt Walsh is a freak, right? Yeah, it targets them with the curse of knowledge.
Sesame Street has been bombarding children with propaganda for some time now. A few years.
Yeah, what you're gonna teach them an L, then you're gonna teach them a G, then a B, then a T. Where does it end? A plus sign?
Years ago, they pushed the COVID shot and endorsed the BLM riots. They also broadcast a spin-off.
Citation needed. Like, on the one hand, I don't know if Matt Walsh knows this, but a very common thing that children need to do is learn how to go get vaccinated because schools require them. And it's good for them to be vaccinated against preventable illnesses, actually. And so that's one thing. A very common thing for children to fear is needles. They should probably learn how to get vaccinated. And number two, I really want Matt Walsh to present the scene from Sesame Street where Elmo looks into the camera and says, "Fuck the police." Elmo says, "Fuck the police." Like I want to see that. I want to see where Grover talks about ACAB. A C A B. I can't do a Grover voice. I don't know what Grover sounds like.
Show where a demonic-looking drag performer from Queer Eye tells children that he's going to show them his monster piece. Watch.
Elmo, Cookie, are you ready to see my monster piece?
Ready, Jonathan!
Can we take a moment to really linger here? Just really quick, can we take a moment to linger here? That Matt Walsh is implying that Jonathan from Queer Eye is saying monster piece as if Jonathan's talking about like a penis, when what's very clearly happening, and I've been able to ascertain this from like a second of watching this scene, is that Jonathan's making a reference to masterpiece. Do you want to see my masterpiece?
Mama Bear, some runway music, please.
Oh, yeah.
People and monsters alike, a round of applause for the Not Too Late Show's newest monster, Alan. Ta-da! Alan Monster is wearing the latest in high monster fashion with a set of sleek horns, fluffy fuzzy fur, all topped off with a monster honker.
Now,
oh my God. Is that gritty? Can we just
topped off with a monster honker?
Look at how mad he has to pretend to be. He has to give the exact amount of silence that signifies disapproval.
Now, where most companies and nonprofits have scaled back this kind of overt propaganda, Sesame Street is doubling down.
This kind of overt propaganda, what's overt about it, Matt? I want you to break it down. Break down to me what you think is happening here. Like, do you think that this is propaganda for penis noses, Matt? Like, the joke is obviously that the nose honks when it's pressed, and that a honker is also a nose. You know, kind of like clowns have honking noses sometimes, or honk when you squish the nose. Like, Matt Walsh is sitting here being like, they're talking about a dick nose. They're trying to get all the children hooked on a dick nose fetish. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, I just want Matt Walsh to look into the camera and break down what he thinks is happening here. You know, Matt, please, by all means, I want to see more of your in-depth analysis. Like, I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by the internal world of Matthew Walsh. Like, when he watches this and he walks away shaking his head, calling it horrible propaganda. Like, I want you to explain that. Like, walk us through the steps that get you to that point, you know? Because I think that's fascinating. That's a fascinating read on the situation.
I want to make fun of Matt Walsh's beard so badly, but I have nothing against his wife. DWA.
Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. Lance of Fury, Scorn of Storms. I'm glad I'm more happy and a better human than these miserable people. Yeah, honestly, remember always that at the very least, at your lowest moments, chat, at the very least, you're not losing your shit over episodes of Sesame Street. You know, at the very least, you're not like watching Sesame Street and going, Mr. Snuffleupagus' trunk is a metaphor for dicks. Oh, I can't believe they're indoctrinating children. Look at the size of that thing. It's huge. They've gone beyond horse dick. They're talking about elephant cock with that nose. It's flopping everywhere. Mr. Snuffleupagus. Oh, it's lewd. Oh, I'm so angry. Oh, God. Snuffleupagus. Oh, God. Fuck, it's so funny.
Down on it. That's probably because they know that children are still extremely susceptible to it. So first of all,
children are so vulnerable to schnoz-based humor. Look, it'll destroy them.
Sesame Street has invited that person back this season for an episode that's going to air later this year. Presumably, they're going to do more monster makeovers and show more children his monster piece, whatever that is.
Hey,
Jack,
Matt.
I don't think that's what jump in the trunk means.
Hey, Matt, are you trying to take a high horse here as a guy who literally sold a plush baby with your face on it? Did you literally had a store item people could buy that was your face on a plush baby? You advertised it on your show, Matt. It was on your shelf, Matt. But okay.
And secondly, just in time for Pride Month, they posted this message on social media. It reads, quote,
imagine being this pathetic, man. Imagine being so pathetic that you're angry about a bunch of monsters holding hands in a children's show. Oh my God.
on our street, everyone is welcome. Together, let's build a world where every person and family feels loved and respected for who they are. Happy Pride Month.
Oh, how dare they? How dare they threaten children with indoctrination for respecting one another and holding hands? Oh, I'm filled with rage. My hatred will shake the heavens. How dare they attack the children like this? Why, God? Why do you allow them to exist? Now I know why Sesame Street is populated with monsters.
And they have the image of the people grabbing the furry hands and all the different colors.
If Matt is into ABDL, that's totally his business. Too bad he's a closeted hateful bigot.
Thank you for the $5 dono, One-Eyed Heathen. But also just real quick,
Month. And they have the image of the people grabbing the furry hands and all the different colors of the
people. They have the different images of the people grabbing the furry hands. No, Matt, they're image. Matt. Literally, those are the hands of the prominent monsters from the show. They're all holding one another's hands. They're not grabbing each other's hands. It's such a weird way of phrasing it. Also, clearly, they're the different characters. You can see Ernie and Bert's hands. You can see Big Bird's wing hand. You can see Elmo's hand. Like, you can see Oscar the Grouch's. There's fucking Grover's hand. Like, the fucking Cookie Monster. Like, I'm an adult, Matt. I haven't watched Sesame Street in probably, I don't know, 30 years. And even I can tell you from looking at this image which hand belongs to which character on the show. They're not just grabbing hands, they're all holding each other's hands to welcome each other and show each other that it's safe to be there. Because they're a community and they love each other, Matt. Something that you are apparently unfamiliar with. He's losing his mind about this? Genuinely, yes.
Pride Month. And they have the image of the people grabbing the furry hands and all the different colors of the Pride flag. When my sleep was off, it felt like
all the different colors of the Pride flag. Matt, I don't know if you've ever watched Sesame Street before, but they are the monsters are different primary colors. It's true.
every person should be respected, because that's not true. Message you tell them.
Wait.
Just like that. Now, if you wanted to protect children, this is the exact opposite message you tell them. You wouldn't tell them that every person should be respected, because that's not true.
What? Matt, are you encouraging your children to, like, discriminate against their classmates? Like, what do you mean? I'm sorry. Point blank, every child deserves to be loved, respected, and deserves to be safe. Like, full stop. And, like, Matt's like, oh, you think everyone deserves to be respected? It's like, yeah, I think so. Now, I disrespect Matt Walsh because he flies in the very face of the idea of tolerating people different from himself. You know, if he was born, I don't know, 30 years earlier, he would have been, like, pro-segregation. Honestly, I'm not convinced he's not pro-segregation now.
For example, if somebody working for Sesame Street was arrested for possessing sexually explicit images of young children on his computer, which happened a little over a decade ago.
Huh. That's a long time ago, Matt. And, you know, Matt, I don't think you actually want to bring up someone arrested for having sexually explicit material of children on their computer, Matt. You know, I don't think you actually want to go down this road, Matt.
Matt Walsh is the bully's apps father from every cheap school drama if he was a real person.
Honestly, yeah. Let's just take, you know what? Matt, it's fine. But I would just I would just throw out there, Matt, that maybe certain people a decade ago don't have the high ground that you're pretending to have. Look at this from Blaze Media. The Duggars aren't hypocrites, progressives are, from Matt Walsh. About 10 years ago, oddly enough. That's so weird. That's so weird. By now, you've probably heard that Josh Duggar, oldest son of the 19 kids and counting family, did some very bad things a long time ago. Apparently, when he was 14, Josh fondled several young girls, including a number of his younger sisters. After admitting to these acts, his parents presented the situation to their church's leadership, and Josh was sent to a family friend in Little Rock, where he spent several months doing physical labor. When he came home, his parents brought him to a state trooper. The trooper talked to the boy, but no arrest was made. A police report was filed, though, and Josh and his sisters received counseling. The behavior stopped there, and Josh has been upfront about it to anyone who actually needs to know this information. According to his wife, he confessed his past sins to her well before they were married. The family did not, however, announce these details to the world, mostly because there was no conceivable reason to. That is until someone leaked it to a tabloid, and the whole scandal exploded over the media yesterday. Yeah, again, this is Matt Walsh. Matthew Walsh, the guy on Daily Wire, saying it's ridiculous for people to have been alerted that someone molested multiple siblings. The backlash has been severe, not because Josh's actions were terrible, though they were, of course, but because the Duggars are a prominent Christian family who regularly speak out on contentious social issues like gay marriage. Yeah, I'm also going to go out on a limb and say that maybe it's also because they push Christian concepts of purity, and also, because the actions were really bad and were covered up.
Protecting children, but who seriously would hire him as a babysitter?
Well, that's a great question, Matthew H. Thank you for the $20 Australian. But let's scroll down, because that's actually pretty apropos. Let's take a look here. Let's scroll down here. His third point here, defending Josh Duggar. I know I'm opening myself up to serious criticism here, but let me be honest with you. If my own son, God forbid, came to me and admitted to doing what Josh Duggar did, I don't know that I'd immediately run to the cops. Would you? Is it really that simple? The decision to have your child arrested as a sex offender would be an automatic thing for you? Really? I guess I'm just a horrible person then. Again, I don't think this is the guy who you should listen to when it comes to protecting the children, actually. The guy who admits to being a horrible person and says that he would cover up his child molesting his other children. Just out of curiosity here. Let's take a look here. Yeah, also, Matt Walsh kind of glazes over it in the opening of this. He fondled several young girls, including a number of his younger sisters. That's Matt Walsh saying, and I'm just going to look at the Wikipedia here, that Josh touched the breasts and genital region of his sisters on multiple occasions while they were sleeping, and sometimes when they were awake. Yeah. He also did it to a babysitter. This is the kind of person that Matt Walsh is defending. When you see Matt Walsh here being like, oh, it's sick. It's absolutely sick. Did you know that 10 years ago there was someone who worked on Sesame Street that had awful images on their computer who was caught and then sentenced for it? Yeah, but the issue there is that everyone agrees that people who look at those images should probably be arrested. They should go to jail. People agree with that.
When I was a JP, we had a similar situation. The parents turned their son in, the son got counseling, and when the therapist finished the counseling, he got deferred adjudication. He was abused himself.
Oof. Simric, that's rough. Thank you for the $10 super chat. But Matt Walsh is there saying oh yeah, nope, 10 years ago, this guy, that proves that today Sesame Street is deranged. And it's like, well, okay, if we use that same logic, though, you defended a literal child molester and said you would also cover up for other child molesters, Matt. Like, I just, like, I don't know how else you can think that. Like, if we follow your own logic, we should also continue to say, hey, Matt Walsh's productions, well, they're tainted by his defense of maybe one of the most prolific reality television child diddlers, unfortunately. You know? Also, just as an FYI, I'm not going to read this section for obvious reasons, but I am just going to point out here that there's a section of Josh Duggar's Wikipedia page. Let me find this. So I don't know that you want to go down this road, Matt. I don't know that you want to go down this road.
Then it would be a mistake to tell children that he should be respected. Some people are evil. They do terrible things, and we shouldn't respect what they do, and we shouldn't respect them either, personally. And every reasonable adult understands that, but people who want to groom children push the opposite message. Again, fortunately, we're seeing fewer and fewer of these messages lately because most adults understand exactly what's going on, but children...
What is exactly going on, Matt? Is it... I don't know. I don't know. Like, what's going on? Be explicit. Tell us what is happening. Because you're hiding behind this vague innuendo, that the vague assertion that something is happening. But, like, be explicit. Tell us what you think. I'm able to present you with facts that you defended vigorously a known child molester who then went on to continue to sexually assault people and also engage in child sex abuse materials. You defended him, Matt. You said you wouldn't turn him into police. And I don't know. I would like you to be more explicit about what you're actually talking about when that's you, Matt.
As well as adults with the minds of children, are still being targeted with this kind of LGBT propaganda. And it works particularly well on people whose brains aren't fully developed. For example, Canadians are constantly subjected to LGBT propaganda, even in 2025. Some of this propaganda takes the form of advertisements like this.
Man, do you guys love that he just called Canadians subhuman? Like the issue is, like, there's a way you can make jokes that are maybe derogatory towards like other nations or whatever, but like in a friendly way. Like I think that there's a way you can do that. People make fun of people from Minnesota all the time because we like, we're like, oh yeah, you betcha. We going fishing, we going catch that big walleye. Oh yeah, don't you know? Like we talk like that all in like the rural regions. People be into the maple syrup and root beer and shit. Like there's a way to like talk about that. It's fun. But the issue there is that you're talking about like different cultural touchstones and like having fun with that, and you're not just literally just pointing at like another nation and saying everyone from there is mentally deficient, Yeah, there are a ton of jokes you can make about Australia. Like, I still don't understand how you guys survive being upside down all the time. I thought after a certain amount of time people died from that, but you guys keep thriving down there.
This one from Air Canada. Let's check in with their priorities.
We are doing the first ever, now let me get that one straight because a few letters have been added to this one, 2S LGBTQIA plus flight ever in Canada. I do identify with the progress flag. There's something in there that represents me as well. So it was a bit of joy having the opportunity to do this flight today.
Aujourd'hui, ce que ça signifie, c'est vraiment un moment très spécial. C'est vraiment un terme de visibilité, de vraiment exprimer à tout le monde. On se sent vraiment accueilli, vraiment accepté pour qui on est.
Pour célébrer l'inclusion à la diversité, nous sommes heureux d'annoncer que le vol d'aujourd'hui
features our very first all 2S LGBTQIA plus crew.
The safety and the well-being of all the passengers on board rests in our hands. So it doesn't matter who they are, what they represent. I'm equally responsible for all of them.
D'ailleurs, on aimerait vous souligner ce moment marquant de...
Oh no. Is the twist to this story that the plane crashed? Were they all too busy being gay and the plane crashed? Is that what happened? Is that the obvious conclusion that Matt Walsh is talking about? The implication of all of this? Like, they were just all too busy being gay and it crashed in a terrifying ball of flame above the copious maple fields of Manitoba? Oh, wait, no, nothing bad happened. Everything was fine. And the maple fields lived to maple another day.
Okay. And want to celebrate not just our community.
If anything, the plane would go faster because everyone knows to get out of their way because they're gay.
But our freedom to be who we are, both at work and in society. Valuing people equally, both in the air and on the ground, and celebrating our identities, no matter what they are, with customers and our employees.
Oh no, celebrating identities no matter what they are. Wait, does Matt Walsh think that wouldn't also include like straight people? Like does he not know that straight people also have identities?
Is important to us. Shante, you all stay.
Yeah, have you guys never seen a gay person walking? They're either very slow or they're very fast, and I have to imagine if they work in transportation, they're the fast ones. Average Matt Walsh fans throwing up, heaving. Skin burning.
Now, in case you couldn't make it out because some of it's in French, the captain says that this flight is a watershed moment in Canadian history, and that's what he tells the passengers. The first all 2SL LGBTQIA plus flight, he says, was a major development for Canada as a country. Truly, Canada will never be the same after this moment. They got a bunch of two-spirits, lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, queer, intersex, asexual.
I mean, Matt Walsh should be in favor of this policy. If all of us are up in the air in the airplanes, then we're farther away from him. Like, he should be in favor of this. You know? If we're all busy working airlines, we're all constantly up in the air. Miles away from Matt Walsh.
And plus sign people together, and they flew the plane. It's like the Canadian version of the moon landing. Actually, it's less impressive than it sounds. As best I can tell, they didn't make sure that all the passengers were 2SL LGBTQIA plus. That would have been, more impressive. And
Matt, are you suggesting that they fuck the passengers? Like, in order to get on this plane, you have to suck a dick. Like, wait, what? Like, what are you talking about, Matt? If you can't suck a dick, you're flying on the straight plane, and it's going to take a half an hour longer to get to where you're going. Yeah, Matt seems sad that he wasn't invited to the gay plane.
Probably very illegal and highly invasive. Instead, they're just referring to the crew.
And wait. Highly invasive. He literally thinks that. No. Wait. He actually thinks that like when he says they should have made sure, he literally thinks they should have had like passengers suck dick in order to get on the plane. I was making a joke.
Apparently every crew member falls into one of these letters or symbols. But that still raises the question of how exactly Air Canada determined the identities of its various crew members. When they were signing this crew, did they
probably better drinks on the gay plane, right? Higher quality amenities. Again, not because of like preferential treatment for the gays, but because the gays would fight for better amenities for the passengers.
Look for someone who's intersex? Did they ask the captain who he likes to sleep with? Did they grill him about how many spirits he has? What if he said he had 3 spirits? Would he be disqualified because they're only interested in people with 2? That seems like a pretty obvious safety risk. I mean, you want a pilot with as many spirits as possible, I would think. Sadly, though, even in Canada in the year 2025, 3-spirit discrimination.
Well, as we all know, like the 3-spirit plus community goes on Spirit Airlines. You know, it's a discrimination we have to address.
Remains very real, but we're picking on Canada too much. To be fair, there are a few other entities that are still continuing down this path. The New England Patriots uploaded some gay imagery, for example. So,
sir, you have too much spirit for this airline. I'm afraid we'll have to transfer you to Spirit Air.
No surprise there. For their part, the Philadelphia Museum of Art decked out their famous stairs with various trans-colored flags.
Like, I'm sorry, you're upset about stairs, man? Like, really? Like in your worldview, like the West is collapsing, and it's because like there are gay flags on stairs. How, like in their world, right? The West must be such a weak construction. Who is this beard dude? I don't know, some whack job.
This is where the Rocky statue is located. You can see it here. And, you know, for a long time, we've wondered how trans activists would...
Wait, you're literally upset that they put a flag, 3 flags down the stairs for a photo op and then took them away? So not only are you upset that there are like trans colors and like gay colors on the stairs, you're upset that they were ever near the stairs. Like I'm sorry, like conservatives are such pussies, you know, like genuinely. Except that does a disservice. I like pussy. Like they're just weak. They're just weak. You know, like if this makes you like crumble emotionally, you're weak. Like there's no other way to put it. If you see this and you feel angry, like you're weak.
Up their game after painting flags all over the roads so that people would be forced to drive over them. And now we have our answer. They're going to put their flags all over the stairs that you're walking on. I guess the idea is that we're supposed to trample the pride flag under our feet.
They're clearly not going to stay there, Matt. Are you stupid? I mean, I know the answer to that, but are you stupid?
I mean, that would seem to be the obvious implication here. And if that's the case, I have to confess, I think it's a great idea. It's a much better idea than the pride flags on random roads because everybody wants to emulate Rocky and run
Walsh
up and down.
And his ilk have one job, and it's soothing repressed white guilt and coddling fragile bigots.
But also, like, does he not, like, even in the situation he's putting forward here, like,
flags on random roads because everyone...
The idea was like he was upset about pride flags being painted on roads, and he's like, what's the idea? You're gonna put the pride flags on the stairs and have everyone walk on them? Like people weren't driving on the roads where the pride flags were painted, Matt? Man, you're running out of juice. This is weak as hell.
Everybody wants to emulate Rocky and run up and down those steps. So I'll book my flight to Philadelphia right now. I'll fly Air Canada if I can. Leave it to Philadelphia to construct the world's first Pride monument that's actually interactive and worth visiting. I have to admit, I didn't see that coming. Hats off to these brilliant innovators.
I'm sorry, but does he think that like the Pride flags painted on roads, you couldn't walk on them? I just, yeah, why would you fly Air Canada to Philly, man? What is wrong with you? On like every single level of like delivery here. What the hell is happening?
Doesn't matter if it makes sense. His audience is scared they might not be good people and need someone to lie to them.
Oh, absolutely. That is absolutely the case, Nomi Sunrider, but it doesn't mean we can't mercilessly roast him for being a moron.
The city of brotherly love, I suppose. As for everyone else who continues to push unironic and uninteresting Pride Month propaganda long after Pride Month has faded into irrelevance, the Sesame Streets and the Air Canadas of the world, I have a very different message. Like Pride.
Yeah, Sesame Street will fade into irrelevance. Ignore the fact that Sesame Street is literally older than Matt Walsh.
Month itself, you are all today canceled. If you'd like to see what else I have to say, you can access my full...
What an incredible mind. And I mean that in the most derogatory way possible. Matt Walsh is definitely this guy. Yeah. Though I'm just throwing this out there. Why not climb up this like sloped area over here? That looks like a much easier place to get up the stairs, actually. I can't touch the pride flag. If I do, I'll die. Like, I don't know. The conservatives act like every Pride Month is like some weird version of the movie Crank, where if they touch or look at a pride flag too long, their heart will explode. You know? It's really weird sometimes, but anyway, Matt Walsh is well, I think you all know from watching the video. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe because it helps out the channel. Do the things, hit the buttons, help a girl out. And happy Pride Month, everybody. I don't know what else to say. Like we just watched a grown man have a full-on meltdown about Sesame Street. Like what even is the conservative movement anymore? Folks, we've been going for almost 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. Please consider supporting the stream with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Hit the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click. Wait, isn't canceling something supposed to be life ruining? Why is he saying that Pride is canceled when the only thing he's trying to paint it as is something people are no longer interested in? Well, because sometimes you have to cancel something that's not interesting. You know, sometimes you find something that is absolutely not interesting and people are losing interest in it and you need to cancel it. It's like a television show. I stood up to dance to that. Good. It's a way of stretching your legs. Do the things, folks. And consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make the show possible. I literally couldn't do it without you guys supporting me day after day, month after month. You guys allow me to do this cool stuff. I'm building a studio right now, so especially any support you can throw my way, very, very much appreciated. We're setting up a room for me in my partner's basement. We're doing the renovation, getting closer to pulling the trigger on that. So again, anything you can throw my way to help that would be appreciated because we're gonna be having a new surroundings soon. You can see my shelves are progressively more empty. The keen-eyed of you. Norm MacDonald, I'm a deeply closeted gay man. Wow, so you're gay? No! What the hell? I said I was deeply closeted. His beard is his whole persona. It really is. If you take away Matt Walsh's beard, all he has left is a Confederacy t-shirt. Drink H2O and stretch? Okay. Oh, God. Put the elliptical down there so you can do exercise streams. Unfortunately, the space is not going to be large enough for that. But I also need to get an elliptical. So that's going to... Again, anything you guys can throw my way to help support the show so I can, like, continue my exercise arc and also do my show would be very, very, very much appreciated. You're building a studio? Yeah, I'm gonna be moving in with my partner soon, guys. And one of the things I have to do is I thought you had one. I live in an apartment building, and my apartment building has like a little gym, and it has an elliptical in the gym. But I need to get an elliptical in order to continue that once I move in. Does that make sense? Liking the vibe today? Thank you. Wait, no, guys. I'm not growing too fast. I'm moving into my partner's, like, condo. Does that mean you two are going to be roommates? It does mean that, in fact. If you need a gym membership, Planet Fitness is fine. Nah, I think I'm just going to get, like, a used elliptical. Like, I don't use a ton of the machines, and I have like a small free weight set. And I think between free weights and like an elliptical, I think I'm going to be a-okay. That's exciting. I think that's exciting too. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm like, it's also really scary just because like moving stuff stresses me so much. But just noticed your necklace. Thank you. My partner gave it to me. Finn, thank you for the £2. Appreciate you. It's really all you need. I agree. I just want something I can consistently do cardio on. And do like a little bit of free weights and maybe like I have a yoga mat. I can between those three things, I think I'm good. Ellipticals are really good for your back, but they're also really good for your knees. That's the big thing for me. Look on Facebook Marketplace in February or March. A lot of barely used exercise machines will go on discount. Very true. Very, very true. But I need to try out different ellipticals to see what I like. So we'll be going to like a second wind or something, or maybe I'll be like tagging along with my mom to go to a gym to try out different types of ellipticals. It's funny how you say pounds. You're welcome. Have I experienced the runner's high? Absolutely. Though it's less, for me, it's less a runner's high and more of a, oh man, maybe everything will be okay type of feeling. How late is stream tonight? Like, how late are we going, or how late did we start? Austin protester took over an ICE building. Now that's cool. How late are we going? That I don't know. Wait, you can get high without THC? Yeah, you can. Actually, you can hack your body's endorphin machine. And if you run, it gives you a little bit of a high. I've experienced runner's extreme nausea. Yeah. You just gave me a whole new motivation. I mean, the general feeling of being able to deal with stress is literally the reason I work out these days, you know? Boo. All right. Let's see. What are we going to do next? I have a couple of things to do. Oh, God. Okay. I'm going to go pee. When I return, everybody, we are going to cover... I think we're going to cover Charlie Kirk. I'll give you guys the option. I'm just going to take a show of hands here. Who wants Charlie Kirk, and who wants Tim Pool? Okay, those are your two options. We'll see if we can get through both. Kirk or Pool? Kirk or Pool? Pool. Kirk. Pool. Okay, people are leaning more towards Tim Pool. I think that'll be a good one. A BRB.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Drain the black gold. Open to God that the timbers hold. like my father before me. It's all I know. We live only to harvest the cold, harvest the cold. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We take the roads, we take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come, here we come. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the men knows they've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation. 47, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Hello, 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 everyone. How we doing? Free Palestine? True. How we doing, folks? You ready? We didn't fight? Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys didn't fight while I was gone. Sugarcane by Forlorn Strangers. I'll take a look. Not right now, but I will take a look.
Tim Pool with Stephen Miller would be a white supremacist with a white supremacist.
I wish I didn't understand that reference. Well, are you guys ready for some real brain rot? Are you guys ready? Also, Saki Tanuki, thank you for consistently supporting the stream. It's been really, really nice. Folks, I don't know how to like preamble this segment because genuinely my initial plan for this was to introduce it with two other segments. You know what? I'm going to ask you guys. You guys can decide. All right. Do you guys want me to just jump right into this Tim Pool marathon session? or like without the preamble, which would involve doing a Crowder video and the Young Turks video beforehand. That's the preamble. Or would you like the Charlie Kirk debate? Which, just jump right into it? Because if you want me to do the preamble, we'll do that tomorrow. F it, let's nosedive. Do what makes you happy. Aw, you guys. Billy Bragg's Union songs. I will definitely do that. We jump in anything to avoid TYT. All right. Okay. We'll save those videos for a new day, folks.
It's some document in another.
I need to present to you guys some true brain rot. But before we get into it, I need to adjust my girls. Sorry, I know it's indecent of me. There we go. Whew. GG chat is freaking out on the phone. GG chat was weirdly slow a few minutes ago. All right, here we go.
Space!
Gotta prep the soundboard here. So, folks, there's a man, there's a beanie named Tim Pool. Now, Tim is a proud fence sitter, someone who can never truly be nailed down on his real political beliefs. He's someone who plays it all very close to the chest. He's, you know, a very interesting individual, to say the least, which, of course, is why he decided to do a stream 3 days ago with one John Doyle. Now, for those who've watched my channel for a while, you might be familiar with John Doyle as, hey, isn't that guy who tried to, like, rebrand Nazism as a new political movement based on Gaston from Beauty and the Beast? And yes, that is the guy who tried to do that. He's a full-on white nationalist. He hasn't been doing as many videos lately, but, you know, that hasn't stopped him from getting on Tim Pool, I guess. And, you know, Nomi Sunrider, valid reaction, a lot of ellipses in a row, valid reaction. But the twist to all of this is that Tim Pool did this show with John Doyle and another creator called
It's
Soy
hard
Pill.
to get nailed down on your beliefs when you don't have any. Das Vedanya Comrade.
Very true, Sake Tanuki. Also, I'm impressed that text-to-speech can read Das Vidanya. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But people might not be as familiar with Soy Pill. I certainly wasn't. And my initial assumption, and I did pre-watch some of this, okay? Just full disclosure. And my assessment of Soy Pill is that Soy Pill is very much a lib, like, content creator. Like, he's a political content creator, but he's, like, firmly in the liberal category. And I think it means I'm going to have a lot of commentary on this particular endeavor that we're about to embark upon. And we're going to do our best. The title of this episode is Liberals Are Soy Boys, Reject Masculinity, Debate Me, The Culture War with Tim Pool. And boy howdy. I can tell you it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. I think he's more leftist. Okay, well, I mean, we'll see. Maybe like the tactic that I observed here was like trying to get them off kilter. But we'll see. Here we go. Like a neo-lib? I don't know about that. Like, let me put it this way. When I checked out Soy Pill's like social media, he did like an event with Ro Khanna on how Democrats can get men on board. I think he's part of that SAM project for Democrats to reach out to men. He's fine. I'm just, as a leftist, I wasn't nodding along being like, yes, I agree with every single one of these points. You know, he's a lib in my book. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just like his debate tactic for this. I don't know, but we'll find out. Yeah, guys, I'm not saying liberals can't make good content. God, Tim Pool just staring into your soul in the
liberal
weight
men
stream.
are soy boys. Debate me. Okay, that's the debate tonight. Well, I always think it's nighttime. I'm just, doing live in the morning. This morning, our debate is liberalism rejecting masculinity. We got a couple of gentlemen joining us to have this debate. Sir, would you like to introduce yourself first?
Yeah, before we start, one of us is going to have to change, right?
Well, we're not completely wearing the same thing, but I was wearing it first, so I mean.
Well, so I've been told by Alex Jones that you wear the beanie because you have the, what did he say? He said, Tim Pool has the mark of the beast on his forehead, and he hides it because he's the Antichrist.
Well, I mean, he calls it the mark of the beast. It's a pentagram.
Okay, but yeah, I'm the Soy Pill. I make video essays. I'm a progressive. I'm a soy boy, but I try to own it, and try to fight the stereotype. But
all right. He's a soy boy.
Yeah.
And you are not a soy boy, sir?
I don't know if I would identify myself as such necessarily. I'm.
Can we just say that, like, John Doyle's like one of the least masculine looking men in like the conservative space? Like I don't know. He's got that scrawny nerd aesthetic going on, which makes it even funnier that he tries to project masculinity.
Simply a guy who talks about politics on the internet. My name is John Doyle, and I'm glad to be back on the program.
I don't know. He looks like he works out more than you do.
Well, he's got to, that's the thing. That's why he calls himself the Soy Pill. His job and why he exists in the ecosystem is to sort of be a lightning rod and be like, soy boys? Absolutely not. Look at me. I go to the gym. So it's like a costume. I mean, I respect a good physique, but it has to be that way because it's
respecting a man's physique is pretty soy, I got to say. Like, you're checking me out. Like,
I didn't say that, but no, I mean, it's indicative of discipline and things like that, which, I mean, 99% of people on your side would reject, but it's good for you. I'm happy for you personally.
Well, we'll try to change that. That's kind of the point.
Okay, well, let's get into that. I mean, that's the general idea. There's a couple elements to this. We were going over what is the core theme yesterday, and it's that masculinity is incompatible with liberalism was one of the arguments, or that liberalism rejects masculinity. I guess
God.
That's your argument. Do you want to kick off what you mean by this?
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true, whether you look at it from like a fundamental perspective where the idea behind liberalism is more or less derivative of this like blank slate. John Locke, father of liberalism, that we are all these blank slates, and if there is to be a masculine or feminine identity that is simply because of what's popularly, I guess, argued to be like a social construct or something, but it's not something that's really rooted in nature. There is no natural way for men and women to behave, and insofar as we see those throughout society or history.
He's I'm sorry, you're trying to argue this guy's a massive gym bro with that physique? I'm not saying I'm not no shade. Those arms are scrawny.
It's because men typically have oppressed women for whichever reason. And so I would say that it rejects the concept of masculinity. And there are ways to intellectualize this and, what is a real man or something. But I would just say that it's how men typically tend to be.
I'm not dissing the beanpole physique. I'm just saying, like, for a guy whose entire thing is, hey, you should be a Nazi because Nazis will allow you to be truly masculine. Like, he's a scrawny little motherfucker. That's all I'm saying. I have nothing against scrawny men.
Behave when left to their own devices. And moreover, I would say it rejects it in terms of its political implementation, because when liberalism or liberals tend to get in power, what we tend to see is not only they're being rejected by men who are maybe more normal or masculine, as you see, whether it's you're looking at who men are voting for, or you look at maybe the most, I guess, extreme manifestations of left-wing men in the country. Look at like the Antifa mugshots. They all tend to look a certain way. And then
Hey, you remember all those Antifa mugshots you saw? Yeah. Well, what if that was all liberals? Huh? That's the basis of my political analysis.
And when liberals get into power, they persecute masculinity. I mean, they make male behavior illegal, they empower women, they demonize men throughout the culture.
Male behavior's been illegal. Did you know that, chat? They outlawed male behavior. I wonder what male behavior he's possibly talking about.
Or things of that nature. There's even like a biological component, which I know we've covered on the show before with RFK and different things they're putting into the.
What male behavior is like illegal from like?
Hey, let's go.
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. Well, first of all, patriarchy, fatherhood, courting, all things like.
It's illegal to be a father. It's illegal to court a woman. And like you have to live in like a completely alternate reality to believe this shit, like the patriarchy is illegal. We literally live under patriarchy right now. Fatherhood's illegal. Fathers still exist. Courting your woman is illegal. People can date. Like, what are you talking about? What is this, 1867? Uncle Gumbald, unironically, John Doyle's the kind of guy who'd argue that 1867 was a better time for all involved. It was the golden age of society. Except that he'd be arguing that because he's in favor of slavery.
Being white is illegal. The pasty Archie is over.
Legal though? Yes, yeah. In many cases, like typical male behavior, which would be used to take control of your household, to meet a woman, things like that are.
I'm sorry. What typical male behavior would be used to take control of a household? I'm just curious. I'm just asking some questions. I'm struggling here. What typical male behavior dominates the household? Because it really seems like he's talking about beating your wife. He yearns for the good old days when you could just beat your wife and it was legal.
Culturally enforced to either be, denigrated or demonized, or in some cases, like, yeah, you can have, police harass you if you make, or maybe coworkers harass you or HR harass you for making an inappropriate comment at the office or something like that.
I think Doyle is taking the you shouldn't have to ask for consent route. I'm curious if Ha admits to it.
Oh, so Ren, John Doyle's the kind of guy who is basically going to eventually admit to what he's talking about. Though I wonder if he's matured as like a political commentator in his like political ideology where he's not going to do that on Tim Pool's show. It is definitely the kind of thing that in the past he'd admit to on his own show.
I would say to the illegal component, there is not that on the books it says being a man is illegal. Like obviously beating your wife is illegal, and it should be. However, there are circumstances.
Notice how Tim has to head that one off at the pass because we were all thinking that's exactly what John Doyle was trying to imply. Notice Tim is already we're less than 5 minutes in, and Tim is like, no. Tim, beating your wife is illegal. We can all agree that is good. Moving on.
Circumstances where because of this system, the balances of it, men who don't beat their
non-binary, it is true that 700 U.S. Marines were sent to L.A. It's unclear what they're going to do once they're there, considering that the president hasn't invoked the Insurrection Act.
Wives who actually get beaten by their wives will still have the police called on them, and they are more likely to get arrested.
Yeah, but that's not making masculinity illegal. That's a concept of these, perceived gender roles. Women are perceived as weaker, and frankly, mostly are. So if that does happen, it's just a matter of like, hey,
women are
this
weak.
Big guy, huh?
I said women are weak.
Yeah, well, I mean, just in general, they're on a spectrum. Like, no, I mean, people like, get to mad at the left for like rejecting the reality of like, most women are weaker than most men, which is true. But like, that does come back and hurt men too sometimes when it's like, oh yeah, like how could this woman be beating this man? Like, how could that possibly?
Yeah. I hope you guys can understand why I started listening to this and I was like, what is this guy's deal? And why I'm kind of like, oh yeah, I don't know how progressive this guy is, you know? As a trans woman in particular, like that hits me in a very certain way.
Possibly happen, but that's a factor of viewing women as less.
I'm just saying.
But this could also just be like his tactic for the debate to throw off folks like Tim. You know, they are trying to get under your skin this entire time. So I'm willing to like withhold judgment.
If we're going to view the law as a rigid, it is as it is, then I would disagree with you, John. It's not illegal to be a man, but if we're looking at the function of what law does, because typically we don't. I bring this up all the time. There are laws in the books we don't actually enforce.
Sure.
Like my favorite, as I was reading this book, and it said it's illegal in Boston to cool a pie on your windowsill on Tuesday or something.
Well, yeah, because it
Back then,
interferes with air traffic when the people float through the air.
Well, back in the day, it was with bears. It's like you live in a small village, you don't want a bear coming by. Don't put food on your windowsill. But now who cares, right?
It's the results of social incentives, cultural programming, which create the same effect, a deterrent.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, genuine question here. Why would people put pies on windowsills to cool? Like, is it less like the windowsill positioning and more like air circulation issues? Because back in the day, like you didn't have like, I don't know, a house fan circulating air in your house. Well, you had to cool them down, but like you could theoretically you could just put it someplace else in your house. I know it's a meme, but also like there is some historical truth to it. People do historically be stealing pies off of windowsills. The outside air is presumably cooler than it was in the warm, unless it was a warm month. I mean, probably it got hot inside because of like the oven and like as I say it, of course, it starts making sense.
That would be, created perhaps by a law that's enforced, but without having the bad optics of like literally making it illegal to be a man or something. Yeah.
Yeah, so
yes, guys, I understand the basic concept of a pie that is hot getting cooler over time. I was just saying, like, you could presumably put your pie elsewhere to cool it down other than a windowsill, but okay, all right.
There's an apparatus of law that is anti-male or masculine.
Nobody had desk fans. Are you guys using desk fans to cool off your pie? I'm done with this. I'm done with you guys.
I don't know. I don't see that. So I hear what you're saying. I think a problem with the left is
next you guys are going to be talking to me about like how you mix together ingredients and it turns from like flour into cookies. God damn, guys. You guys are chat-splaining me right now.
4 years being a straight white guy, it was like the norm, right? And then finally the left starts getting into power and it's like, hey, let's highlight all these marginalized voices, right? Like women come here, black people come here, trans voices, gay voices, whatever. And the problem is now it's not focused on men. And a lot of these pendulum swinging people are like, yeah, you guys are the patriarchy, you guys are the cis-het white males. And there is like a attack or at least a narrative against that. But I don't know, it kind of reminds me of something like white privilege, like that term, where if you look like
you have your 10 kids take shifts blowing on the pie. Yeah, the original desk fan. Oh god.
Like back in the 90s and 2000s, I want to say like kind of everyone just accepted like, oh yeah, black people get treated worse by the police. Like they have it worse off. Like there's the what's that Onion skit where it's like, this is America. No one deserves to be treated like a black man, right? Like, yeah, it's like they rule that a white woman could be treated as a black man. That's like, right. And it's like that was kind of like culturally accepted. But as soon as you introduce the term like white privilege, now you have people like white guys, like even me when I first heard this in high school, I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Like I have problems, right? Like things are happening to me that are out of my control that suck, and now you're telling me my life's just better. Like this is kind of this weird term that's like attacking the people that really haven't done anything wrong in a way to frame the idea that other people are less well off. And I see that kind of happening with men now, where they're no longer centered because it was the norm for so long. And so people feel rejected from the left. But really the left is this umbrella of, hey, yeah, you can be a soy boy, you can be like a little Twinkie guy, femme, coded, gay, whatever, but you can also be masculine. But those masculine, traditionally masculine people, which is the norm, which most people do fall into, are not, don't feel as welcome because they're not the only thing that's being focused on, which is what the right does, right? It's like, hey, you can be, this is all we are, rather than this is the umbrella that encompasses that. And people like me, like I grew up in the most progressive place like on the planet in San Francisco. I went to like a liberal college, UC San Diego. This is like, all the SJWs. There were people like on the middle of the campus with signs that said like white men bore me, or little posters are like, oh, don't say minorities, say POC, right? Like very, very progressive SJW stuff back in 2016 era. And like none of that made me less masculine or make me want to be less masculine. It just made me say, oh, okay, that's kind of annoying, or like that's weird. But like the idea that it's such a turnoff that it's pushing you into a different party is weird to me, because like my ideals haven't changed. It's just like, oh, okay, like I can still be me. I can still be this in this party. I'm just not the sole focus.
I think.
And like, honestly, that's a really good answer right there, right? Like it summarizes the fact that like historically people in power have been a certain demographic, especially in this country, white, wealthy, male, straight, cis, and like that has changed. There are now more categories of people. There's now more ways you can be. There are now more ways in which other people can hold power in society, and that's threatening to some people. Like the idea that you have to change to possibly accommodate others. Well, change is scary to some people, In fact, I would say change is scary to a lot of people, but he's right. Like your ideals shouldn't change just because like, I don't know, there are more and different types of people than when you were a kid, or you're more aware of.
I don't think it's about sole focus or centering or anything. I mean, if you even are familiar with like the average temperament or disposition of a conservative or a Republican, these are people who fundamentally like just want to be left alone. Like you don't have to.
God, I wish that was true.
Go and talk to a bunch of like Trump supporters and appeal to them as like the white vote or the straight vote or things of that nature. And I think it is actually pushing.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Just want to be left alone. Like you don't have to go and talk to a bunch of like Trump supporters and appeal to them as like the white vote or the straight vote or things.
I'm sorry. The entire basis of the Republican Party for the last 50, 60 years has literally been doing that. The entire basis of the Republican Party is the Southern strategy, the process by which the Republican Party systematically targeted white evangelical Christians across the United States. Like that's literally the thing that the Republicans have been doing. Like you cannot understand our current political predicament without understanding that basic fact. The fact that after like the battle was lost on segregation, conservatives moved towards the fight on abortion and politicizing evangelical Christians, predominantly white evangelical Christians who felt that they were under attack specifically because private schools were forced to integrate. And that was viewed at the time as an attack on their fundamental rights to religious freedom. And that's how then Republican political strategists got involved with the fight on abortion and politicized about abortion, which before had not been a prominent issue in white evangelical religious politics. Like literally the entire assault on Roe v. Wade has been a product of this Southern strategy. The entire base of the Republican Party, the entire reason we have like QAnon ascendant and white nationalism ascendant right now is, Christian nationalism ascendant right now is due to that,
Things of that nature. And I think it is actually pushing people who otherwise would have preferred to identify themselves with like the predominant party into the arms of Republicans or Trump, as has been the case with a lot of media personalities, for example, because they do feel ostracized, not just because of maybe some of the excesses that you see on the college campus with like a sign or a t-shirt that says like boys are icky or like down with white power or something, but because the policies which these people are pursuing ultimately are dispossessing normal white Americans, and they're becoming more aware of that, which is why they're walking away. They may agree with you.
Dispossessing them of what? Of what? Also, I really do want to make a shirt that says "Icky Boys." Maybe like "I love Icky Boys." I don't know. We'll workshop the idea.
On, you know, wanting to be left alone, people can have their own identity, but at the end of the day, when that party gets into power, they act in ways which dispossess normal Americans, takes money from them, opportunities from them, and redistributes it to literally the entire world and demonizes them throughout the culture.
Yes. The entire, I love that in his worldview, the entire world is robbing white men of their power and money. Do you feel like you've been screwed over? That's because the entire world robbed you. Like, literally people who are trying to frame themselves as the most victimized on the planet.
So I would like it to be some umbrella. I think that would be nice, but that's not what we tend to see when you guys get into power. And even in your own case.
The issue is that even as you're describing it, people view politics and people of all generations as a single group.
Yeah, that's
so
John
when you
Doyle,
say things like, it's the right, they're, white masculine men or whatever, and the left is trying to lift up voice.
Excellent question, Adam S. Why is John Doyle's definition of normal seemingly only white men? It's almost like he's some kind of white nationalist or something. It's almost like that. Because it is like that.
Voices that aren't actually white men. That is saying that the younger generation of liberals have an issue with boomers and Gen X, so they penalize Gen Z men in a way that these Gen Z men can't comprehend or they were not party to.
I think it's perceived.
This guy is soy pill. And I believe he's kind of like a liberal progressive type. I don't know. We'll find out more.
Penalizing. I don't think it is, but I know what you mean.
But it is.
That's the thing. Well,
no, but it is.
Like I have never
holding
felt penalized.
A group attacking white people, insulting white people, and then they're allowed to do it, is creating a condition by which you are allowed to be racist to a group of men that did not experience this white privilege that was described.
Sure, but like...
So that's penalizing.
See, one of the things that was bothering me when I pre-watched a bit was like ceding any of the ground to these people,
Well, first of all, again, as much as I have a problem with the term white privilege, I think you can look at like statistics of do white people get as much shit as black people.
Great. Now let's go back to what I was saying about Gen Z.
I'm just saying, how about you do experience it, but the problem is like
let's talk about my point.
We can.
An 18-year-old man did not experience the white privilege of a 55-year-old white man.
You're saying
so
like
an
economics, like
an 18-year-old who's entering the world and saying, "Man, it's really hard on me," and then the left in these colleges say, "Ha, you're white, you're bad, you're stupid, you bore me," and when they go, "Please stop making fun of me," they go, "No, you."
I love that people like Tim Pool have to make up a fictional scenario in which a white man goes to college and like gets to his first college class and like the entire classroom turns and they're all like non-white and like gay and trans and women, and they all point at him and say, "Ha, you're white, you're dumb, you're boring." And then in this scenario, "Please stop making fun of me," and they say no, and it's the most devastating thing you can imagine. Like it's crazy, right? Like we can all appreciate that this is you bore me, Yakubian. Yeah. No.
You have white privilege. And he goes, "No, the old guy might have, but I don't."
Well, that's the thing is when I say, hey, generationally, you can look at the way that these races have been treated. And yeah, like you're not experiencing the boomer housing market, right? Like I'm not as well off as my parents. They bought a house for like, $300,000 and it's now worth like $1 bajillion. I would never be able to afford that. I probably never will be able to. I just have to wait for them to die. But
nah,
that's
that
not
one
the same
American,
thing as white
it's
privilege.
costume jewelry.
Before that.
Huh?
BlackRock will get it before that.
That's true. That's true.
Not even joking.
Yeah. No, the idea that like that has something to do with like the way that different races are treated by some sort of system, I think is irrelevant. But the point is, this is what I'm saying, is like, you don't feel white privilege. I'm not like, oh boy, what a great day well, I am like, what a great day to be white, because like let's be real, it's kind of hard to be all the other races. But you're not feeling this advantage. It's the point is, like, if it was framed as something like black detriment.
I actually disagree with you about it's so hard to be the other races.
Harder? Oh, what, because you're Korean?
Yeah, when I was growing up, I was told that if I put down that I was Mexican, I would get free stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, so my parents told me not to put down that I was Asian when I was applying for anything because I'd be discriminated against.
You're talking about like DEI policies and how like, or maybe like an affirmative action thing.
Tim, wait. Tim, you're saying I disagree that it would be harder to be other races. And then you told a story about your parents telling you to sign up as a different race so that you wouldn't be discriminated against. How anyway, like I feel like I shouldn't. This somehow broke my brain, right? Like, you're trying to argue I don't think it's harder to be other races, but then you're literally pointing out a way in which it's harder to be a non-white person in America. That seems like you're proving the opposite of what you're trying to assert.
That's like trying to correct a historical record, so like a white person might feel like, well, this guy, because this happened to me in college, like I saw people that were maybe not as like smart as me get advantages, maybe because it was like a, you know what SWE is, like Society of Women Engineers, like they'd get certain opportunities or scholarships, and it's like, well shit, like I didn't get 10 grand to just go and do this like one particular thing. It's literally just because you have a vagina. That does happen.
Female privilege.
Sort of.
Literally.
But the point is, like, if you're looking at it as a societal thing, it's like that is something that in this specific, minutia of college, yeah, there are people that are going to be lifted up over maybe white people, but you don't see that as privilege insofar as like, hey, I don't feel like I'm getting the better end of the deal. In fact, these people are, but it's talking about a historical thing of, oh, these people had it worse off for so long. But that's why I would call it like a black detriment and not like a white privilege. But this is.
See, I don't think this is a useful line of attack. I understand the point that he's trying to make. I just think that like getting bogged down in how you sell the point here is less important than the actual like point itself, which I feel like he's getting that mixed up a little bit. But like that's fine. Like he's doing okay. I understand what he's going for.
Back to your point on, what was it?
What does that mean, though?
The point.
Right. Like, this is a bit in the weeds. Exactly.
I still remember how in high school all the white kids were lying about getting rejection letters just for being white. It's fragility based on lies.
I mean, yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like, oh, we don't need to hear that. You don't need to hear it twice. But like, another way to have engaged with Tim here would be to talk about the fact that like Tim tried to say like white privilege isn't real because like a 55-year-old white man had more economic opportunities than an 18-year-old white man does today. But like the actual comparison there is not an 18-year-old white man to a 55-year-old white man. It's an 18-year-old white man to a 18-year-old black man. Like, both are entering into the same economic time. And you can talk about like the 55-year-old white man and the 55-year-old black man, like that would be another point of comparison, but you aren't like, if you're talking about like, oh yeah, in the past there were different economic opportunities. Yeah, that's just the nature of like linear time, I don't know what their point is. Well, I think we're in the weeds, right? I think that his point was essentially that calling it white privilege is confusing because there are white people who, despite having white privilege, have shitty lives. And so when you encounter someone like that and say you have white privilege, that's alienating to them because they don't wake up every day and feel like they have any kind of privilege. They're living in deprivation, and they don't feel that privilege. But the comparison there is between a white man in that situation and a black man in that situation, and who would have an easier time getting out of that situation or bettering their situation. And the reality in our country is that, like, historically equally positioned or historically, like, black men and white men have not been equitably positioned in society due to historical discrimination, right? And that has ongoing economic effects that persist to today. And so the thing is that when you're talking about privilege in this context, it's important to point out that it's not that you have like these superpowers and everything's going to be great for you. It's that by virtue of your position in our society and like how you were born, you may have certain opportunities that others might not have, and that would be considered like an advantage, especially if you benefit from historical prejudices, etc., that make it easier for someone like you to succeed. But understand that making it easier for you to succeed doesn't mean that it's easy to succeed. Easier does not mean easy, Does that make sense?
For so long. I mean, we've been following the vector of like progressivism and civil rights for what, 60 years now.
Yeah.
And by any metric, I mean, whether it's like familial wealth, house
I
ownership,
think
which
black
you alluded
generational wealth right now is like similar levels to like Reconstruction era. It's not very good.
Exactly. So we've been following this vector of progressivism and saying that this is to make up for injustices of the past. And this vector would suggest that those injustices have been alleviated because it's now illegal to discriminate in varying capacities.
Wait. No, that's actually not the case. Just because you make like I'm sorry, the comparison or like maybe analogy here would be like, if you start a race and shoot your competitor in the leg, and then you run for like 10 feet and the referees go, well, we're going to make it illegal for you to shoot any more people in the legs. You're still going to be faster than that person you shot in the leg, like that's the harm persists. So the issue here is that like historical injustice has ramifications that are economic, societal, cultural, etc. Like that's all linked together. And so the economic deprivation, the treating people as property for 400 years, denying them the accrual of generational wealth, the ability to own property, etc. Like that actually has meaningful impact that persists to this day.
But the situation
why
has
would it
not
suggest
improved.
that it's been alleviated?
Because we have the civil rights movement, the Great Society, all of these fruits, which has made it illegal for you to discriminate in the ways that you're alluding to in terms of these past injustices.
Yeah, but like,
so if that's been made, if that's been made illegal, then it would suggest that maybe these injustices were not orchestrated from the top down, people just being mean and racist for no reason, but that there are just cultural things that are different between people who.
I love that. John Doyle here argues that like, oh yeah, people weren't discriminating for no reason. They were discriminating for good reasons. Like that's the implication he's making there, right? Like in his world, because he's a white nationalist, his argument is that black people are justly discriminated against. And he's going to argue like there's something inherent to the culture that is like that. And my guess is with John Doyle, he's going to make the argument that it goes beyond culture, that the culture is somehow derived from the biology of black people. That's my suspicion here. We'll see if I'm correct.
Exists in America, which is why there really hasn't been a big change between the 60s and now in terms of performing.
I would argue that blockbusting and redlining, which still exists today illicitly, would be the argument against that.
Redlining, if you look at the actual counties which were affected, it didn't take into account things like credit score, income. If you actually look at the data behind redlining, it's just it's a liberal talking point the same way that Jimmy.
No, wait. Oh yeah. Sorry.
Against that.
Redlining, if you look at the actual counties which were affected, it didn't take into account things like credit score, income. If you actually look at the data behind redlining, it's just it's a liberal talking.
Yeah, he's just bullshitting. Because the entire process of redlining was essentially something that they justified along economic grounds, but it was kind of bullshit. You know, like the justification was, oh, well, they simply don't have enough money. And yet loans to white people of equal economic position and standing, well, those went through, weirdly enough. You know, like the credits, yeah, exactly, James Hawk. Like the credit score system was part and parcel with the redlining. It was in part created to justify the redlining system. You know, it was there to punish people of a specific economic class who were overwhelmingly African American due to historical economic hardship. You know, going all the way from slavery to today, like that was a thing. And he's like, oh, well, you know, it didn't take into account credit score. It absolutely did.
Point the same way that Jimmy.
Like, I love that his idea is essentially that like historians were too stupid to look at credit scores. Like that's his argument. Like, they thought of everything, but they didn't think of the credit score. They just thought a poor African American was being discriminated against. They didn't look any further than that. You know those historian types, always lacking thoroughness. If you that's a joke, because if you know any historian, they are fastidious as fuck. They love the nitty-gritty details.
I don't know, blockbusting.
Blockbusting is when, still to this day, real estate agents will intentionally buy a house, move a black family into a white neighborhood, then solicit the residents there to sell their properties because, quote, there goes the neighborhood, and then try and buy the houses on a premium. And then what they do is they buy the house, rent it to a black family, go to all the houses and say property values will go down because a black family moved into your neighborhood. You need to sell to us now. They'll get the property for a premium. Then a year later, they move the black family out, restore the prices up to where they are in the market. This was made illegal in the 80s, but it was a principle.
Historians will refer to them as best credit score comrades.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for supporting the show and for the 2 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much.
I am sure all those VA home loans from the GI Bills that Black World War II veterans didn't get were because of credit scores.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Also, like, the process that Tim Pool is describing here was literally part of the white flight process that created the suburbs. Essentially, black folks moved into urban areas, and well, a lot of racists, rather than live next to black people, fled to the suburbs. And that phenomenon allowed different realtors to take advantage of that to, make money. Weird how, by the way, a lot of this always comes down to people using a racially biased system. A system, perhaps one could argue, is systematically racist in order to profit. It's almost like there's a relationship there that perpetuates itself. Surely that won't continue to be relevant in this conversation.
Way by which they perpetuated this. We still see this today, where it is typically recognized as a racist market fact. Like, I'm not saying there's an individual who's racist against black people, but you go to any real estate agent and ask them, like, hey, you've got investment properties. What would you do if a black family moved next to your investment property? they're going to tell you they're going to sell.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't believe that. I don't believe that you walk up to any person who has an investment property and say a black person moved in next door and they tell you immediately that they're going to sell. I don't believe that. I think that there might be edge cases where you find a racist who will say that, but I don't think people are generally going in 2025 going, oh, a black couple moved in next door, time to sell our investment property. Like, I just don't think that is the case. If you're rich enough to have investment properties, you don't care if a black couple moved in next door.
And they're going to say, look, I've got no problem with a black family. Tons of friends are black, but the market will react negatively.
Is he saying that segregation is good real estate advice? I mean, he's saying racism is good real estate advice. He's saying that the forces that created white flight are still highly active today, and that they are a true economic fact that you can make money off of.
To this, so I probably don't want to lose money and I would sell. That concept perpetuates since the 80s. So I don't know how you get rid of this. You know, it's funny because even liberals do it. Like the story that I've told is a woman that I
like. Again, to the extent that like the existence of black people next door would lower the property value. That's an effect of people being racist, Tim. You realize that, right? Like, and if people become less racist over time, which we know is true, then that effect also diminishes, Tim. The goal... Okay, whatever.
I worked with, who was this progressive Hispanic woman, she said that she inherited a property in New York City from her, grandpa or from her family or whatever. She was woke, as one could describe woke. And I said, what would you do if a black family moved next door to your property? He goes, oh, I'd sell right away. And I was like,
Tim, that's a very weird conversation to have, first of all. Like, you find out your coworker inherited a house and you're like, what would you do if a black couple moved in? I don't believe that this happened, actually. I feel like you had a coworker who may have inherited a house, maybe, if I'm even granting that much of the story, and she said she's going to sell it right away, and now you're just adding to it after the fact that you asked her that question.
Isn't that racist? And she goes, I'm not trying to be racist, but like my property would lose all its value right away. And
I'm sorry. Who thinks that? Oh, yeah, if a black couple moved in next door, my property would lose all of its value? What the fuck?
I'm like, okay, so long as you believe that and perpetuate it, that's going to cause problems to the net worth and like the generational wealth of black families.
Right.
So
it's not illegal, right? And
it's not illegal.
Like stuff like that happens all the time. That's kind of what people describe when they talk about systemic racism. It doesn't take a single individual being like, oh, I hate black people, like throw them in jail, although that does still happen. And that's the other thing is like you talk about like, yeah, it is illegal. Yeah, we did pass the civil rights law, but like, kicking and screaming, half the country was fighting against it. And those people didn't disappear, and their kids probably have very similar values. We are becoming more progressive, but the idea that like, oh, well, because it's illegal, it's gone now is just like not borne out. Like these things absolutely still happen. These people still hold these views in a lot of different.
That's actually very true. I think so far he's doing an okay job holding down the fort. I would quibble with some of his formulations, but soy pill's all right so far.
Places, so
of course it is. I mean, if there were any evidence that it were actually happening, even on the individual level, like this is the example that comes to mind. Look at like what happened to Papa John. Papa John literally said the N-word in a meeting, telling employees of what not to say.
No.
He was quoting someone, right?
Papa John said something to the effect of, how come Colonel Sanders said N-word and he got no flack for this?
Okay.
Why is that acceptable? He was condemning that Colonel Sanders used a slur and no one cared, and they used that against him to strip him of everything.
The point being...
Oh my Okay, so for those of you who don't remember the Papa John's incident, basically Papa John's. Do you guys remember when football players were taking a knee during the national anthem as a way of protesting? You guys remember that was happening back in like 2016, 2015? You know? Yeah, Colin Kaepernick, exactly. Papa John had like a meltdown on social media about that, and people perceived him as very racist for it. And so what the Papa John's company did was bring in a marketing team. And on the conference call with this marketing team that was brought in specifically to train him about how to not do a PR snafu, how to avoid getting into a public relations debacle, Papa John said, well, something along the lines of, I don't think it was really that bad what I said about the NFL. I mean, Colonel Sanders can call black people the N-word, and, you know, except he didn't say the N-word. And like at the marketing firm quit. Did I not say Colonel Sanders? That's my bad. But the marketing firm quit and eventually leaked that to the press. And it turns out a lot of people really perceive you as racist when you're in the middle of a an attempt to salvage your PR brand image. And you are arguing that actually what I did was totally not racist and actually pretty okay. I mean, look at that. Colonel Sanders can like call people the N-word. And like, I'm sorry, but if your argument of like, I'm not racist, see, Colonel Sanders says, insert most racist word you can possibly say to a room full of PR professionals. Yeah, sand words. Like, they all quit because you were being racist. I don't know why Colonel Sanders is hard for me to say today. Big oof, yeah. I don't know. All I'm saying is that, you know, maybe this isn't the hill you guys want to die on. But he was just a good-hearted guy trying to ask why Colonel Sanders could say racist things and he couldn't. Like, that doesn't actually carry the water you think it does.
It's such
Maybe
a
I can
hot
use this to
market.
pivot back to the topic, though, actually.
Any instance of racism, you can file civil suits, you can do whatever. It can become a national media thing. You can get a book tour, whatever it is, if these instances were actually existing, even at the individual level. And so I feel like it's this like game of, I don't know, whack-a-mole, where it's like, oh, surely these things must be being caused by, you know, institutional racism, even at like the individual level. Whereas, I mean, maybe we've got the thing with the blockbusting, but there are also things.
Yeah, exactly. When Papa John used the actual N-word instead of saying the N-word, it didn't make him look less racist. Exactly. Collusion.
Like education, school funding, crime rates, of course, all sorts of different things that we could use to explain the outcomes of different cultures in this country.
Yeah.
That we can't.
Well, cultures are a product of like their economic and material conditions, right? Like different cultures turn out differently because of the different areas in which they arise, right? The different conditions under which they exist. And so, like, yeah, it turns out extreme economic deprivation can, in fact, affect a given group of people. That's not controversial there, bud.
Quite find so precisely with things like institutional.
Wait, did he actually say the N-word? Yes. He said he didn't say the N-word. He said the word to a boardroom of you know, public relations professionals who were brought in to help make him look less racist. And they all quit because, you know, you really can't help your client if you say the N-word in a fucking meeting about how to make you look less racist. I bet. Yes, of course he used the hard R, guys. Like, of course he did.
Racism, or even, you know, anecdotally.
But all of those things you just mentioned can be products of the institutional racism, like blockbusting, where it's like, hey, this like entire neighborhood of black people is just more poor because of something that started off as a racism thing, or maybe from someone who was well-meaning, a liberal, progressive, woke person, and yet this is now downstream effects. The property values are lower. That means the school's going to be underfunded. Like, this is all like.
That's why they get
together.
funding from the federal government. You know,
they don't. It's like 10%, I think, for like public schools. Right?
On average, I think schools that are majority minority receive like 1% greater funding from the federal government than schools that are predominantly white. Even, I mean, you go.
I would really, you know, I'm gonna Google that. I'm just gonna Google that. Get 1% more funding. Grok, is this true? Oh, well, this is the top video result. Let's take a look at this.
Almost 70 years after the Supreme Court ordered equal educational opportunities for all children, a CBS News investigation has found many schools fail that test.
National investigative correspondent Stephen Stock uncovers one important reason, and that is the school building gap.
But it's cold, so how can I focus? Can you please talk to the school to fix the toilets and to fix the building?
So I have to tell you, when I walk down this, I feel like I'm in a prison.
I know, right? Doesn't it? Why would your kids want to come here when it looks like you're in a prison?
Spend any time at all walking the halls of Baltimore's Franklin High with Cindy Smith.
No AC, you can feel it.
And you get a lesson in math that doesn't add up.
So this is a floor that's actually collapsing. Look along the wall. You can see it's dropped 2, maybe even 3 inches. This, folks, is an actual lab for high school students. People attend lab in this classroom.
We have a typical classroom, tack boards that are a mess, casework that needs to be replaced.
Why can't the school district do better?
Because we don't have enough money for it.
She's in charge of planning, design, and construction for Baltimore City Public Schools.
But wait, what about that whole extra 1%? What are you doing with the extra 1% you're receiving for being a majority non-white school?
They're not fixing our school buildings, but they will fix white people's school buildings.
Dr. Richard Lofton shared with us the student feedback he gathered as part of his research project called the Nobody Asked Me campaign, documenting the impact of schools in Baltimore like this.
Wow. So you're saying the second floor is hotter than this floor?
Which he toured with us.
Wow. And I hope the people who are making decisions about education actually come into these schools and walk around and see what we've seen.
CBS stations across the country went into deteriorating schools in high poverty districts with low property tax bases. We found those districts invested on average 40% less money in buildings than richer school districts.
Huh. Wait a minute. You mean school funding is tied to property taxes? Why? Huh. That's so strange. I wonder if that might lead to different outcomes for the schools. Let's keep watching this investigative report, shall we?
With even larger disparities between majority white and majority black school districts. And
and obviously the majority black school districts were awash in all of that federal funding made available to them. Right?
Many state governments make the disparity worse. Our analysis of federal data shows that on average, these states give majority white school districts almost 4 times more money for capital investments than majority black districts.
I don't know if you guys know this, but I think four times is like 400%. That's a lot more percents than, 1%.
We saw it in Maryland. Baltimore City School District, with a black population twice as high as Baltimore County School District and lower per capita income, got $19 million from local property taxes for capital spending last year. Baltimore County,
holy shit,
$201 million. That breaks down to
I'm sorry, I wasn't. You know, I was prepared for a disparity. I wasn't prepared for a more than 10 times disparity. Jesus Christ.
$1,800 per student in the wealthier, less diverse district versus Baltimore City, where it's $244.
So just again here, that's per student, right? Wait, the white supremacist is lying? I know, shock of all shocks, but you know, it's good for us to talk about it.
7 times more.
Is this acceptable?
No, absolutely not. It's just what we have to live with.
I mean, our young people feel in many ways that they've been betrayed by society because of their voices are not being heard.
They should be feeling abandoned by the state because it's the state where the money is coming from.
Maryland already gives both the county and city school districts roughly the same amount for capital spending, $30 million. But the city school district says they need $230 million.
We can't provide the money we don't have and we don't receive. Like, how can I build this addition here if I don't get the money?
We're talking about a disparity that has roots in history.
A history that makes it hard to catch up, according to research headed by Johns Hopkins' Dr. Josh Sharfstein.
For decades, Baltimore...
Well, it's only a Johns Hopkins researcher. I mean, like, he's a nerd. What could he possibly know?
Has been disinvested. There have not been the same levels of investment in a city that is majority black than in the rest of the state. And the consequences of that are physically manifest in school buildings.
Maryland's legislature 3 years ago began trying to work on solutions.
We are investing in a more equitable system across the state of Maryland than almost any other state in the country.
Lawmakers did that by targeting $400 million for building and repairing schools in lower income and minority school districts, paid for in part by taking excess property taxes from wealthier districts and giving it to poorer districts.
Huh, weird how progressive taxation helps like that.
And by a sales tax on digital products like streaming and music. Does Maryland need to do more when it comes to funding these buildings?
Absolutely, Maryland has to do more, and we will, and we have, and we will. The plan that we've put forward is the next 10 years.
Those plans won't happen in time for these kids now.
The research shows that schools in worse condition are associated with more absenteeism of kids, more turnover of staff, more asthma attacks by the kids, and frankly, less progression academically.
Also, you might notice that one of those last points, more asthma attacks, and that's because specifically schools with better ventilation result in healthier children. If your school has poor, air circulation, it literally leads to more sickness, more asthma developing. It can also lead to more exposure to environmental pollutants, especially in schools built in poorer areas. Mold, exactly. So there's actual health risks here. That's why a researcher from Johns Hopkins goes and researches these factors, because they need to understand why are children getting sick. You know, people need to understand why that happens in order to fix the problem. HEPA filters make a big difference, and if they really cared, wouldn't have cost much to add. Exactly, Default X.
In a school, you don't have potable water.
In the school, we do not have potable water.
That just, wait, that just blows my mind.
I know, right? Many of our pipes are so deteriorated that lead flows through that water. So that water is
literally poisoning the children. Hey, I wonder why aren't these children economically achieving en masse? I wonder why. Could it be the poison in the air or the poison in the water? Who can say?
It's not drinkable.
So you can't drink the water.
You cannot drink the water.
That's right. It costs taxpayers almost $750,000 per year to provide bottled water to their schools, as opposed to just having functional plumbing.
You may ask, why doesn't the federal government help? Well, it's because federal rules set up by Congress do not allow it. So except for special targeted grants, the feds do not provide a single cent toward building new schools.
Our special investigation into this.
Whoa, that's so weird. But I thought all these majority black schools got so much more funding as a result of John Doyle's white nationalism. It's almost like white nationalists are full of lies.
School buildings continues tonight at 10. Tara Molina tells us about a school district that's bucking the trend, turning a crumbling building into a state-of-the-art facility. That's tonight at 10.
Cool. Good for that facility.
They even have better credentialed teachers with, advanced degrees. They get more.
Oh, that's just not true, John.
More funding. And I remember I went down to Cass Tech High School in Detroit.
They don't get more funding.
Because I was trying to do a fundraiser one time, and it was better than my high school, which was in Birmingham Public Schools. It was supposed to be like one of the better districts. And I go down to Cass Tech High School, and I'm like walking in between like crackheads and human feces, and I go into what looks like a Silicon Valley startup building, and I was like, okay, this is like pretty advanced. Yet I don't know how many kids in Detroit schools are literate. So clearly there's something else going on. I don't know about
that. Like 1%, I don't think is going to make a huge difference. And I could just fire back an anecdote. At least I grew up in a particularly poor neighborhood, and I was in like the okay kind of middle of the line mixed school. But all the schools down in Richmond, which is like a notorious.
I'm just curious here. Let's just open this real quick. Castaic High School, Detroit. Let's just take a quick look here. Oh, Cass Tech High School. There we go. I'm just curious, right? Like, the school in 2010. Like, that's an okay school, I guess. I don't know. It looks like a retrofitted like parking ramp.
Poor neighborhood. We're really bad. There's like gunfights, drugs, people getting. I mean, there's literally, I think, a movie about just how bad there was, like Coach Carter or something like that. Like, these are really, really bad schools. The property values are really low, and these kids, like, they grow up, they don't have anything. They don't have a lot of opportunities. I don't think you can just attribute this to like, well, it's just the cultural thing. But the culture is downstream of definitely things that happen due to them being in these like segregated ghettos, essentially.
I don't know, man. I see.
But I wanted to focus back to the masculinity thing, because you mentioned the Papa John thing of this idea that, like, he didn't actually do anything wrong. I don't think he quoted someone, who did something wrong to disparage that racist guy, right? Yeah. And then the reaction was, let's cancel Papa John, despite the fact that if you look at this in context, this man has no ill will towards black people. This man is specifically trying to call out racism. And I think that's kind of what's going on with the masculinity thing, where you get this concept of like toxic masculinity.
Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. So until 1977, Cass was Detroit's only magnet school and the only non-neighborhood enrollment school in Detroit. So basically, for those of you who don't know what a magnet school is essentially is a school that offers like specializations, so that you can like start specializing in a given field in high school. And that like if it's a magnet school, it allows people from outside of the district to come in, and if it's the only magnet school in the entire like Detroit area, then like everyone in Detroit would be able to go there. So like John Doyle literally just picked this school because it's in Detroit, not because it's in... Oh my God. I just... Dude. Notable alumni. Just real quick here. John DeLorean, Rebecca Allen. If you guys know graphics and animation, you might know her. Let's see, are there any other names I recognize here? This is always so fun. We got actresses, we got rappers, we got a lot of notable people out of here. Doo-doo. Couple of members of Motown. A lot of people going into the automobile industry, weirdly enough. Got some Harvard divinity professors. Oh, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 different major league or Olympic level athletes. You know, I'm just gonna spitball here, but I'm going to maybe hazard a guess that the reason this school might get a little bit extra funding might be due to its association with a large number of wealthy individuals. Just throwing that out there.
I know you covered the Gillette commercial, right? Where like everyone freaked out because it was like calling out men, and like
it wasn't calling out men. It's
like men
stereotyping
better, right?
and disparaging them.
Right, and like this idea that like the pendulum swing back to the left is, hey, for so long we've seen these bad behaviors, and rather than try to like integrate and like, hey men, like let's fix men as men, it's more of this like, hey guys, like look at patriarchy, look at this.
Wait, so what's the point? What point is there to keeping students from going to the magnet school that likely provides the better education instead of making students go whatever school is located where they're at, even though those schools might be mostly underfunded? Well, because magnet schools usually have like enrollment processes
The
that
racist
aren't
spits
just
20 lie at the rate honest person debunks one.
true. God Sinner, thank you for the $5 dono. But he ends up basically a lot of magnet schools have like enrollment criteria, and also like it's like applying for a college essentially, except you're in high school, or rather you're in middle school going into high school. So they're selective, they have enrollment criteria, etc. Like you can't just say I'm going to the magnet school and then just automatically get in, as opposed to a public school where you just automatically get into that public school. Like, for example, if you go to an arts magnet school, you have to demonstrate like some skill or competency at art. Does that make sense?
It's like, you know, the men control everything, the white people are repressing us, and like this idea does alienate people because you hear this and like you're like, well, even if you're not one of those people.
Wait, so like the Japanese system, you have to choose what high school you get into? I mean, you don't have to, like you can just go to the public school that you would be in, but if you want to go to like the arts magnet school in order to specifically study art, and you know that in middle school, then you have to meet like certain criteria and you have to be accepted by the school.
It's like, oh, well, why are you being mean to me? Like you said, like, why are you pushing this on me? And the reaction of like, the concept of toxic masculinity becomes this like, oh, so being masculine is bad, even though it's trying to describe the worst parts of masculinity. It's unfortunate that like people just hear that and they get turned off instantly. And it's like this overreaction from the left that causes an even more overreaction from the right to push them.
Wait, what is the overreaction from the left? Like this is my question, right? Let me back up, see if I just missed it.
context, this man has no ill will towards black people. This man is specific.
I'm gonna guess that he doesn't remember the Papa John's thing. I'm gonna guess that he doesn't remember that because I don't know. I don't know that you can make this claim if you are familiar with the story.
Specifically trying to call out racism. And I think that's kind of what's going on with the masculinity thing, where you get this concept of like toxic masculinity. I know you covered the Gillette commercial, right? Where like everyone freaked out because it was like calling out men. And like,
it wasn't calling out men. It was
it's like men
stereotyping
be better, right?
and disparaging them.
Right. And like this idea that like the pendulum swing.
What Gillette ad are they talking about? Like, I'm sorry. Like, are people actually spending their time thinking about like a fucking Gillette commercial? Like, no wonder these ads keep popping up, because like if that's how like conservatives think about these products when they see an ad like that, one ad has now infiltrated them for years to get them thinking about Gillette. You know, it's crazy. From like 12 years ago, Jesus. What a return on investment into that advertising for Gillette. That's kind of brilliant, you know?
Swing back to the left is, hey, for so long we've seen these bad behaviors, and rather than try to like integrate and like, hey men, like let's fix men as men, it's more of this like, hey guys, like look at patriarchy, look at this, like, you know, the men control everything, the white people are repressing us, and like this idea does alienate people because you hear this and like you're like, well, even if you're not one of those people, it's like, oh well, why are you being mean to me? Like you said, like why are you pushing this on me? And the reaction of like the concept of toxic masculinity becomes this like, oh, so being masculine is bad, even though it's trying to describe the worst parts of masculinity. It's unfortunate that like people just hear that.
I mean, again, ultimately what this seems like he's complaining about is like the branding. But the issue that I think you run into here is that if you're complaining about like if you're saying, well, the concept of toxic masculinity is good, but you know, the term turns a lot of people off. Like the issue is, conservatives are going to make any term turn people off. You know, like it's going to be vilified either way. And so the real solution here is just engaging with the actual terminology that we have and explaining what it actually means. You know, when we talk about toxic masculinity, it's the traits of masculinity that hurt men. It is a term about having an idea of masculinity that harms you as a man, that stunts your growth, that, you know, renders you incapable in some circumstances of connecting with other people because of how you were conditioned. And like, it is recognizing that can begin the process of healing from that. Like it is not a term that's like, oh, masculinity itself is toxic. And like more people should know that. But we should just have more conversations about that rather than saying we need nicer terminology for it, like for these things. Yeah, exactly. Men don't cry. That is an aspect of toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity can also hurt others, of course, but like predominantly the people who have to live with men the most are men. Like if you're a man, you're just a man. You're a man, you know, you have to live with yourself. So if you have a man and your concept of masculinity is toxic, if you have this toxic idea of masculinity, you're holding yourself to the toxic idea, you know? And like that explanation, I think, clears it up a lot. And I don't think that that's that difficult a conversation to have, you know? Like I think that there is like a bit of a truth maybe to branding when it comes to like talking to, say, 15-year-olds, because like 15-year-olds, and this is exactly the problem, right? For example, like if you're 15, 14, 12, you know, and you hear you hear the idea of feminism for the first time, you literally think, oh, feminism? That's for women because it has feminine in the name, you know? And like, that's not what feminism is, but that's why you need to have a conversation about it and explain feminism is actually both for men and women. It is much like how patriarchy harms both men and women, and toxic masculinity harms men and women. Like these things are connected, but like just because it has feminine in the feminism, like that doesn't mean it's just for ladies. And I know, like when I was young, I had that association, right? And all feminists are just, you know, like, I don't know, suffragettes from like the 1800s that persist to the modern day. So I had a wrong idea about a word, but that's because no one really sat down and talked about it with me. And eventually I learned, and now I understand it a lot better. Suffragettes were so based. Yeah, but you guys know what I mean. Like in my head, I had the stereotype of like the man-hating lesbian feminist. You know, like that was the stereotype that had been embedded in my brain about what a feminist was. And like, obviously that's horseshit, but that was real. But that's because I was a dumbass. And like I didn't know any better. And honestly, if somebody had just sat down and talked about it with me, I would have turned out a lot better a lot sooner, you know?
And they get turned off instantly, and it's like this overreaction.
Glad to see you've grown. I mean, look, it's I you know, when you start out life with a beard and cosplaying as a man for like 25 years, you know, like you tend to grow out of, you know, the conservative evangelical household you were raised in, and learn to look at the world a little bit better, and then you grow tits
From the left that causes an even more overreaction from the right to push them away.
I have a question. How come the toxic masculinity and patriarchy and white supremacy narratives don't exist in other countries to their dominant racial groups?
They do. Like I need to hear that again, because again, the stupidity just keeps breaking my brain.
How come the toxic masculinity and patriarchy and white supremacy narratives don't exist in other countries to their dominant racial groups?
So I guess a key component of the question is, why don't those narratives exist? And the answer is they do. Like, I don't know, like for example, India and honor killings or acid attacks, like those are a function and an outgrowth of patriarchal ideas of ownership over women, you know? Like these ideas exist in those societies already, you know? Also we're an interconnected planet, so like the idea of feminism has already gone around the world several times over. And also, I just can't believe Tim can ask a question like that. I know that Tim is like bottom of the barrel intellectually, but like this is sad.
Like in China, how come there's no like left side of their, you know, political spectrum saying Han supremacy is bad? And
there is, but also the Chinese government cracks down on any opposition that is sufficiently strong, but like those ideas exist there.
You know, Chinese people are oppressors.
Well, I don't know specifically much about China. Do they not like lock up dissidents to a degree there? Or?
Oh yeah, it's the point being, like, where is their political movement calling out?
Where is their political movement? Yeah, where are all the opposition political leaders in China, guys? But yeah, there is definitely a system of like Han Chinese supremacy in China. Like that, yes.
out their moral or racial or ethnic supremacy.
I don't know if there is one for like racial or moral. I mean, you can look at
it seems like
the concept of Taiwan or Hong Kong.
Like, I'm sorry, but like the idea that like other places on the planet can't be racist is like America isn't the only place on the planet that's racist, guys. Like other places can also be racist. It's just that the system depends on like the society it's in. There are oppressive systems can exist in any kind of society. Someone has never read about the Balkans.
Kong and these people kind of rebelling against the leadership there. But
They're the
I
same
can't speak.
ethnic background. Taiwan is the original Republic of China. It's a difference of political ideology.
Sure, but I think they consider themselves like different peoples, right? Or maybe I don't know. I'm not like.
Well, the Taiwanese are going to say they're Taiwanese for sure, and China is going to say the Taiwanese are Chinese. My point is, in the United States, the only group with racial outgroup preference are white liberals. Blacks, Asians, Latinos have a racial in-group preference. And white conservatives have a racial in-group preference. White liberals have a racial out-group preference.
You say out-group preference, like if you poll them, they're like more likely to support their community than the party or something.
No, they're more likely to support non-white people.
Okay.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Also, I think you can do both. You can be you can be supportive of people who are white and not white. You can just be. This is truly brain rot. I only present to you the finest.
And so white liberals are the only group that would support non-white liberals.
So racial outgroup, meaning black people are more likely to vote for and support black people. Mm-hmm. Latinos are more likely for Latinos, Asians for Asians, white.
Yeah, don't hit up Tim Pool with the Romani. His mind will fucking explode.
Conservatives for white people and white liberals for any other race.
Sounds like white liberals are the least racist people.
I would argue that makes them the most racist.
Well, if we're willing to vote for anyone in our outgroup?
No, it means they.
No. You see, white liberals are the most racist because you're more willing to vote for non-white political figures. You see, the really non-racist thing to do would be to prioritize your own race. That's the non-racist thing to do. Like, Jesus Christ, Tim, do you not hear what you're saying? Tim! Like, it's just so dumb.
The self-hating whites.
Jaeger Larson, thank you for the tier 1 sub. God.
Don't support white people. It means they have a preference.
They specifically have an anti-white bias, you're saying?
Yes. Well, we call it racial outgroup preference.
Well, what I heard from that is like, oh, they're willing to support anyone other than specifically white people, which is kind of what my experience has been in like San Francisco. It's not. Let me be clear. There are people on like the fringe left that are like, oh, fuck white men for sure. But for the most part, it's just like, hey, like I'll support anyone regardless of their politics, and like that's kind of what that sounded like to me, or at least maybe that was me projecting my experience onto what you were saying.
Like I just don't know that you necessarily need to cede the ground to him that like, oh yeah, there are far left people who are willing to say fuck all men. I don't know that you need to do that, you know? Like, I'm sorry, there's not really like a fuck all men category of like leftists that at least I've encountered, and I'm pretty far left.
Like progressive activists, one might say, are nuts, but they do hold a disproportionate amount of power among the liberal faction in this country.
God, I wish that was true. God, I wish that was true.
Be the Democrats or otherwise. And then you see how they implement this in universities and at protests with the progressive stack. If you're a white man, shut up, sit down, don't speak.
See, that's the thing is I experienced that, right, at the SJW college, UCSD, right? And I even took a gender studies class. They had like a requirement DEI class, right? So like I thought like going in, I would watch Tim Pool. I would watch like anti-SJW content. And I thought this was going to be like the wildest thing ever. And going into that, it was really just kind of tame. Like sometimes they would say some wild stuff, but it was never like, hey, you're a white man, sit down, shut up. If anything, I was the guy talking in class the most, like because I was the one who was more opinionated. I wanted to have these conversations. I was really interested in like, hey, like this seems like an insane idea. Can I push back on it? Like no one ever like marginalized me for being white. At the worst, there was maybe some rhetoric, but that's kind of like my whole thing about this masculinity thing is.
Yeah, exactly, Amber Brains. Like I don't understand why not ask Tim about that. Tim literally says like white people would be right to create like a white supremacist state because it is natural to have an in-group preference. Like you guys understand how fucked up that is, right?
Yeah, I get some bad things coming at me, maybe some like mean comments, but that's like really the extent of it. Like I don't feel discriminated against, and like why let that change like who I am and my politics and make me feel like it didn't make me feel like I couldn't be myself in the Liberal Party.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I know we all have our opinions and that's our prerogative, but we do live in a two-party system, which is to say that you have to at some point align yourself with whichever party you believe is going to be a better approximation of how you want the world to look. And so I have, complete respect for your opinions and your experience and you aligning yourself with progressives, maybe even voting for Democrats. But the problem is that when Democrats are in charge, whether that be expressly in political institutions or even culturally, you do see that demonization, which maybe is caricaturized in something like a Gillette.
I want anyone to be more specific about how the Democratic Party is like spreading around this fuck men mentality. I want any specifics. Please, I'm begging you. I'm fucking begging you guys. Give me specifics. I need more than a Gillette commercial from 6 years ago, guys. You guys are to understand, we're like 25 minutes into this, and your biggest contribution of like men being discriminated against is a fucking Gillette commercial you had to see one time. Are you kidding me? Like, do you understand how not oppressed you have to be for your main point of oppression to be a fucking Gillette shaving commercial? The trauma runs deep. I guess, they still bear the scars. I'll never recover. Gillette PTSD.
Gillette commercial. But even then, I mean, you can trace this back to growing up, and you may not feel like, a mean comment here or there is really like stripping you of some identity. But it is true that girls are encouraged. Boys are treated like they're defective girls. Girls are the example.
What? Boys are treated like they're defective girls? Self-report much? I mean, there's some speculation that John Doyle and Nick Fuentes might be, kind of but that being said, like, what does he mean by that? I think he means that like boys are being treated as like oh man, I wish I would have had a girl. Like, it's bizarre. They just practice smooching is all. Yeah, they just want to be prepared for when they get girlfriends. Exactly, Lunar Spunk. But like, he's trying to allege that families are trying to force their sons to be daughters. Jack, your mistake is thinking these inbred fucks have any idea. Well, that's true. Except that, to correct that impression, I don't think they have any idea. But me pointing out that they don't, if someone stumbles across this video, I hope makes it click a little bit that these people are dumb as fuck. They're dumb and they're weak. And if you are turning to this guy, if you're turning to John Doyle, the guy who's telling you that like society thinks that you're a defective girl if you're a boy, like I'm sorry, that's some weak ass shit. That is some weak shit. Like, oh, you've been so traumatized from seeing that commercial on television, that one commercial from 6 years ago. You've been so traumatized. I'm sorry, is your masculinity so weak that it's threatened by a goddamn commercial? 30 seconds of airtime? Like, seriously, be a man. Be a man. Get over yourself. Like back in my day, men watched Mulan and realized that in order to be a man, they had to be swift as a coursing river. You know, like be a man. It just seems to me like, but I saw a Gillette commercial. I don't know. Maybe have you considered shutting the fuck up? like I'm sorry. Maybe grow up a little bit and then come back. Yeah, be a man with all the strength of a great typhoon. Exactly. Go train. We need to accommodate boys by having guns in class. Wait, what? The idea comes from PragerU, and it's basically boys are asked to be quiet in school, which is girly, and therefore progressives hate boys. And we need to accommodate boys by having more guns. Oh, this is the PragerU idea. Oof. That sucks. Also, I don't know why that alert didn't come up, but thank you for the $5 super chat, Nomi Sunrider.
You're supposed to behave and sit up straight and do all this, and boys are being plugged into this learning environment.
Yeah, you know, like boys aren't capable of behaving themselves. Why would you have any behavioral standards for boys? Like, listen to how much contempt he has for boys as a concept. Yeah, no boy can possibly behave themselves and listen and like learn things. That's stupid.
Which is frankly like alien to them in the way that boys tend to learn versus girls, and so a lot of them just check out
on some of these. Like, because like I said, like my middle school like was the most progressive private middle school like you could ever like go to, and
hey,
I was
Lady
never shamed for
Raincloud.
being a boy.
Yeah, it's John Doyle, the guy who kisses his sister.
Rowdy stuff, and I got in trouble for that, but it was never like, oh, you need to sit down and shut up like a girl. Like I'm a little confused.
Right, but the fact is that males tend to have a more tactile learning basis,
like hands-on sort of stuff. Yeah,
physical activity.
I'm gonna need like a citation on that. Like I'm gonna need a citation on that. Otherwise, it's just, hey, I heard from a guy that boys only learn if they're able to touch things, and that's why men are better at mining and shit. Like this is literally like, I know you're getting high in the dorm room, and I heard from a guy who heard from a guy like that. I'm sorry, that doesn't. No, you have to have like actual data to make these claims.
Activity, things like that, a requirement for more physical activity. But the entire school system is, we give you 7 hours of sit down and shut up, and we give you half an hour of go run and play.
I wonder what the underlying system is that leads to that type of educational system. I wonder what type of educational system might be prioritized in our society. And gee whiz, I wonder who might have designed such a system. Really makes you think. If only we had some kind of answer or ability to apply critical analysis, but I'm sure one will present itself shortly.
Yeah.
Where boys probably need substantially more tactile learning. And so what John's saying is, it's not that they're going to the boys and saying, you're a boy, you're bad. They're saying, behave in the way we've outlined.
Right, which
and
is against their nature is kind of the argument. Like
it's just more feminine. It's more female centric.
It creates
John Doyle. Tim Pool is really bad at trying to be a red pillar type. He's not good at it.
Conditions which are going to make them less successful, and it tries to elevate women into being more successful, let alone to mention, the things, all these programs, outreach, women in STEM, everything like that.
Can we pause?
Yeah, I wonder, just out of curiosity, I wonder who made this system of education, who formed it, and for what purpose education serves in our society. Like, what does it do, Because historically, the thing that education does is prepare students for the workforce. So the point I'm trying to get at here with my vague allusions is that capitalism is what creates, or not creates, but it is the system that undergirds our educational institutions. And as such, our educational institutions cater to that system, right? And so when we're talking about this, who was in charge of both the economic system and the political mechanisms that made our educational system? What group of people was that exactly? Yes, it's true. POC women, it's true. Nailed it. White men. It was white men.
Because, okay, when you say they're going to be less successful, I mean, this has kind of been how we've done schooling for decades, right? This wasn't really borne out in the past.
Also, the vast majority of our modern education system is also built upon the white supremacist idea of eugenics, but that's a conversation for another day.
100 years that men were less successful because they were feminized.
That's not. Well, no, it's not. I guess you can say feminized.
Tim, is that why you had to drop out of high school? They were about to finish the feminization
the right prepares
process.
Students for the workforce. The left prepares students for the T workforce.
Twerk force. That's right. We on the left, we have the biggest asses. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 sub, Socket Tanuki. Appreciate it.
But
you know what? Also, just real quick, comment, and subscribe, you silly gooses. And hey, folks, we've been going for almost 6 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, do the things that support the show, because it's hard to do a show for 6 hours. It's a hard thing to do. Do the things that help the show to continue to exist, because I couldn't do it without you guys. You guys make it possible for me to put together these programs. Let's continue going on.
That was what you guys were saying. They're saying
take a look at the last 100 years.
The last 100.
Quite literally, I think the argument would.
The last 100 years. You mean? That what an interesting time period to select.
Support that over the last 100 years of industrialized, institutionalized learning facilities, it has been to the detriment of men, and we can see that substantially.
What metric? I mean,
men are more likely to commit suicide. They don't live as long.
I think
they're more likely to be unemployed. They're more likely to be unemployed right now, especially in this generation, millennials and Gen Z. They're more likely to live at home with their parents, not have jobs, not go to university.
This to 10 years ago.
It's almost like a lot of these problems have some kind of economic root to them. I wonder if it has to do with capitalism. I'm just wondering here.
Or 20 years ago, maybe, yeah, sure. But if we're looking at past 100 years, and you talked about industrialization, where it's I think just on a whole, everyone is better off post 1860s, invention of factories.
The point is this: since we've implemented this institutionalized learning industrialization, you've had a downward trend. And
of what? Well, no. Of what? I'm sorry. You're trying to allege that public education has worsened the lives of men? Oh, okay.
That's what I'm asking.
That doesn't mean
what
it's the
industrialized
sole
learning are you talking about?
Industrialized learning is when pre-industrial revolution, you had
something happened in the 1860s that made their lives harder. Yeah, it's, you know, I wonder what.
All schoolrooms, sort of, where it
like
was
the schoolhouse with the one teacher and the 20 kids or whatever.
and even then, it wasn't entirely that way. A lot of kids would just learn from their parents, or through correspondence, or through self-study, or through their, you know, largely.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're comparing
industrialized,
it to that, you wouldn't say like we're smarter, better off than that as a whole. I mean, I feel like most people are doing better, absolutely, than the like 1850s learning.
But we're not talking about technological advancement. We're talking about the structure of society.
Yeah, I'm talking about like life expectancy, happiness, like
technological
all the
advancement. Indeed, has continued to go up, largely
life
due to oil.
Down actually, in
the 1850s.
No, maybe not from the 1850s, but quite recently, life expectancy has dipped, I think, in the last 5 or 10 years or so.
Can we also just acknowledge that like public schools didn't, as a concept, accepted at large, didn't really catch on until like 1870? You know, like, I know a lot of people might be surprised to hear this, but like 1870 was basically the first year that America had public schools in every state for elementary schoolers, you know? Like, it's a relatively recent concept. And like the idea that Tim is saying, like, well, you know, it made the lives of men worse. How? In what way? You know? Like, yeah, by the way, I just want to say 1870 public schools. Again, the education system set up by white men, because it was literally before the end of slavery.
Particularly for white men who have been so vilified unfairly. And what was the other one? Happiness. I don't know how you would quantify that.
That is a hard one for sure.
The general social survey, or, you know, as Tim mentioned, suicide rates. That's a pretty good.
No. Just. Oh wait, no. Sorry, 1870 is post Civil War. My bad.
I think it's quite simple. I mean, happiness is relative, it's subjective, and humans adapt. But the fact that we have a large portion of the younger generation of men.
Yeah, the Civil War was 1865, right? Yeah.
Their needs, not in employment, education, and training, is indicative of a failure of our society towards men.
Yeah.
Women are more likely to go to university and graduate than men by like what? It's like 60-40 now?
But they're suicide.
Why is that? You know, like, I want to ask why Tim thinks that. Because he's alleging it's due to a systematic imbalance that is favoring women over men. And I want to know in what way, right?
Rates are up as well, right? I would say I mean, men are better at everything, so that's why we kill ourselves more, because we're better at it, and they're more likely to do. I mean, people always bring up gun deaths, right? Like, I think half of them, there's like 13,000 of them per year. Liberals will complain about this, and like gun. Yeah, most of them are suicides, and like if you have a gun, it's easier, and women tend to do things like what, like wrist stuff, pills, things that
you're an unemployed woman. Where's your sympathy? It's at the top of the economic hierarchy. You just have to go get it. Just build yourself a woman rocket and go grab it. It'll be like an afternoon. Ascend to the heights of the social ladder.
You can recover from, and I think like it's one of those things where people are unhappier in the trends right now because of what you're talking about, because you look at your boomer dad and your Gen X dad, and it's like, well, what the fuck? Like, you got all these opportunities and I don't get any of these, and there's all these expectations. It's like, what's the big lie of like, just go to college, you'll be successful? And like, I graduated college. I was one of the lucky ones. A lot of people just didn't get jobs out of college. They're struggling. I can't afford a house. The only people I know in my generation, I'm 29, that have a house are the 2 engineers that got married. And even then, they're not in California. They're in like Colorado. They're in, you know, some other place where the cost of living is much easier. So like, I think this idea that this is because of the, you know, demonization of men is not nearly so borne out as it is. People had this expectation of what life was supposed to be, and it's just.
Yeah. Like, I think he's largely correct about this, right? Like, the premise here is just that we're kind of economically fucked right now as a generation, and well, a lot of men, for example, go into, when economically fucked, go into like construction, go into like those trades, because those trades are disproportionately male. Like, they're disproportionately staffed by men. And so there's a difference here between like college attainment and like men going off into the workforce, because men are going into the workforce. They're just not going to college because it's easier for them to get on a good career path without going to college.
It's not happening. And so all these, like, as a whole society in our generation.
Which is to say, as I said earlier, easier does not mean easy.
Is more unhappy because we're not getting what we want. We don't have the house. We don't have the white picket fence.
So once again, the issue is, if you're an 18-year-old white man and you grew up in a society, you've experienced no privilege.
Why do you say that? No privilege. Like when I say because you don't have the Gen X privilege, right? You don't have that economy. But what it's like, hey, like, because again, I hate the word privilege here, because it's like you don't feel the idea of black people are your cops are less likely to attack you
because that's
you're black,
not
right.
Because what I would say is the challenge with what you're describing is it's based on class for the most part.
oh God, that was Tim is a very funny man. You know, Tim is it's an underappreciated talent he has when he gets asked a very, very inconvenient question for his narrative. I just want to watch that again. Like, he's asked, well, you're less likely to be attacked by cops, right?
Attack you
because that's
black,
not
right.
Because what I would say is the challenge with what you're describing is it's based on class for the most part.
It's
with sometimes a racial component.
I was reading a study
with sometimes a racial component. Hey Tim, are class and race correlated in some way in this country that has historically economically discriminated against African Americans? I wonder. You know, it's weird that earlier in the episode you could talk about the prevalence of redlining and blockbusting and yet somehow not make the connection here. It's wild, the mental gymnastics you have to do in order to avoid connecting those two ideas.
Actually, I want to say this is it's on a book called How Fascism Works, which is like the most liberal book I could have brought up here. But it was talking about the hiring practices of people who report themselves as former convicts. And it was like black versus white, not a former convict, black versus white, former convict. And for like the black who are not a former convict, the percentage of whether or not you get hired is already like 10 times lower or something ridiculously low. And then for the black convict level, even the white former convicts were getting like hired at like a 10 to 5% higher rate. It does seem like there is at least this product of, and people call that privilege. I don't like that because if I'm a white guy not getting hired, I don't feel privilege, right? That's why I don't like the word.
So the issue is there's no such thing as white privilege. That is a fact statement, not an opinion.
What do you mean?
Again, like, there's no such thing. It's a fact. Like, what are you talking about, man?
About that. Because what I just described
because there's
what people mean, because I think that's a bad word.
Because you can...
Again, it comes down to terminology. Like, I don't think it's that difficult of a concept. I feel like I explained it to a lot of you guys in like the span of like a minute. I don't think it's a hard phrasing. Again, there's no reason to cede this ground to Tim Pool.
When you're trying to determine any kind of like fact basis in science, we look for controls. And when you look at any other non-white nation, these concepts don't exist. However,
we're a unique nation.
Similar.
How are we back on this? Did we do a time loop? Did we do a time loop here? How are we back at this exact point? We've been talking for another like 10 minutes. Jesus Christ.
Like the history
meaningless.
Of racism.
Similar issue.
No, I'm saying it's meaningless.
So if I finish the point that I'm trying to make, instead of you interrupting before the point can be completed,
okay.
The Han Chinese, for instance, have an ethnic majority and supremacy, and they experience what one would define as a privilege.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's not because it's white privilege.
Yeah, it's Han privilege, sure.
It's just majority privilege. A nation's ethnic and cultural majority tends to dictate what they want and what they expect.
Okay.
That will never go away nor change.
Well, I think it can change. I think if expectations change. But you just described it. The point is...
So the point that I was making...
You're agreeing with the...
You know, there's and maybe Tim's not realizing that he let it slip here. But there's a difference between being a majority in a country and an ethnic group having supremacy in a country, right? Like Tim doesn't realize it, right? But like if you're talking about the concept of Han supremacy, let's just insert the maybe an equivalent here in the United States. Anglo-Saxon supremacy, or I don't know, let's get even more on the nose here. White supremacy. Do you guys see how maybe the thing he said was just very obviously racist in a crazy ass way, and he doesn't even realize it. He doesn't even realize it.
Concept, which
there's no white privilege. And if you are a Gen Z white man, you've never experienced such a thing. So when they say,
oh my god. Again, the comparison here is just saying, well, you need to compare the situation of like a white man who's 18 and average white man who's 18, average black man who's 18 in America. Like those economic situations are comparable. Like that's when we're talking about privilege, we're talking about relative to someone else of your relative station who is, not white. It blows my mind that people in 2025 don't remember that there were Irish Italians need not apply signs in store windows in like 1950. Yeah, it's really bizarre, Like, I mean, so many people's favorite show is like The Sopranos, and like The Sopranos is a show about a man desperate to fit in with white society, fueled in part because he's Italian, and grew up as a member of the out group. Like, it just, I don't know, like, just pick up the themes of the shows you think are your favorite. My problem with white privilege is that, in my opinion, it puts all the onus on the individual rather than the system. The focus should be on the system, not individuals. Yeah, but when we're talking about white privilege, we're talking about systemic privilege. We're talking about like the systemic racial oppression of our system, right? We're taught that like it is a systemic understanding of how your privilege as a white person is different from how another person operates underneath this oppressive system we all operate on, right? So, like, I understand what you're getting at, but like, it is at the end of the day, like talking about individual experiences underneath that system.
Say, white guys would go and apply for a job, they'd get it. And now a 17-year-old white guy applies and they go, no white people, get out. And he goes, there's no privilege because there isn't.
No white people? I'm sure this has happened before, but like, is there like a massive influx of people like we don't hire white people? I mean, first of all, it's literally illegal, right?
It should be, but this is typically what the left supports.
Wait, no, but that's illegal, man. Like what? Oh, they're trying. Yeah, like they're putting up the whites need not apply signs. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
So we interviewed a pro skateboarder
supporting the idea of we can't hire white men. Like,
absolutely,
they're supporting the idea of like I worked at
era went in the to people of color to women in the S&P 100 or something.
Boosting a marginalized group is not the same as saying no white men. If there are people that say you cannot hire white men,
it is a matter of
because
policy.
You're assuming it's a zero-sum game.
To hire white men.
Yeah, no. Wait, what? It's illegal to hire white men.
If he started a company and all he were hiring were white men, T-minus. What until a lawsuit comes in? They would be
like, I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Dude, how many companies in America have been founded by all white men? Shut the fuck up. Every single time this jabroni opens his mouth, and that is the word that perfectly describes this man, the world sucks a little bit more.
investigated. You cannot start an S&P 100 company or some serious company without hiring at least some women.
Yeah, you guys see it. He's a jabroni. I don't even know what that means. But that's what he is.
Some minorities. So it's illegal to hire based on merit, which, yes, in practice makes
that's
it
not illegal to be hired
men.
based on merit, first of all, because the idea that
Sure it
like
is.
no, because you're describing it like, they just found a black woman on the street and they're like, get in here, right? Versus like, hey, when you look at a pool of qualified candidates, you can't select one race, which is a very different thing. And it's not a zero-sum game. You have a bunch of different slots. If it was one slot and you're like,
I really appreciate how much more in shape the left dude is than everyone else.
Yeah, it is one of the things that he has going for him specifically on this show. I appreciate that a lot. And one of the reasons I'm going to put more effort into my body so that I can represent the left well.
for this one job, you can't hire a white guy. I think like the only thing that would ever make sense for that is if you're like casting for a show and it's this character's black, right?
But it is a fact that this happens. That white guys are passed over.
Right, but you're describing it as
I would love name your top 5 white guys.
A phenomenon that is so widespread that every 18-year-old Zillennial is experiencing this, which is, at least in my experience, is like growing up in this progressive area, in the most progressive place on the planet. This is not happening. I'm not getting discriminated against for being white. Like I said, I'll get some insults here or there, but it's not
That's
like
called being discriminated against for being.
It is actually kind of fascinating how little John Doyle has talked during this. It's like he's afraid to reveal his power level.
What? Yes.
Okay, sure, but not on an institutional level for jobs. Like, no
How would
one's
you
like,
know?
we're not
What are you
hiring.
comparing it to?
I'm comparing it to like every other white person that I graduated with, like all the white people around me. Like, none of these people are
Generations don't experience the same thing as the other generation. Like literally.
Yeah, that is how time works, Tim.
Gen Z men are struggling.
I am in Gen Z technically, and I grow up around, I hang out with a lot of younger people because I had a deferred college like graduation. So.
Would you agree that Gen Z men are struggling?
Yes, absolutely, but I don't think it's because of white men discrimination.
I didn't say it was. It's a component.
Yeah.
The point is when the left comes out and says,
wait, why? Yeah, again, why agree? You don't need to cede that ground.
we want affirmative action in hiring and colleges and public contracting, the 17 or 18-year-old white man is going, whatever it is you think boomers got, I don't have. I don't.
Yeah, but do you understand that, like, Gen Z also includes what, black people? Like, there's more than just white people in Gen Z? Because, like, that seems like you're completely overlooking the fact that there's a comparable aged group of a different demographic.
Don't get. So when you create a racially discriminatory system, you have created a privilege for certain classes of people.
Yeah, in that specific thing. Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I was talking about. Like, you don't, even if, like, just for a second, assume that the phenomenon that we both agree exists is called white privilege, just because that's what people call it. It exists insofar as, like, yeah, this person might be preference in this specific area, or, you know, you might not just face the same problem as a black person here, but you don't experience white privilege. You don't. I don't feel the absence of something. Well, you agree the majority group in control is going to have some sort of, like, in-group preference for that same.
Which for the past 15, 20 years has been liberal left. So they're white critical.
To an extent. I mean, our country is not like a liberal left majority ruled by. They're not like the majority.
When Jack Dorsey was in charge of X, for instance, if you post FBI crime stats, you'd get banned.
I'm sorry, your example.
Yeah, Jack Dorsey, ultimate liberal. Wait, let me just check something real quick. Jack Dorsey. Let's see, politics. Okay, this liberal has backed Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang. So I do have to say, I don't think I don't think this guy would be described as a liberal. God. Oh, and he endorsed Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for president. Fuck. All right.
Of whether or not white men or liberals are in control is just Twitter not allowing, like,
Perhaps I could
hate
describe
speech
it as
posting, like-
Facebook, YouTube, and X, the 3 largest social media
Right.
platforms in the country
Social
and the
media
world.
is a big component of our
banning
lives,
people
but-
for
Man, the idea that like everyone's on social media, like the social media space is such a small part of the world. It's such a small, like, minimized human existence. Like, go the fuck outside, man. Play baseball. Like, I don't know, play with a frisbee or something. Get a dog. Throw a frisbee for a dog. Like, you'll be so much happier than worrying about what social media CEOs think about politics. That's bizarre.
for posting fact data because it was deemed racist.
Yeah, but that's not just posting the fact data. Almost if you're posting like 1350 stuff, it's because you're trying to paint a greater narrative of, oh, black people have a crime gene or something.
So
Usually,
Yeah, literally, there was a trend of just saying 1350 as a shorthand for essentially saying black people are subhuman. Like that's how white supremacists used stats and figures, like Tim Pool is alleging. But is sure, the dog whistles were merely the wind whistling through the trees.
You're not disagreeing with me.
I'm saying that if you're using the example of like, oh, look at our institutions and how they're overwhelmingly liberal, if you're talking about social media,
What I would have loved is to just ask Tim Pool what facts and figures. I would have liked to just ask him like the direct question, like, what facts and figures are you talking about, Tim? And like have him spell that out. I like genuinely, I feel like if you ask Tim and like just give him enough rope, like he will intellectually hang himself, like it's I don't think he's clever enough to avoid it,
yeah, they were for a while. I think that has since shifted, obviously, especially
And major
Twitter.
cities,
But
institutions are liberal as well.
Major cities, yeah. But if you're talking about like the country as a whole, jobs, like all these places, this is not like everything everywhere. Like it is absolutely part of it, 100%. And like half the country, sure, is like liberal, progressive, not progressive.
Yeah, I
liberal,
saw the
at
one with
very
Lance
least.
from the
But the
Surfs.
idea that like that is the same as saying like a white majority in group is just not like borne out. There's not like. I guess you might say like certain people might discriminate against your politics in certain areas. Definitely in San Francisco, I've had people who are MAGA leaning at the least. But like that is not the same as like a white in-group preference. That does exist in this country.
There's not a debate on this issue. This is a fact statement that we had Supreme Court hearings over as to liberal institutions not admitting hiring white people.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Now,
You're
I will
saying
say,
does this happen? I'm saying yeah, obviously. I'm saying this is not the widespread concept of America. Is this in-group privilege for white liberal progressives or liberal progressives? Like I just don't think that's the case.
No, it's anti-white.
Sure, liberal progressives being the majority in-group in the same way you might say that America was a primary white in-group preference in like the 60s. Like there's not like that sort of thing going on, like to the extent of like, oh, we're like
the point being the left right now is penalizing young men for something they did not do. It's the sins of the father.
I would love to know what you're talking about, Tim. What do you mean? How is the left punishing young men?
Penalizing how? Like you talk about discrimination, which is true.
If you apply to go to Harvard, you have to score higher substantially than a Latino or black person to get in.
Yeah.
That's called a penalization.
That sort of, but again, this is like
they
a singular
literally deduct
institution.
against your score based on your race.
Right, and they do that for like Asians the worst, right? Too. It's
yeah,
like
I know.
There was like a whole lawsuit
Racist.
about this. Did they get rid of that?
I think they technically.
Oh God. What's really funny, by the way, is that affirmative action helped white people the most. So genuinely, Tim is just kind of nuts here.
Technically didn't. They changed the way they went about it, which was another controversy. I don't know where the lawsuit ended up. It's been a while since we covered that one.
But this is also one of the things where I'm like, I haven't gotten to finish this point, but the idea like you don't experience privilege is like you don't feel less detriment. You don't feel that.
I've only ever felt more from it.
Huh?
I've only ever felt more detriment.
Exactly. You only ever feel it when it's against you. So like if someone is like, oh, like let's just say we're talking about the 1960s, where like obviously you would assume like white privilege exists in the 60s, right?
No.
We can agree. No.
No.
Okay. Well,
I don't want to get into that.
I kind of know your politics. I don't want to get into.
You couldn't marry someone
Yeah,
who wasn't
like-
the same race as you. You couldn't live with them.
Yeah.
Again,
like-
I don't like the concession of like, oh, my grandparents were the crazy ones, but I know better. It's like this has been a consistent trend, and in the country's history.
Well, hold on,
like,
wait, I'm literally just saying, was it not obvious that you had a harder life if you were black in the 60s? You can't say no to that. Come on.
Actually, Derek Bell would disagree with you.
Well, actually, some dumb fuck you don't know would say otherwise. Who's Derek Bell? I don't know, just some guy I went to school with in middle school. He hangs out by the hardware store.
No idea who that is.
He's one of the
Drake
founders
Bell's
of
brother.
critical race theory.
He would say it was easier to be black in the 60s?
His argument is that the end of segregation was a detriment to black people.
Okay,
And
I don't care. That sounds stupid. But
Well,
the
he's
point I'm
well,
saying
okay,
is
so
obviously in
this
the
is
time,
critical race theory.
Yeah.
He works alongside Kimberly Crenshaw. They wrote the book on this stuff.
Okay.
The argument among the people who advocate the concept of white privilege is that separate spaces for black people, they call them POC spaces, are
Yeah,
better.
safe spaces. No, I experienced that.
I wouldn't call it. They don't call it safe spaces. The argument was from Derek Bell that they said Plessy v. Ferguson was wrong. He says there should be black-only schools. There should be black-only businesses.
Okay, this guy sounds like a radical racist person. I don't like this person.
But this is
Based on
what
you're describing.
This is critical race theory. The book. This is what the universities are teaching. Derek Bell is a
I didn't
prominent
learn
thought leader
this
on this.
in DEI course. I literally took gender studies. I didn't learn about Derek Bell, maybe, but I don't
You
think
should.
this is
I
what's
mean,
like
he-
the
he's a
universal like
contributor.
university. First of all, the fact that I am
Hey,
like
during-
familiar with so many college people and no
Sure.
one has told me this before. I'm not saying this isn't real, by the way.
You haven't studied critical race theory.
No, I'm saying this is not like the universally applied theory to most of these places.
Has Tim studied critical race theory? Because I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess no.
We're like, yeah, we need to segregate
How
society.
much time have you
back.
spent in the black community?
A lot.
Well, okay, Pikachu man, I understand where you're coming from, but I think there is I think that in our context, like it's not like, for example, German privilege, because when we're talking about race is a bullshit social construct. There's not a like one homogenous white ethnicity. It's just, hey, you look white, all right. Like white supremacy, white privilege, it's specifically due to the racial history of our country. If we're talking about Japan, then there would be like a Japanese privilege, especially compared to, like, for example, the Ainu people. Like you're gonna have or a Korean, you're gonna have like certain privileges or lack thereof in Japan, based on being in that in-group or
Derek
out-group.
Bell, he starred in a show called Derek and Yeshua back in the 2000s.
I'm that went over my head, Socket Tanuki. I'm sorry. I'm only 5'6". Ba, 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 ba. Whatever.
Actually,
So during the
Sorry, I was looking up more stuff about Derek Bell because I don't know that much about him.
Ferguson riots, for instance, and the Baltimore riots, they were circulating a letter, the teachings of Derek Bell, advocating for a black-only community space. In fact, I think
a
it was
black-only community space is different from 1960s segregation, though.
the argument predicated upon that before the end of segregation, black people had their own economy, their own Wall Street, their own wealth.
Yes, I've heard this.
And
before,
after
Yeah, what happened to Black Wall Street, Tim? Just out of curiosity, what historically happened to Black Wall Street? Now, I know Tim probably has some kind of inkling about this because Lord knows he watches everything to do with comic books. So I think Tim has a pretty good idea of what happened to Black Wall Street, which, for anyone who doesn't know, it was burned to the ground by a bunch of racists.
And it's like it was better then, right?
And what the argument they're making is that white supremacists, which had always been the Democratic Party, the party of the
Yes, that was the 1920s Oklahoma massacre.
Klan and Jim Crow and slavery, decided if we allow black people to establish their own economy, they will supplant us. What we need to do, while they're still weak, force them by law to integrate with us so that our institutions will be over them.
Okay, interesting.
That is the critical race theory view of what the end of segregation was.
It was a ploy to subvert the black excellence kind of movement. Like they would have done better on their own.
However you want to describe it, the point was, the question asked by these critical race theorists, these black community leaders, is why did the Democrats...
You know, it's such an interesting pivot here because, like, most African Americans in the 1920s or the 1960s, rather, were not doing well, Tim. Like, you know that, Tim. Like, you can maybe pinpoint some examples of like a burgeoning amount of wealth, but then you immediately pointed out how it was subjugated, right? So you already are aware of the imbalance here. You're just making this argument, I guess, to take up time.
Do a 180 in a matter of 4 years.
The Southern strategy.
That some people try to make the argument that they were trying to win, but that doesn't change how an entire block of racists suddenly were not racist anymore.
Well, the Southern switch, Tim. Like, the parties flipped. The conservatives went from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party. And this happened because of a desire to appeal to the Republican strongholds in, like, kind of more suburban areas, and to try and appeal to, you know, these religious schools that were trying to maintain their religious beliefs and policies in racial segregation. And this created like an interesting like swap over, and like it took time, but it wound up happening. Like during that period of transition, like you had that fight going on, and then you had that followed by the activation of like the Southern strategy, the Southern evangelicals, and like the anti-abortion movement. Like you had a number of different factors kind of coalescing in a kind of crucible, and out of that came like the final version of like the party switch. You know?
We're talking about
racists become unracist, or did
the politicians themselves? Yes, they didn't
like Robert Byrd.
They didn't evaporate from the political landscape. They just all of a sudden said, "You know what? We agree. We're not racist anymore."
Okay, sure. If the argument is that,
I'm not saying they're right. I'm saying that's the critical race theory argument.
Sure. It seems kind of like a weird conspiracy theory, but the whole point I'm trying to bring up is like, look, if we just talk about white privilege or privilege in general, you don't feel privilege. Like I don't feel, if I was a 1960s white guy, I'm not like, oh boy, like there's no problems in my fucking life because I'm not, you know, forced to go into the left door instead of the right door, and I don't.
I don't have white privilege at all. I'm mixed race.
Well, hold on. I mean, do you agree that if we're accepting the concept of white privilege in the 60s, that you don't feel privilege if you did have it then? You don't feel like, oh, everything's better. You just don't have it worse, right?
I think what I would say, just to clarify, is ethnic majority access is probably a better way to put it.
Sure. And you don't feel that until it's gone, right? And that's kind of...
You know, I would love for Tim to discuss what ethnicity he thinks white is. I would love for that question to be posed to Tim. What ethnicity do you think white is, Tim? Because he's talking about ethnic majority privilege, and I'm okay. If we're talking about ethnicities, Tim, what ethnicity is white?
what's happening on the left with men, where it's like we had a big in-group preference for so long, and now because we're focusing on all these other groups, I'm not getting the focus. Me, white men, big muscular guys, people discriminate against me insofar as they're like, oh, like, is that guy here to invade my space? I've been in, like, they would go to these like feminist talk circles in college, and they'd be like, what are you doing here? You know, they give me looks because they're like, you're not like us, you don't look like us, and that feels like, oh, well, shit, like, because we've focused and you know, put the spotlight on these people who never did have it before, now I don't have it. It feels like something's been taken away from me.
That's just the same problem regurgitated for a new generation.
Right. And I'm just saying,
choosing anyone based on race is the problem.
I'm saying that feels alienating, and I understand why men are not drawn to that, especially when the right offers them something like, hey, like, we're not doing that. And it's just as simple as that.
The left is basically going like, hey, look at that problem. Let's do the exact same thing again.
I think it happens sometimes, but I don't think it's the exact same thing. For example, like you talked about, if you have a black-only community space, I don't think that is the same thing. As much as I say you don't need to have that necessarily, like you can absolutely have white people, you're working in your community towards the common goal, I don't think they're segregating them because they're like, oh, we hate white people, we don't want them there. It's because they specifically want to hyper-focus the conversation on people who understand the problem because they're from that community, and then spread those ideas to other places, because it's not this exclusive segregating thing.
Do you think it would be good if, like, we took a major city, say Chicago, and then made all the races live in race-specific areas?
No, that
kind of do that already now. Actually,
that's the point.
Yeah, kind of already.
That's actually the structure naturally.
The level of segregation is.
That's the structure. No, you've already talked about redlining, Tim. You can't. You literally pointed at one of the most redlined cities in the country. You can't just say it naturally happened if there's fucking redlining, Tim. Redlining is an unnatural fucking phenomenon. Fuck you.
As it exists now is actually greater than it was even in the 60s pre the outlawing.
That might be neighborhood segregation, but we're talking about, hey, you can't go in the same bar. You
right.
Can't
yeah, but do you know? Hold on.
Over the other.
You're from San Francisco?
Yeah.
I gotta. You know, I want to make this proposal to you, but I also I don't want to be responsible for your death. I would.
You're telling me to go to a gay bar and I'll get.
No. I'd like to bring you to K-Town.
Okay.
And see how long you last.
Why would I?
I want to see the life drain from your eyes.
I'll kill you. You'll just die because you're white.
Okay.
Can I get that? Can I get that on the soundboard? Can I get that on the fucking soundboard?
Why would I?
I'll kill you. You'll just die because you're white.
You'll just die because you're white. Oh God. Oh.
Okay. I mean, that's
because
bad.
the hard streets of K-Town. You know, like genuinely hilarious.
People killing people because they're white is bad. Yeah, I don't know. What
right.
I had no idea Korea, like little Korea, was gonna be so terrifying. You know, I didn't know it, and like. I don't know. I feel like most people would be pretty safe.
The point being that in racism and these privilege and these things you describe are just like, I feel like it's largely white people standing on a hilltop looking around being like, look how great we are. We're so great. How come it's so good for us? Why are we so great? These poor minorities. And then like take a stroll through a black neighborhood in Chicago and see what happens.
You know,
to be fair,
what does that have to do with whether
to be
or
fair,
not
like
white
Hyde
people have
Park's
it
super
easier?
nice.
Is that not an indication?
Because everyone is mad at white people all the time for no reason. Adjacent to the data you mentioned earlier about in-group versus out-group, there's data even showing how races rank each other. If you look at how white people rank themselves relative to other races, it's pretty much a straight line. If you look at how black people rank themselves, it's the first, every other race not so much, white people last.
You need white boy magic.
Same thing.
Also, just pointing this out there, apparently here in Minneapolis we have a very terrifying and deadly vehicle that roams the streets. The K-Town Korean Fusion street truck, and you know, they'll kill you with flavor and deliciousness. You know, well, it's like the saying, "Kill him with kindness," except kill him with the sauce. Get some of that gochujang. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
With Hispanics, same thing with Asians. They all like themselves the most and dislike white people the most. And so that creates a problem when you have these communities. Like you're saying, if you walk through, I know you mentioned in the car you were Jewish, but if you walk through and they identify you as a white guy, that's going to be a problem in these neighborhoods. And so why that is, I mean, do you really think that this education...
Do you think if I said, stop, I'm Jewish, they wouldn't kill me?
No, I don't think they understand that sort of...
I like, also, can we just like take a moment and acknowledge that John Doyle's saying, like, I don't think they understand that sort of thing. Like, minorities don't understand Jewishness? What? Jesus Christ.
The problem there.
But I would say that if you're in New York, you said stop, I'm Jewish, you'd get...
They'd kill me extra.
Have you seen what's been going on in New York?
I'm speechless. You know, this is difficult. New York burned to the ground for sure. Time for bed. Yeah, that's a good sign off point there, Dragonfly. You get some good sleep. My brain has been sufficiently rotted. Yeah, in New York City, they I can't even do a bit. It's Have you seen what's been going on in New York? They'll double kill you if you're Jewish. Someone tell Sam Cedar we have to protect him at all costs. What if they find out that Sam Cedar's Jewish, guys? New York City's not safe for him. He's steps from the industrial ravaged Guadalcanal. We got to get him out of there.
Oh, I saw the thing that happened at that.
Well, it's called the Knockout
museum.
Game, and what you have is this is
something else. Okay,
black men,
I was thinking about
teenagers have been going around New York attacking Jewish people. Yeah.
Wow.
That's been going on I remember that was an Obama era thing as well. But the point I was trying to make there is if we...
Oh, it's been, okay, so it's been going on for like 8 years, and I don't think this is a super prevalent thing. I'm not saying that there's not like anti-Semitic hate crimes in New York City. I'm sure there is, but I don't think this is a super systemic issue here, guys.
Can agree that, say, minorities are not getting the same access to education that white students are, which maybe I would disagree with, but let's pretend that's the case. Then this education they're getting, which a lot of conservatives would say is making them hate America and all this stuff, isn't quite landing with them the same way. They're not getting A's on tests about all the evil white people who are mean to their grandparents, yet they're still...
What tests? You know, like that's a pretty... You know, it's almost like you are making shit up, you know? But of course, a white nationalist would never just make shit up. And yeah, clearly all of the tests students receive in American schools is about how white people are evil and tried to genocide their grandparents. Yep. That's the entire education system right there.
Still doing things like the knockout
did
game.
You go to college? Like, is that what they're teaching? Because like, I literally took a gender studies class. They're not teaching you that white men are evil. Like, one of the coolest things that they taught.
Then explain my course in the history of the white devil. Okay, I learned about the entire. I minored in the history of the white devil. Now they called it medieval military history, but I minored in it. And you know, someone hypothetically could have called it the history of the white devil. You know, someone hypothetically might have been able to call it that. And I'm mad about it now. The knockout game was in 2013. They're talking about something that's 12 years old? Huh. You know, we're going further back in time the longer this goes on. We started at the Gillette ad from 6 years ago. Papa John's from like 10 years ago. Now we're at the knockout game from 12 years ago. God, hopping in a DeLorean and going 88 miles per hour.
Taught me in that was about, do you know COINTELPRO, like that whole program, like the anti-civil rights, like FBI thing?
Okay, so even better, they're not
Yeah, we're Benjamin Buttoning everybody.
teaching that, but still the races are reporting these attitudes and how they feel about white people versus
Jack obviously didn't take cracker studies. Look, I couldn't bring myself to study crackers. Okay, I couldn't do it. It's because of my name. If I got a degree in cracker studies, everyone would call me Cracker Jack. And I just couldn't live with myself. So I had to omit that part of my education. And now I don't know anything about crackers.
other races. And so what that would suggest is that, as Tim said, there is some sort of like anti-white cultural, maybe anti-majority cultural narrative that is predominant and that young people are recognizing and they are responding to. They are responding to other people's reaction towards their existence, and they are moving away from that.
Right. I agree with you completely. This is what I'm talking about, where it's like this narrative of, hey, these people have been in power so long and these injustices were caused by this group in power. That's framed as, oh, I'm bad because I'm white. And what I'm saying is I went through that whole thing. I went into the trenches of the gender warfare, and I didn't come out thinking...
I went into the gender trenches and I came back transed. I was never the same.
Like, oh, I'm bad because I'm white. I'm bad because I'm a male. I just thought, oh, yeah, like people in the past did things and I don't have guilt for things I never did. And I'm just recognizing like the historical things that might have happened that might have caused these groups to suffer. That's fine. Like that didn't cause me to leave the left. And I'm not saying there's no reason to, because some people do come out of that and they're like, I feel demonized. I understand that 100%. I guess olive branch to those people is like...
I mean, my response to those people is grow the fuck up. Not everything's about you. And like, I don't know, do those things. Like, I'm sorry, this world's not built for you to be intellectually a baby. You gotta grow up.
Like, why let that change your policy if these people aren't actually discriminating against you? They're just at worst kind of being annoying. Like, that's really just been my experience, and it's like that didn't make me...
See, like, I agree with the substance, like much of the substance of the point, but rhetorically, I don't think you have to cede any ground to these absolute clowns that are across the table from you. And I understand there is utility in presenting yourself as like somewhat aligned or giving that ground in order to try and win over the audience. I understand that as a concept. I don't know that you're gonna do it with the audiences of these guys, you know? When I got my degree in cracker theory, my professor was a parrot named Polly. Verillion, thank you for the $5 Australian. Appreciate it. Captain Jack went to fight in the gender wars as any man would. She came back with tits as a woman. It's true. It's true. It's exactly what happened.
Me less liberal. It didn't make me less progressive. It's just like, oh, okay. Like I don't feel guilt when they're like, oh, we're talking about slavery and white people did slavery. It's like, okay, it's just
simply not true.
I'll put it this way on the race stuff. Chicago is deeply segregated by choice.
Yeah, that happens in like most cities.
But it is enforced.
Right?
It is enforced to one degree by law. So where I grew up, if you cross,
hey Tim, historically, why did that segregation exist? What system what system encouraged that type of settling? Is it capitalism? Was it capitalism? It was capitalism.
Crossed 47th from the south to the north, you went from a largely white, somewhat Hispanic neighborhood into an all-black neighborhood. And if you did, you'd get stopped by the cops, and they'd detain you, and they'd usually drive you back.
Is because they're like, hey, this isn't safe, and we're protecting
No,
you,
because they said...
Well, yeah, Tim keeps forgetting about banks and realtors and discrimination on race, but like he literally mentioned it at the top of this episode, and the fact that he keeps avoiding talking about it again is very funny to me. You know, you can't just get away with acknowledging it at the top, and then every subsequent time, like the layout of these cities comes up, you ignore it. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, you had to acknowledge it at the end, or just not acknowledge it at all. Like, rhetorically, it's silly as hell, you know?
The only reason white boys come up here is to buy drugs, so you're leaving right now.
Okay, but that's not legally enforced segregation. That's
I said largely enforced by the law, which I meant the cops.
I get what you're saying,
inverse,
but
however,
that's a pattern of
inverse of-
behavior that they're trying to.
The inverse, however, was that there were several gangs of teenage black girls from north of 47th who would cross down to the south and then mug and rob young girls in the white neighborhood. And the police, it became this huge issue with the local government. And the cops were like, look, we can't do anything about it because if we stop these girls before they commit the crime, we're racist. So we're going to let them keep going. However, the problem is after they've already committed the robberies and the muggings and we know it is a gang, well, then they're gone. What can we do? So it just kept happening in our neighborhood.
Okay.
This created, so it's like people choose to live near the races they choose, but this creates.
I just, I'm okay. Real quick, Tim, what economic system might incentivize gangs of teenage black girls? And I'm just going to assume that that's a real story. I don't know why. To do that, what system are we talking about?
Created pure racism.
Yeah, that's
and
bad.
conflict.
I think those cops should have arrested the people doing crimes.
They
and
can't.
Not stopped. Oh, well, they should. I
But
understand.
it's racist.
It's not racist to arrest.
Yes, cops in Chicago, famous for being worried about being perceived as racist. Yes. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Cops, famous for being worried about looking racist.
You
People
think
who's mugging someone.
How do you arrest someone after they've been mugged and the gang splits up and you don't know who did the mugging?
I mean, you could stop people if they're like, hey, don't get me wrong, this does get applied in poor ways where it's like, hey, a black guy robbed me, and then they stop like every 30 black people. But like, if you give a description of a suspect, you got to go stop them.
I completely agree. That's why I've always been a big supporter.
Yeah, except the issue is that when people were doing that in the past, historically, there was only one factor being considered in whether or not they stopped you, and it was your race, Tim.
Order of stop and frisk. I think cops need to go and stop as many of these black people who fit descriptions as possible.
That's not what stop and frisk was. Stop and frisk was literally anyone who looked suspicious, they could stop and frisk you. They didn't have to be looking for any criminal in particular. They just were stopping people and they profiled you. And if you were non-white, and especially if you were black, you were far more likely to be stopped and frisked.
And search them in case they're the ones who committed the robbery, right?
If you're responding to a crime, I think that's very different from just stopping random people that look suspicious on the street all the time like they did in New York. But
if someone fits a description, the cop should stop and frisk them, right?
You mean if they have absolutely no...
But wait. That's not what the stop and frisk policy is, Tim.
Other reason to, other than, hey, can
No,
we,
they fit a description for a crime, the cops should stop them and frisk them.
I don't know if the rule is that you're allowed to just immediately search them, but if they fit the role of a crime and they want to stop them and ask them.
Cops can pat down, but they can't put their hands in your pockets or bag. They're allowed to feel the outside. And if they feel an object...
I want to make a joke so bad, but I'm not going to. It's
that
not
they believe is a weapon or contraband, then they can probably
I can see ways of it being abused, but again, if the idea is the dichotomy between not being able to stop a criminal suspect and frisking everyone on the street, I guess I don't want no one to be able to be searched.
The issue that arises is you get activist groups that claim it is racism, white supremacy, because too many black people are being stopped.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is stop and frisk specifically was shown to be like extra discriminatory, especially because the majority of the people they were stopping and frisking weren't committing crimes. So it was just harassing kind of people versus what you just talked about, which is, hey, 5 people just committed a crime. This kind of black person meets the description and then they go stop people. I think these are very different situations.
Certainly. And the political climate is such that in our neighborhood, the alderman, the mayor, the police, they were like, I am not going to be the person who has to run for office and explain why we're stopping young black girls. I'm not getting involved in that. I don't want to be a racist.
That might be, that.
Okay, how old is Tim Pool? Like, I'm sorry. Tim Pool, age. Okay, so Tim is like 39. Right? And Tim, home slice, okay? When you're thinking about this, This has to be like you're living in Chicago like 20 years ago? 22 years ago, maybe we'll say, to be safe. So it's 2000-ish, 2003 maybe. And you think that people are afraid of looking like the cops are afraid of looking racist for frisking like teenage black girls? I guys, that time period was hella racist.
That is an indication of, I would say, over progressive, correction for a
That's
problem.
what we're arguing against.
Right, but okay, here's the thing.
Or at least what I
If
am.
you say toxic
We're talking about
masculinity
men. We're talking about race.
is an overcorrection for like the patriarchy of men ruling for so long or women being discriminated against, like, yeah, I can see places where that has gone too far, where it's like, oh, men are evil, kill all men. You see these like super radical feminists, but like this isn't a majority of that movement. And I think that the concept of calling out something like a toxic masculine person shouldn't be alienating to someone who, like, I don't know, I think I embody a lot of traditional traditional masculine traits, except for the beard. And this hasn't forced me out of wanting these progressive policies. That's all I'm saying.
Again, that's the problem here is, like we were talking about education and crime, and on the one hand, it may just be an experience in a college classroom where some kid says something silly and everyone's like, okay, dude, whatever. But these kinds of people are those who grow up to end up being district attorneys who simply refuse to prosecute crimes and who are installed by wealthy progressives who are radical. And that's pretty much the story in almost every major city in the country. And you can hear these anecdotes about like women robbed at gunpoint on video, and the crime doesn't get prosecuted for whatever reason.
Well, I got a
really
question.
happened to my mom in Detroit. They had this guy dead to rights on camera, robbed her at gunpoint, and then got into a luxury sedan, which was crazy because I was always told that these people were impoverished. And then he was identified actually on the television, local news, by his parole officer. They bring the guy in. They've got
Thieves never get money or nice cars. Thieves, famous for not being able to steal things. Like, if you're confused about how a thief might get their hands on a vehicle, I don't feel like you're thinking this through, man.
Got him, and then some person just didn't submit some document in enough time, and so unfortunately they couldn't get this guy. He ended up getting arrested 2 years later because he sexually assaulted a minor with a gun, and then now he's in prison for like decades.
That seems very unrelated to what happened to your mom. I guess outside of the presence of a gun.
But then my mom had lunch with some woman who lives, in one of the suburbs that these people flee to because they're just so crazy making this stuff up about what happens in minority neighborhoods. And she was like, yeah, that's the story. If anything happens to you in Detroit, they just won't prosecute if the victim is white.
I got a question.
I don't believe that for a guy. Like I'm sorry. This is like the argument of like someone who watched the movie Barbarian and thought it was a documentary. You know, they're like, yeah, they just won't send cops if you're white. They just that they'll let you raise like an incest baby in the basement. They won't do anything about it. Barbarian's a good movie. I mean, let me rephrase that. Barbarian's an interesting movie that I appreciate parts of.
Question.
Different issue.
Just like a question for this whole debate, be it race or gender or whatever. Is it bad to discriminate against a person based on their immutable characteristics?
Depends on how you're doing it, right? Like,
So that's a no.
it depends on how you're doing it.
Well,
No, because if you say,
That's a no.
if I say it's not bad to discriminate, when people hear discriminate, you think of the historical examples of like the 1960s.
Let's
but
try
we
this again.
discriminate all the time for various things.
Are there
If
Are there
I-
any acceptable circumstances where it is okay to discriminate on the basis of immutable characteristics?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
100%. Doctors
Would
do
you
it all
agree?
the time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if I say, hey, I have a gynecologist, and the gynecologist is like, I'm an expert in looking at vaginas, and it's like, okay, I'm discriminating. All my patients are people with vaginas. That's an immutable characteristic. That's what discrimination is. The problem is discrimination's a dirty word, which is why
It's actually illegal.
To say I'm only a gynecologist can only inspect vaginas.
So if a trans woman went to a gynecologist and was denied service,
trans woman with a vagina.
Well, they don't have vaginas.
Well, yeah, it was like a plastic, like petite one, or like.
But that's still not a vagina.
Well, whatever it is, like if the gynecologist is able to assess the medical needs of that, then I think they should also do that. But
the issue where we're going with the Civil Rights Act is that
what a absolutely bizarre turn of events. I mean, I'm not surprised, but
one of the arguments we've seen from LGBTQ groups is the end of gender segregation, much like we saw the end of racial segregation. The argument they've been making for some time now is that we used to have white and black bathrooms, or I think it was white and colored, because colored could be not
Latino,
just, it could
or
be any kind of mixed race or anything. And so the argument made by trans rights activists is that gender segregation, under the exact same law that banned racial segregation, there should be no men's and women's rooms.
Okay, wait, but let's take a step back. If you are against that, then you're for discrimination against an immutable characteristic, which,
Yeah, all right.
which is what I was saying is like, yeah, that's.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that.
Right, that's all I'm saying is like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in favor of discrimination. Tell me more. More ways to discriminate.
The phrase "I'm in favor of discrimination" means so many things, and people are going to attach so you want to be racist, and not, hey, like certain things are immutable. And
I wasn't asking about the discrimination as a gotcha or anything. I was asking like, we're trying to figure out how policy and law should be applied to people.
Okay.
Where do we all stand on the issue of choosing to discriminate based on immutable characteristics? The reason being, the law says you cannot.
Well, it totally depends on the context.
No. The law literally says you cannot.
No. Okay, look.
The 1960s.
I think it has some limits there, Tim.
64 Civil Rights Act.
Sure. And for years after that, we had affirmative action, which is discriminative on positive or negative discrimination based on an immutable characteristic. And you can be for or against that, but that was not illegal until the Supreme Court ruled on it recently, right? So,
the 1964 Civil Rights Act bars the discrimination based on race, sex, national origin,
when you say
religion.
discrimination, that word means so many more things than just I am not allowing someone to do something because of their race, gender. Discrimination is something that you're like, I am distinguishing someone based on something, right? That could be a positive discrimination. That could be a negative discrimination. Like if again, this is an example. If you want to hire a black person for a role to play a black person in a movie, that is positive discrimination. I'm saying, hey, everyone who's not black, you can't be here. But that's totally legal, right? That's
actually. I do see what you're saying. I think legally that is excluded from discrimination.
Sure, but it is discrimination. That's what I'm saying. Maybe the word legally means.
I feel like this attack is this rhetorical advance is finally. I like this a lot. It took us like an hour to get here, but I like this a lot.
It's something else, but
I disagree.
Discrimination just means I'm literally discriminating.
I understand what you're saying. For the purpose of what we're talking about like, if someone said I'm going to hire a bartender, and then a white guy came and said, you get out of here. Like, we would say that's just racially discriminatory.
It's racial discrimination, yeah, based on race, right.
So I agree with you on the distinct semantics of the term.
Yeah.
I do not think that if a movie studio said, we have a character, he's a black man, and then a white guy showed up and be like, you don't fit, that's not discrimination.
That is, maybe colloquially people would say, well, that makes sense, but that is literally racial discrimination.
The role discriminated. The choice of actor.
You're saying you're white, so you can't do this role, which is to play a black guy. That's racial discrimination.
My point being, the creation of the role was the creation of the discrimination.
Sure, and that is
not
also
the choice of
that
actor.
specific kind of discrimination is okay, which is why I was hesitant to say, of course, there are discriminations that are okay. It's a very wide spectrum.
Yeah, I think we also have a big challenge.
Tim really ran into a brick wall there.
So like, here's a question for you guys. If one racial group is committing more violent crimes than another, then should police use that as a determinant factor in whether or not they would find someone suspicious?
No. Like, if the only thing you know about your suspect is the race, then no.
No, I don't think so. I don't even think that you would need to take it that far. If police were simply allowed to do their jobs how any reasonable person would want them to, then we would see less crime and we would see more people in jail. The problem is, less crime might be acceptable, but more people in jail makes a lot of people very uncomfortable. Activist groups, media organizations, things of that nature. So that's why you have like predictive policing is very controversial, because AI will...
Of course, John Doyle's an AI bro. He's going after that Curtis Yarvin money. He's trying to be a future Curtis Yarvin. He wants that Peter Thiel money.
Look at neighborhoods where crime...
Okay, this guy's a white nationalist. He's a white nationalist clown.
Crime is more likely to take place, finds out these neighborhoods maybe have a higher representation of minorities, and they say, well, we should probably police these neighborhoods a little bit more. That has nothing to do with the fact that the AI is, you know, programmed to be wearing a Klan hood.
That existed before AI too, right? Like these neighborhoods are already policed more because of the crime that is
exactly
there, right?
which should happen.
The problem is, one, you got to look at like, all right, which crimes are actually being followed up on? Like, there's plenty of white collar crime that no one ever does, and if you look at like drug usage rate, even not white collar crime, it's pretty similar between races, but they do go into the communities where it's more of like a perceived problem there, and that might play into arrest statistics, that might play into incarcerations. Yeah, obviously they should go where the crime is. I think the problem is you're assuming that all the arrest data is this like infallible, like, oh yeah, like they're only arresting the people that are doing the crimes, and not like there are specific areas that are targeted and some would say over policed.
I think women shouldn't be allowed to be firefighters.
Even if you look at, I think it's.
I'm actually largely kidding. I think
for anything. Or?
Why did you say that? Why did you throw that out there? Also, not a huge fan of Soy Pill's answer there. Like, felt kind of weak.
Average. So, I mean, in terms of fighting fires, women, it's completely, like, I'm actually joking. My point largely is we have these affirmative action policies that you end up with like a 5'5", 120-pound woman as a firefighter, which is just the stupidest thing imaginable.
Well, it depends. What's her job, right?
I mean, if she's like working at the fire station and she doesn't need to go fight fires, that's fine. But I'm pretty sure firefighters have certain like physical requirements they're required to meet.
Is she the person that has to go in and carry
fighting the fires? I'm saying.
Right. But like firefighting means a lot of things. Are you holding the hose? Are you chopping a door down? Are you carrying?
Doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter.
It doesn't.
Yeah. Because
at any moment, anyone responding to an emergency is going to have to be able to handle any one of these jobs.
Of 10 firefighters, and you've got 6 capable people of carrying a 300-pound obese man out of a
and there's 7 people,
and 4 of them can't. Like, I don't think that means this team is somehow less effective. Like, if these 4 people can do the jobs that are
agreed, fat men shouldn't be allowed to be firefighters either.
No, fat men shouldn't be allowed to be saved because it discriminates against women.
The problem is they lower the qualifications.
I do think that's the logical conclusion of the left.
What? You think actually?
If they're choosing to hire 5'5" women to do fire rescue, and there's a morbidly obese man, they're like, women can't carry him.
Well,
that's his fault for discriminating.
I have a few.
Again, firefighters have certain physical like standards that they need to meet in order to continue to be firefighters. Again, if you need like someone to drive the truck and operate it into like a disaster, someone can be 5'5", 5'2", drive the truck. They can be the mechanic that works down at the station. They can be the secretary. They can be like the office administrator. They can be like, there are a lot of different ways one can be a firefighter or work for the fire department.
Friends that are like 5'5" Asian women with no muscles, and they actually do a pretty good job of being EMTs. However, obviously,
that's very different.
Stronger. Well, yes, but they do have to carry very fat people. Is what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is, look, if you have a team of firefighters and one of them is not capable of lifting the 300-pound man up, if you could show me that this was less effective overall, like this is causing all these fat people to burn to death because hey, this person can't carry him. Sure, okay, but it seems like there's a team of people. They all have different responsibilities. There's enough people that can do that heavy lifting thing, and if I don't think they should lower the requirements for people if everyone is actually legally required to be able to do that. But if it's like, hey, you're carrying the hose, or hey, like you're getting the ladder up, like who cares?
The issue tends to be, and the reason I bring it up is that what happens is the progressives will look at the outcome and then determine the system is sexist. So they'll say, hey, hold on. How come only 7% of the fire department in the city is female? They're clearly discriminating for some reason. They then look through it and they say the discrimination comes from the job requirements, which is you got to carry a 150-pound duffel bag over your shoulder through a simulated burning building, and women tend not to be able to do that. So we have to change the threshold so that it's fair for all people.
If that's what they're doing,
they don't. That's not what's happening, though. Like you're making up a scenario that isn't happening.
I would disagree with that. I mean, like, yeah, if they're, it's like the Navy SEALs example always brings up, where it's like, why are there no women Navy SEALs? And it's like, well, if they can't fucking pass the test, you know, most men can't pass that test, they shouldn't be Navy SEALs. You shouldn't lower the requirement for some arbitrary, like, equality of outcome thing. But if it's, hey, these women on this job as firefighters can do these jobs that they're allocated to, and this doesn't affect the performance, I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I think the requirement to be a firefighter should be the first test is you got to open a pickle jar.
Do you have one?
You walk in and then they're like, you're applying for a job. Here's one pickle jar. And if you can't open it, get out.
Yeah, that's the problem. I agree. And I think any fire.
I want to see Tim Pool and John Doyle try and open a pickle jar so badly. You guys have no idea. I want to see this man and Tim Pool get into a pickle jar contest. Okay? Bring them out. Bring out the pickle jars. One for each of them. Make them battle to the death.
Firefighter would agree too. If, like, you know, you're all there, you're a unit doing jobs. I don't care if this woman maybe doesn't like bench what I bench, but they do lower the requirements, whether it's for firefighters, police officers. You have one requirement for the men, one requirement for the women, taking into account things like lower strength levels, lower endurance levels, perhaps. And, you know, if I were really sexist, I would say, I don't know if women even have the temperament to do these jobs, and maybe I would want to discriminate on that. But, like, I'm more of an open-minded guy than that. But
you have.
He's not, though. That's the thing. That's why he said the first thing. So he could say it, but then not say it. You know, it's the just joking thing that Nazis do.
Do you have to be not emotional to stop a fire?
I think in situations of high stress, there is a sort of consideration that maybe you wouldn't want. I mean, I've seen a lot of videos, for example, of women making arrests and they panic and they pull a taser and shoot a guy and they go.
A lot of videos of guys doing that too, and they're like, "Oh my God, a black guy," and they just unload a mag into him, and
That's
it's like
not what happens.
I've seen it.
That's, bitch, there's literally a video of a male cop unloading at a car because an acorn falls on the ground. Like, shut the fuck up.
Happen. I think there's a lot. The
Name a
idea
case,
that like
name a
women
name.
are like less temperamental is like, I don't know. We just saw like the two most powerful men in the world have a bitch fit on like the internet yesterday. Like, I don't know.
Again, you're comparing a situation where lives are on the line versus like two guys who are just like having a Twitter fight or whatever.
The big beautiful bill. Lives are on the line. I will say.
Okay, so
we don't have to deviate from
the point
there,
being, to achieve this outcome where we can have like an inclusive firefighting department or something does, as we see, require actually lowering those standards, which if people want fires to be fought properly, we can't have. And so
so this has happened, right? Like, you're saying they've already lowered the standards?
Yes.
Is there some phenomenon of like fires not?
Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up. Just
You
so
can
it
do
doesn't
it. You
spill
got
on
this.
All right, bro, I can't do it. Here.
All right.
I do
Oh,
this
it would be
a little
exactly
immature,
like
no.
this.
For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's just
slick
for,
now.
it's a little,
See, it
little fun.
is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It literally, it's look, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my God.
No, it wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew.
shirt,
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while
hand.
we're doing olive jar.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I gotta be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's go.
Literally slippery.
This is one of the most pathetic moves you can do if you're like, being a man is being able to open jars, which is clearly what happened prior to this video beginning.
Uh-oh.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Oh.
Men are just naturally less temperamental than women, and that's why they're able to open the jars.
Not getting put out the way they should be because of this. Like, I've never heard of that, if that's the case.
You know, I spent some time at a fire station, actually. My buddy's
That's
dad
not what I
was,
asked about your time.
Well,
at the fire
what he's
station.
talking about is like this instance of where people just seem to be taking the job less seriously. Standards are being lowered. You have more accidents, things like that occurring. Guys are getting hurt. And I don't expect the media to necessarily pick up this story because it would be incompatible with this idea of, you know, inclusivity. But
they just like lie.
Let's just be real. Like, there's a trend of people putting.
I love that, like, John Doyle just, like, off the cuff alleges that there's, like, a conspiracy to cover up for firefighter accidents in society in order to, you know, maintain the illusion of not being racist. Like, y'all understand how fucking crazy that is, right? They're just pulling lies out of their ass? Of course they are.
Up viral videos of female cops struggling to arrest like teenage guys.
Oh yeah,
and they're getting roasted for it.
Yeah, if they're incapable of doing the job because of their physical strength, I don't think they should have that job. And like,
yeah, because teens never make fun of male cops. That never happens.
There are plenty of cops I've seen.
So there are examples.
Right, those are examples. There
People
are people
tend
that are
not to
heavily
film
overweight,
viral fires. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but if there was some crazy phenomenon of fires not getting put out, and there's there'd be a there's lots of videos of fire being put out. I would imagine you'd see one of some woman trying to hold the hose and she can't, and sprays it out and the house burns down or something, right?
She's this levitating.
Yeah, exactly. Like that you would see that happen as well. And if you can't meet the requirements of the job and you can see the detriment to that of a cop. Interactions are getting worse because women are so scared and they're just shooting them or something like that. I would say you need to stop hiring people that aren't good at their job. The problem is I don't think this is a female phenomenon.
Less because the technology with fighting fires has probably evolved to make it more automated than with policing. So you can probably have weaker females operating these things and it's fine, point the hose. But if you've got them policing, they're an autonomous body against another autonomous body. It's like you say, I mean, you see these videos and they just are simply incapable of executing, where even a fat cop who's a guy can use his mass sort of to his advantage.
Yeah, but the guy gets away.
Yeah. It depends on what
I'm gonna.
It's not like they have guns or tasers or projectiles of any kind. Of course.
You can look at these examples of this woman freaked out and shot a guy, and I'd probably agree, she's a bad cop, right? But if you're first of all, I come from a nice neighborhood, and it's can a female cop stop a skateboarder from going into a place he's not supposed to be? Yeah, whatever. This is very different from. What do you mean? Oh, you mean physically? If three teenage boys could probably overpower
as a skateboarder who has hopped many a fence, ain't no way lady cop stopping me.
Sure, but this is not going to turn into a physical interaction. This is going to be oh shit, the cops, let's get out of here, right?
Bro.
They're just enforcing that.
So I have stories from my friends where they were on a rooftop, and when the cops pulled up because it was a company, they ran to the side of the building and jumped 10 feet to a telephone pole and climbed down and ran away.
Okay, right, but that would work against a fat cop or a guy cop who couldn't catch up with you either. My point is that if you're doing low-stakes crime stuff that's not involving a bunch of physical altercations, this isn't some reason to bar with.
Can we just take a moment to, on the one hand, Tim shakes his head at this story from his youth about black teenage muggers stealing things in his neighborhood, and white people, and that's bad. But if you're illegally in a trespassing in a location, and you're his friend, that's totally cool, actually. Come on, man, be consistent in this conversation.
Women from ever being cops. It depends on what the job is, and I 100% agree. If she can't do the job in these videos, then she shouldn't be a cop. That goes for everyone, not just a woman.
There's a couple ways that people look at the political landscape. There's revolutionaries, there's moderates, reformers, there's accelerationists. I don't like the word accelerationist. There's got to be a word for where you just want to sit back and watch as liberals politically immolate themselves and just roll with it. Conservatives don't like this because of their moral framework. They're it is bad that liberals enact things and do things that are detrimental. But as someone like me who I actually am more of a liberal guy, I can just look at liberals and be yeah, that's going to destroy your way of life and your society. But I quite frankly don't care because you'll cease to exist in 20 years anyway. So
what kind of liberal are you? In the Civil War movies, what kind of American are you? What kind of liberal would you say?
Traditional?
My vibe from watching what I have, and I'll grant you this, I don't watch a lot of your show. I watch pieces, and I probably watch a lot of clips that are out of context, but it really seems like you mostly align with right-wing stuff, even if your morals don't. Right-wing, you voted for Trump in 2020, right?
So what does the vote of a person mean for your policies, your politics, and your
Well, that you agree with the
Is Tulsi Gabbard a liberal or conservative?
Right now, she's conservative. She used to be, insofar as
RFK Jr. liberal or conservative?
Well, hold on. Let's talk about Tulsi Gabbard, right? She had a very big right-wing shift. She was someone who was, what was it, in 2017? She was off fossil fuels, right? She was a green person. She was more environmentalism. Now she's with a party that's promoting fossil fuels that doesn't do these green initiatives. So she is moved to the right. It's not as if the left shifted around
hold on. But that's a question of fact, right?
Right. She is more right-wing now.
What I'm saying is you're asking about someone advocating for a fuel source.
Right.
So is your argument that right and left don't define political philosophies?
A left-wing person is more likely to support some sort of Clean Energy Act. Tulsi Gabbard used to do that. She's no longer doing that. That is a shift to the right.
Question, right? So the question I'm asking you is: you define left and right not based on
policies.
It's not based on philosophies. It's based on fact, like worldview.
Based on the.
Are you a utilitarian like Thanos?
Policies that they support.
Is RFK Jr. a liberal?
I think he was kind of like a crackpot, slightly environmentalist person, but he's never been like a prominent liberal Democrat, and now he's supporting the.
True. Also, thank you for the 100 bits. But that reference was to Tim Pool tried to tell Sam Cedar one time that Sam was evil because he aligns with Thanos as a utilitarian.
Anti-vax crowd, I guess. So
I guess my question is, I'm trying to ask you, like, how do you?
I would love, please answer, Tim. I would love to hear your philosophy.
Define liberal and conservative.
Yeah, based on the policies. So like progressive
so what
taxes,
policies am I for that are
environmentalism, like. Well, that's why I'm asking you. Like, I think if you vote for Trump, like, what policies of his do you support that are liberal policies?
Getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. No new wars.
Those aren't liberal policies.
Deportation.
Getting rid of waste, fraud,
What do you mean? Bill Clinton led the charge on waste, fraud, and abuse.
Saying that we should make something better is not the same as, hey, let's cut the entirety of the education department and the.
Is Bill Clinton a liberal?
Bill Clinton is a liberal, but he would not do what I just described, which is what Trump is doing. So, like, this isn't the same thing.
Getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, cutting back on
You can say vaguely,
bloat.
I think we should make things more efficient. Probably everyone would agree with that. But when you see what it's borne out in the Trump administration, that's very different from what Bill Clinton did. Like, these are not the same things at all.
He did a lot more, yeah.
No, he didn't do a lot more. You can say he made things more efficient, but this is not the same thing as I cut the entire Department of Education. I'm cutting USAID. These aren't the same thing. You can't umbrella these as, oh,
I would say that it was also bad when Bill Clinton did it. It did not, in fact, make us leaner and meaner. It actually was just a neoliberal policy. It's just abundance liberalism. It's just cut the social safety net, cut the regulations. Bill Clinton didn't do a good job of that either.
This is the same kind of policy.
Yeah, Bill Clinton was doing neoliberalism, exactly.
Especially when the policy is so vague as, I'm making something more efficient.
So, traditional liberal, not classical liberal. Classical liberals like Locke and, they're more like libertarians.
Sure.
Traditional liberal as a political term tends to describe the Democrat view from the 90s, which was abortion, pro-choice.
Oh, okay, so Tim Pool is a neoliberal, except that Tim Pool literally, wait, I'm sorry. You're not pro-choice. Let's just say... Oh, God. Here we go.
The overturning of Roe v. Wade, you will have states instantly ban abortion. Already, Kristi Noem of South Dakota has said, if this is true, and it is, she would immediately call for a special session to ban abortion outright in South Dakota. If a fetus is codified in law as a living person, as everyone on the right basically agrees, you would be able to act in defense of this living person as per self-defense. If someone was attacking another person brutally and viciously with extreme force, and you genuinely feared for the life of that person, typically you are entitled to act in the defense of others. That means to use force against another person, it would be justified, an affirmative defense. A man is strangling a woman on the ground, so you kick him. He dies. They say, why did you kick him? He was strangling that woman and I needed to stop him.
I hope you all understand how fucked up this is of Tim, yeah?
You didn't intend to kill him. You just wanted him to stop because he was going to kill someone else. An affirmative defense. What if a doctor is performing an abortion illegally to kill what is codified as a human life, and you kick him? and he dies. Would the same law, the same precedent apply to you? This is where things get dark.
Yeah, that's Tim Pool saying, you know, making the argument for killing abortion doctors, like doctors who induce abortion. I would not, in fact, argue that this guy is very pro-choice at all, in fact.
Safe, legal, rare, secure borders, no illegal immigration, workers' rights, workers' protections, and cutting the size of government.
When you say no illegal immigration, like what do you mean? Like let's pick some of these. Like,
in the
1980s, right? Like Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush, H.W. Bush, I think, are arguing about like illegal immigration. I think the question at this town hall for this debate was like, hey, what do we do for the kids of illegal immigrants? You can look up this video, and it's like they're kind of almost like out liberaling each other. One says like, look, I don't like the idea of illegal aliens in my country, but these kids are here, and I don't want to deprive them of this education. I don't want them to be seen as criminals. Like, this is the Republican Party in the 80s saying, I support at least like, you know.
The Republican Party up to like 2015 was for open borders.
Not open borders. That's a very different thing. These people are like, we need to secure our borders and we need to do something for these illegal people here.
Yeah, that's also not true. Like, Republicans, I'm sorry, like, conservatives in this country have always been virulently anti-immigrant. There's a reason why the previous largest mass deportation is like has a name with a slur in it. Okay, it's from a deep and abiding hatred and xenophobia of people different than themselves, and this is an inherently conservative quality, right? The argument that like, oh, it only started like 15 years ago, it's just ridiculous.
But I don't want to like, you know, get rid of them.
Okay,
versus
point being,
you're describing well, hold
I'm not
on.
talking about the 80s. I said traditional liberal.
Right, but this is Republicans past the 90s, and you're saying you're a Democrat from the 90s. The Democrats were more liberal than the Republicans were in the 80s, but you're not there.
90s,
you're voting for the guy who says mass deportation now.
2008, Hillary Clinton called for a border wall.
Okay, that's very
I'm not talking about
having
the 80s.
A border wall is very different from, hey, let's deport.
You know, just real quick, Hillary Clinton border wall. Let's take a look. Boom. Here's an article from Politico from 2016. Let's take a look. Hillary Clinton wanted the wall. Hillary Clinton fought for the wall in 2006 or thereabouts. I've been for border security. I've been for border security for years. I voted for border security in the United States Senate. Let's see. In 2006, Hillary Clinton voted for the Secure Fence Act. Barack Obama also voted for it, while Bernie Sanders voted against it. GOAT. It was signed into law by George W. Bush, but was never fully funded. The law authorized the Department of Homeland Security to build about 700 miles of border fence. 649 was completed in 2011. A fact highlighted by President Obama. Thanks, Obama. Later, during the Democratic primary of 2008, both Clinton and Obama backed away from their position. Okay. Includes 299 miles of vehicle barriers, 250 miles of pedestrian fence. Yeah, that's bad, actually. But also not anywhere near a full border fence.
Every single
Barack Obama was called the deporter in chief.
Yes, and he also did DACA. Like, do you support DACA?
No.
Why not?
Because you're an illegal immigrant.
Right. So isn't this
and you're not
so
violent?
You don't support Democrats from 20 years ago?
No, I think it's like the idea that you would support literally everything everyone does all the time is a weird cultist mentality.
No, sure. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm saying
right,
your
so
politics
I am
align
a liberal
with Trump today because Trump is a right-winger. He's not a liberal.
So Trump was called a moderate when he first ran.
Okay.
No, he wasn't. Like, maybe you could make that argument before he, like, truly entered the race, but, like, I'm sorry, no one saw him come down the golden escalator and thought, yes, here's a moderate. Like, I think prior to him running in 2016, like, there was a perception that maybe as, like, a political outsider, he would moderate the Republican Party, but, like, that clearly was not the case as soon as he opened his big mouth.
He is politically moderate to this day.
In what way?
Well, he got a lot of flack.
What is politically moderate about mass deportations? What is politically moderate about, like?
Look at what other regimes have done to illegal aliens throughout history.
I'm talking about
like Barack Obama.
You know, like, again, every time John Doyle opens his mouth, it just becomes more clear that he's a Nazi. Look at what other regimes have done to illegal aliens throughout history. Like, oh yeah, what have they done? You know, let's take a look around. I wonder if there's any from about, say, 100 years ago that you might have agreed with, John. I bet there might have been.
Obama was the deporter in chief.
He's not.
In fact, liberals
he did
right
not
now
advocate for mass deportations of every single illegal in the country. That's just
and
not
liberals
what his
right now are
policy.
bragging about how Joe
Deferred
Biden
action.
deported more than Donald Trump is.
He did DACA. This is completely.
Did Joe Biden
different
deport
from-
more than Donald Trump?
Probably, yeah. If you look at the statistics, but first of all, we're in the first 6 months. He's probably his idea is the platform that he ran on that you voted for. Did you vote in 2024 for Trump as well?
For Trump.
Yeah. He was, hey, let's get rid of every single illegal immigrant. That is not Obama's policy. That's not Joe Biden's policy. That's not liberalism from the 90s. It's not liberalism from the 2000s. Like,
you're isolating like a single point and saying that hereby determines.
Okay, well, let's move on to another
this
point
is
that
why I
calls
say
you
the left
a
is
liberal.
cults. This is a cult. It's like.
Well, I'm just asking, what makes
idea
you a liberal?
I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-progressive tax.
But then you voted for Trump, who's trying to get rid of abortion everywhere. Like JD Vance said, I
Donald
want to
Trump
make it illegal nationwide. Right?
And Donald Trump got tremendous flack from the pro-life side, who were saying Trump is not pro-life.
In 2016, sure.
No, in 2024.
They said he's not pro-life enough?
Yes, okay. and they were saying don't vote for him.
Okay, and now the party that you...
Right, the evangelical Christians were telling each other not to vote for Donald Trump because he wasn't he wasn't their guy when it came to abortion. You know, the guy who was president when abortion was outlawed. Yeah, not anti-abortion enough.
You voted for is attempting to... Well, okay, John, do you want abortion to be legal, like, across the whole country?
Yeah.
I think it's a majority of the Republican Party is...
Okay, real quick. John does not seem like he's doing all right.
Abortion to be legal, like, across the whole country?
Yeah.
I think it's...
Like, he doesn't seem like he's doing okay. Like, what... It's bizarre, right?
It's a majority of the... Okay, John, do you want abortion to be legal, like, across the whole country?
Yeah.
I think it's a majority of the Republican Party is majority for illegal in all cases.
That's not true, actually.
That's not
you ever hear of a
pro-choice.
moderate?
No. So
I know what a moderate is. I'm saying that you're voting for the party that wants to illegal make this... Well, because that's...
Oh, he got talked over. He's being steamrolled. Oh, it's hurting his feelings. This guy's biceps are too big. He can't stop comparing himself.
It's not a liberal position. You're voting for the people that want to get rid of abortion.
Voting is not a political philosophy. It's who you choose to best represent your views.
That would, if you vote for Trump and then called yourself a progressive, I'd be like, in what way? And then you say, well, my views are all this, but I'm voting for the party which will materially make all these things the opposite of what I want. How are you a progressive?
Because my biggest priority is probably anti-intervention.
Okay.
I'm going to say it again. Y'all are a cult.
What was cultish about what I just said?
Like, you can't... So I'm a reformer, not a revolutionary. Okay. And I say this all the time because the left is a cult.
Okay.
That means Trump does bad things, and I go, yeah, well, you know, like, I'm going to win here, and I'm a reformer, and I want those reforms more than I care about other things.
Okay.
That tends to be the average voter, largely in economics and immigration. The left...
I did see... I didn't listen to the leaked audio, but I've read about it earlier today. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. I wanted to get more stuff from David Hogg, the Hogg Files, in order to talk about that clip more.
left is like, but how could you possibly vote for Trump if one thing is bad?
Well, it's not one thing. I'm asking which liberal policy has Trump implemented that is aligned with your supposed
Anti-intervention?
liberalism? Okay, so
So the neocons my whole life were pro-intervention and pro-war.
Yeah, Iraq War.
And I didn't
all
vote
that.
for Trump in 2016, but he didn't start any wars and he's had time.
I know this came out 3 days ago, but it's especially rich considering the president of the United States is now sending Marines into Los Angeles. The very anti-interventionist president. But also, he's literally coming up with a Pentagon plan to like facilitate ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Like you can't say that that's non-interventionist.
Line for withdrawal from
Escalated the drone strikes from Obama and changed the
during a
reporting.
withdrawal, indeed. Right.
The withdrawal of...
The reason why Donald Trump escalated drone strikes
Yeah.
was because we were pulling troops out of the Middle East.
Sure, but he killed more people in that area with drones and changed the reporting and changed the report. Well, okay, are you
Isolating a
anti-interventionalist because you are afraid of like the death and the destruction, or are you just like, oh, we shouldn't be located here? Right?
Donald-
like I can be in America and I can send missiles into another country.
Donald
right?
Trump's policies in his first term, extending even to now, have been the gradual rescinding of U.S. military might in foreign entanglements.
I'd say mostly that checks out.
And that was the liberal position for 30 years of my entire life and every protest I ever attended.
Mm-hmm.
And now the Democrats are pro-war.
Pro-war?
Oh, come on. How much you want to give Ukraine?
That's not pro-war.
Do you want to give Ukraine?
Wait, hold on. Let me give an example. If I'm not like a pacifist, but I never in my life hope to ever kill anyone. However, if someone breaks into my house, I'll blow them away, right? If I'm not sure.
If someone
why they're
invades the United
Right.
States,
if someone,
I will join the military in 2
exactly,
seconds.
right? So like, it's not pro-war to say, hey, we don't want new wars to start. However, if Russia invades Ukraine, then we should give them like money or weapons to stop that from happening. That's like a defensive
Pro-war.
measure. Why is that pro-war?
Because
the war didn't get started. It's not like America's like, go commit war.
Here, I love this. Let's try this.
Oh,
Gentlemen,
boy.
a foreign nation 12,000 miles away has invaded one of their bordering neighbor states of 29 million people. We need to send special forces, military training, ATACMS, missiles. We need to provide intelligence. We need to sink the...
Well, if that foreign country that is doing the invasion was also one of our longtime global superpower rivals with a colossal stockpile of nuclear weapons run by an authoritarian, we might be interested in self-interest for geopolitical reasons to weaken that state that is now invading its neighbors. Like, that might in fact benefit us. That's the calculation. The calculation isn't just like we're doing it for no reason. The calculation is this is maybe one of our biggest rivals on the planet. We can, for a pittance, weaken them. Like that's... while also defending democracy and freedom and all that stuff, you know?
The flagship of their Black Sea Fleet.
Oh, I get it now. He's just stupid. Exactly. Exactly. Guys, this is why I talk about Tim Pool being my inspiration to get into politics. I watched a Tim Pool video and I realized that you can be an absolute blithering moron and do incredibly well as a political content creator. And I thought to myself, wait a minute, I can make content that's at least marginally better than that. You know, instead of a blithering moron, you might just have a delightful airheaded moron. And, you know, then I could make better content that's actually informative based on, you know, facts and citations and like providing evidence for my claims. And hey, maybe that would be a better overall thing to put into the world. You know, maybe that would actually help people. And so I gave it a best shot. Here I am. And this is just me taking a short break to tell you guys, hey, we've been going for 7.5 hours. And if you've been enjoying the stream, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, consider hitting the follow button, and drop in a comment if you would be so kind. And also consider supporting the show with subs, donos, memberships, super chats. And, you know, you guys make it possible for me to do what I do. Did she just call herself stupid? Just a little bit. Just a little bit of the, you know, a little bit of hoisting on my own petard. Yes, hit the button, everybody. It was for comedic effect. I hope it's clear by now that I could talk circles around this clown. I liked it twice? Hell yeah. Hey, Uncle Gumbald. You can do especially well as a right-wing commentator because their followers' skulls are filled with sand, candy, and whimsy. Indeed. Indeed. I thought you didn't like self-deprecating humor. Yeah, but the thing is, it has to be something you don't think is true about yourself. If you do self-deprecation, but you mean the self-deprecation, it's not funny. It doesn't work. But if you're doing it about something you are pretty secure about, you can do it from a position of, like, confidence. Does that make sense? I don't generally like it, but it's not like a categorical, it's always bad. It's just something best used in moderation, because I know historically I have way overcommitted to self-deprecation, and it's not good. It's not a good look. It's not cute. Past my curfew. Good night. Good night, Nomi Sunrider. Consider supporting the stream. Anyway, here we go.
Make sure they win this war, and we're going to make sure American PMCs are on the ground aiding them. And I'm like, y'all are pro-war.
Why is that pro-war if we want to help an ally when
They're not an ally.
When a war was started by
Ukraine's not an
someone
ally.
else?
They're not an ally of ours.
They've
never been a formal ally of NATO or the United States.
Yeah, so they're not in NATO. That doesn't mean we don't support their common goals. That doesn't
let me
doesn't
ask you a
mean like
question.
officially we scribed it like on this.
What should we do if a nation we are not aligned with bombs our energy distribution lines?
Are you talking about the Nord Stream pipeline stuff?
I'm asking you a basic question.
If an enemy or a friendly nation does
I didn't
that?
say friendly nation.
If an enemy nation does it.
I didn't say enemy nation.
If just a nation did that.
If a nation bombed one of our distribution systems for our allies' energy,
yeah,
what should we do?
I mean, I guess that would depend on the circumstances, right? Like, every instance of something like that is going to be unique. He's already mad. I mean, he's been mad the entire time, off and on.
It depends on why they did it. Because if you're talking about
cut
the Nord
off our
Stream
access
pipeline-
to energy.
Yeah, so like the idea, this concept of like, I think the theory is that Ukraine did it to escalate our tensions with Russia so that we would support them more. Like that's the theory behind that, right? Like, and we should, if that's the case, that yeah.
I asked you a question about if a nation.
We both know what we're talking about, right?
Indeed,
We're
so
talking
answer
about
the question, and then we'll carry on.
Yeah, if the case is that they did that, if that's what ended up happening, it's like, oh, okay, like this country tried to sabotage us to make us do something. That's probably a bad thing. We should punish.
And that's
them,
what
right?
Germany is accusing Ukraine of doing.
Germany's accusing Ukraine of the Nord Stream thing, right?
Germany has issued an arrest warrant for one Ukrainian who they said was accompanied by two other Ukrainians to bomb the Nord Stream pipeline for the purpose of cutting off NATO access to energy,
right,
so that Russia would stop getting the resources from Europe, which benefits them. I don't want to say the singular source funds the war, but it provides them with resources in war. So Ukraine attacked a NATO ally because they were trying to cause harm to Russia.
I don't know if we know this is fact, and this is...
That's fine. You know what? I don't care.
I care.
Our ally asserted it, and we should be aligned with NATO, not Ukraine.
If Germany asked us, hey, can you? First of all, Germany supports Ukraine, but if Germany said, hey, can you punish them for this? Then I think that maybe we should listen to Germany if they did that. Well, the idea that we should, the idea that we should pull out of Ukraine because of this.
Now you're
thing,
pro-war, dude.
How is this pro-war?
We should not be involved in some other country's war. Why not? They're not an ally of ours.
But they literally are an ally.
No, they are not. That's fake news.
They literally, we helped them sign the agreement to give up their nuclear bombs.
That's a memorandum, not an alliance treaty.
Yeah, I didn't. Just because you legally didn't write the word ally down doesn't make it that, hey, we
we
did not promise a security guarantee for you,
treaty
right?
alliance we do not have with Ukraine.
Are you saying
there are lots of different relationships countries can have? You can have a formal, like, defensive pact. You can have a military alliance. You can have all kinds of different things. But, like, there's a difference between an ally and someone you have a defensive pact with, or someone you're in a military alliance with. For example, you can be allied with a country without a formal declaration. It's almost like geopolitics is really, really complicated, you know?
That if we make a promise to
you're pro-war. You're pro-war, bro. You are in favor of foreign war and our involvement in it? Yes or no?
I am in favor of defending a country that was attacked by another country if that country had
I'm not.
security guarantees. Well, I know you're not.
You're pro-war.
Why is that pro-war?
You want? Do you think the U.S. should be involved in Ukraine's war?
Yes.
Okay.
We gave them security
Agreed.
guarantees. Do you,
The liberal
do you think,
position-
wait, hold on. Let's talk about NATO. If Germany gets attacked by Russia tomorrow, do you think we should defend them? It's
Yes.
hard to- well, okay. But are you pro-war?
If our alliance is attacked by an enemy
Yeah, we're going to
nation,
send American troops.
an
They're all going to get
adversary-
shot by the Russian troops. Is that pro-war? Because that's our guarantee that we'll go defend them.
It's not. Like, I don't know how y'all can't grasp this.
Why is that not pro-war?
Ukraine is not an ally of this country,
In what
nor
context?
are we being attacked. And I would also add, I am skeptical a bit on whether we should answer Article 5
for NATO. But the
also, just as an FYI, because I thought I remembered seeing something about this, and I did. Essentially, the Nord Stream pipeline shit, as far as we know, according to the Wall Street Journal in an exclusive, a drunken evening, a rented yacht, the real story of the Nord Stream pipeline sabotage. Private businessmen funded the shoestring operation, which was overseen by a top general. President Zelensky approved the plan, then tried unsuccessfully to call it off. So, literally, at least what is being alleged in this Wall Street Journal article is like just a fucking shit show.
For NATO,
like, I'm not
depending on what Europe is doing right now. So let's just hammer out the nuances of this.
Okay.
5 years ago, if Russia bombed Germany, then yes, we should answer the call of NATO.
Is that pro-war?
No, it's not.
Why not?
The issue that I'm talking
It's a war that you support to defend our ally.
You support intervention. That's
Man, Tim Pool's really struggling with the basic terminology being completely and utterly against him.
That is the nuance of the conversation. You guys are cultists.
Why is
you
that
can't
cultish?
because
Wait,
you can't
hold on,
understand
Can
nuance.
we take a step back?
You live in an
wait.
isolated, one-dimensional reality.
Take a breather. I just want to ask like a really simple question. Like, I don't think I'm coming in here like with some crazy ideology. Now, you can say I'm wrong.
You are.
What? Hold on. You can say I'm wrong for 100%.
Neocon
But when I see
You're a
hey,
neocon.
a country that we signed an agreement with that said, hey, we'll protect you, so you
I
can
don't think that Tim knows what a neocon is, guys.
give up your nukes so that you don't need them for protection, and then they get invaded and we say, hey, we'll help you out. This isn't like some crazy concept to me. Now, if you can explain why that's a bad thing, I understand, but I don't think that makes me pro-war, right?
Yes, you're so when I say pro-war, I'm referring to what a traditional liberal is over the past 30 years, my whole life.
Liberals supported aiding people that we made promises to our whole life.
Okay, once again, you are a cult. You can't seem to grasp nuance. Everything's black and white.
No.
You can't understand that there is interventionary conflict, which I oppose, which had been the liberal position for 30 years, and we should not be intervening in Ukraine's domestic politics and their war.
Bill Clinton intervened in Kosovo. Was that pro-war?
Yes.
Why?
We should not be intervening in foreign conflicts in foreign countries.
So we should have let the Serbians genocide the Albanians.
I don't know or care.
Why not?
It's not United States.
You don't care about people dying?
I care about people dying when it's in our country and within our purview.
Yeah, but if we have someone that we can have some mutual beneficial relationship with and they say, hey, please stop them from genociding
Neocon
us,
bro.
shouldn't we do it?
You are allowed to believe what you want to believe.
I just don't understand.
Wait, he's in favor of waging a war in a foreign country if it's Germany, but like, why should we have, for example, defensive alliances at all, Tim? Like, if you were really principled against intervention, you'd be against the defensive alliances existing, Tim.
Make a movie, Team America, World Police.
You
just,
are
like,
you
making
are a
fun
neocon.
of exactly
No,
that.
what they're making fun of was the Iraq War.
If we went back to
World Police,
2006,
Is Bill Clinton
you
a
would
neocon?
be a neocon.
Is Bill Clinton a neocon?
If we went back to 2006, you would be
Bill
the
Clinton
neocon.
was in 92. Was Bill Clinton a neocon?
Neocons and
we went
neolibs
back
are
to
pretty much the
2006.
Answer my
same
question.
thing.
Bill Clinton is what I don't think is a neocon. Intervened.
I really like this line of attack because it very specifically is going to reveal whether or not Tim Pool knows what a neocon is.
In Kosovo to save the Albanian people from a genocide. You call this interventionist? Is he a neocon?
When I call you, okay, this is because you guys live in a one-dimensional reality. You can't seem to grasp.
Question about Bill Clinton.
You live in a one-dimensional reality. I live in a three-dimensional reality. We are not the same. I am more dimensional than you. Tim says before turning in a huff.
How
he's
is
not,
he?
he's not a neocon.
Okay, but if I
think you
is that not
lack the understanding to which.
What am I lacking?
Oh god, he's so mad. I think you lack the understanding. I think Tim Pool is projecting hella hard.
Understanding of I'm looking at an intervention that I may or may not agree with and say, oh, this one makes sense because of a security guarantee that we gave them. Why is that pro-war? Is Bill Clinton pro-war?
I'm using the word pro-war to refer to your pro-intervention stance.
You're comparing it to what
I'm not an isolationist.
We would agree here. You don't like the George Bush Iraq invasion, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's not just interventional.
Nor Serbia, Kosovo, nor Desert Storm
one is
under
stopping
first
a genocide.
Bush.
One is our intelligence agencies.
Stopping a genocide?
Bill Clinton stopped the genocide of the Albanian people in Kosovo using intervention, right?
Yeah,
that's very different from our intelligence agencies lied to us about weapons of mass destruction, so we went in and devastated this country and killed almost 1 million people, right? You and I are both against that. That is not anti-war because I'm against that. That is, I'm anti a shitty war.
I know it's hard for you to understand. And I don't know how to convey the idea to you that I don't believe the U.S. military should be an apparatus of the world's police.
Okay.
Be it Serbia or otherwise, or Ukraine.
Why not?
I think that America should be responsible to the American people.
If
I don't
having
believe
a relationship
that the American
with a country by saving
you want to let me answer
benefits
the
us-
question?
Well, hold on.
You asked me a question. Do I
and
answer
I'm
or not?
clarifying my question. If you get a beneficial relationship with a country by intervening and saving them from a genocide, isn't that good for America? That we now have influence there. Why not?
That's my point.
I don't think a single American troop died in the Kosovo.
The
thing.
American
it's not like we're
people
hurting.
should not be spending their labor on foreign incursions by a political class that rejects the will of the people.
Do you think the will of the people was don't help the people getting genocided in Albania? Like, I don't understand this.
Trump won the popular vote.
Well, I'm talking.
Right?
Hold on.
Did
You can't
Trump
keep
win?
jumping around? Yes.
No.
Trump won
I
the
don't give a
popular vote,
shit about Serbia and Kosovo. I already said no. I don't. I was a little kid. I don't think you. How old are you?
I wasn't alive when.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
So let's not argue about things we didn't exist in. Because if we
Why
want to go
not?
back to the 80s,
I support us.
He really doesn't want to talk about neocons.
We can talk about Ronald Reagan being for gun control. Okay. And he was a conservative, and the Republicans love him, and I think he was a scumbag. He was also in favor of no-fault divorce. Going back and talking about how politics change is not the point being made here. The point being made here.
It is, because you say you're a liberal from 2002, and I'm saying none of your positions line up with these people.
Liberal tends to refer to where the Democrats used to be.
But you don't line up with those people. You're
I do,
literally anti-Bill
anti-intervention.
Clinton from the 90s, which was the liberals in the 90s, so even further back.
I know this is hard for you to understand, but
Well,
saying
how
the
is-
same thing over and over again doesn't change what I said.
Because you're not acknowledging what I'm saying. You're not a liberal from the 90s. You're not a liberal from the 2000s. You don't support DACA. So, how are you a liberal from any of these eras? Just, why not just say, I like Trump's policies because Trump is on the right and that's who I support? What's wrong with that?
I think like I said this earlier, one of the biggest.
Tim Pool desperately needs to maintain his spot on the fence. This is a very, very clever line of attack because genuinely his audience is conservative. He needs to embrace the conservatives, but he relies on his position as a fence sitter,
Divides between the left and the right is that the left is retarded and the right is slightly
I
less
saw you tweet
retarded.
that this morning because the Bryan Cranston scene fell for your bait, right?
Because you can't seem to grasp that I was 13 years old when the U.S. began their interventionist neocon policies.
In 2003.
And that is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And then when you start talking about a bygone era to which I didn't exist in politically, nor you, it's immaterial.
I talked about Obama. You were alive for Obama. You're disagreeing with Obama's
disagreeing with
policies.
one policy.
Which policies do you support?
Doesn't make you a conservative.
Which
I'm in
policies do you
favor of
support?
universal basic health care. I'm
Okay.
pro-choice.
But then why
and
vote for
anti-war.
Trump?
Because
He's not for any of those things.
Do you think that I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris?
If she's closer
I'm
to
a
those policies
reformer,
than
not a
he is.
revolutionary. I get a withdrawal.
Yeah, but a reformer would vote for someone who gets them closer to the policies they desire. That's what a reformer would do. You wouldn't vote for someone who takes you further away. Literally anyone with 2 brain cells can figure that out.
From the Middle East, I vote for Donald Trump.
I want to reform the left-wing party from what I don't like they're doing. But
By voting for what?
Are you going to vote for Trump and reform him to go?
Yeah, Tim Pool's pretty shitty.
Become pro-choice, become immigration in the way that you want it. Is this really?
Tim, you literally made the argument that people would be justified murdering someone's abortion doctor. Don't talk about being pro-choice.
What's happening? Are you changing the Republican Party to be more left?
Is Trump pro-war or anti-war?
It depends on what you mean. He didn't
Trump-
start any new wars, but like I said, he escalated drone strikes. He's talking
say that
about
one more time. Say that one more time.
He's talking
Say
about
it again.
invading Greenland. He struck Soleimani, which might have caused a war with Iran, which might still happen.
No new wars? No new wars?
In his first term, yeah.
You say no new wars? Oh my God, that means I have a choice between the Democratic establishment pro-war.
Did Joe Biden start a new war? I actually don't know.
Yes, Ukraine. And he got us involved in it.
Started Ukraine?
Joe Biden started the U.S. involvement in the Ukraine conflict. Yes, he did.
Start the war.
Agreed. Joe Biden got the U.S. involved in a foreign entanglement in Eastern Europe. It's fucking nuts.
In what way? Wait, is Tim against us sending old equipment we were going to decommission anyway to Ukraine? Jesus Christ, man.
You're like not just no new starting wars, no new involving ourselves with any country's politics that are at war.
I'm not going to speak in absolutes. My point is this. I'm not
going to speak in absolutes. What do I look like? A fucking Sith?
A revolutionary. You live in a cult world where it's black or white. I am saying that the mathematics...
Yeah, of course he's lying. Like, the entire conflict has been going in Ukraine has been going on for like 11 years. But, you know, Tim doesn't want to talk about that. And is this guy wearing a counter beanie? He is indeed. Which I for one appreciate. Gee, I wonder why Russia thought they could buy this turd's propaganda. Yeah. I don't know why Russia ever bothered paying Tim Pool for the propaganda when clearly he'd just give it away for free. George Bush was a leftist? That's certainly a take.
Proposition of the last election is Donald Trump gets me closer to what I like with RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard.
And
so I say I will vote
name some things that you're
RFK
getting closer
Jr.?
to. Yeah, what are you getting closer to with
banning
RFK Jr.?
artificial dyes in food?
Okay, that's a very actually I agree
very
with that
specific
policy.
thing that I'm
That's
very much.
That is a very niche. Okay, that was the number one thing that you cared about, Tim? The number one thing you cared about was food dyes? That's weird.
Specific thing, but like,
and
what is he getting you closer to
chemicals?
on other? What environmental things has he proposed? Like, what clean energy? What
RFK
like,
Jr.
You say, aren't you pro Green New Deal, right? Or no? Did you say that at some point?
I was pro Green New Deal when the policy was we're going to build roads and bridges, not when it was we're going to racially discriminate against people in colleges.
Okay, maybe
that's what AOC's Green New Deal was.
I think I might have seen there was some DEI stuff in there.
Right.
That's what you're talking
so
about.
when AOC came out and said, we want a government program that reinvests in roads, bridges, and we want to focus on environmentally sound practices, I said, this sounds fantastic.
Okay.
And I made a video saying this is a good idea.
Yeah,
it's going to bring back a bunch of middle-class jobs.
Right.
It's going to strengthen construction companies, and it's going to fix our crumbling infrastructure. And then she released a resolution that said in hospitals, in universities, and in other hiring practices, race should be the preference.
Right. So what gets you closer to that? Because my policy is I might disagree with some of those things. And I'm going to be in that party telling them, hey, you got to nix X, Y, and Z to get us closer to that original thing you had. Yep. But you're voting for the complete opposite party who's nowhere close to that.
Trump didn't start any wars.
Well, Green New Deal.
Obama
Stick
started
on this.
7.
What environmental policy is Trump getting you closer to, right? Like, and the no new wars thing, again, Biden didn't start one.
I didn't say I voted for Donald Trump for the Green New Deal.
What did you vote for him for then? That's what I'm asking. You're saying he's getting you closer to the things you want.
Candidate.
Helping out Ukraine is not us starting a new war.
Obama started 7.
Started 7 wars? I think Syria, I know that one. What are the other ones?
Yeah, wow, amazing. He got us involved in Syria without congressional approval nor notifying the public.
Sure, and
we only found out after we were already in Syria for like 2 years.
Right, and you can be upset about that. But again, how does voting for Trump get you closer to this? I just don't understand.
Oh, boy. Oh, man, he keeps asking me these questions. Oh, boy, I'm really getting my goose cooked out there, guys. Oh, boy.
This. Like, I really don't.
Right, because the left is a cult. If I have to choose, we can call it whatever we want. Did Donald Trump start any wars?
Famously, in his first term, he did not start a new war. Yes, famously, right. Yeah.
Famously, he did not.
Right.
I'm going to vote for that every day of the week.
But do you support him, like, drone strike?
It's literally only that. That's his fallback. That's incredible.
Striking Soleimani.
That's a coin toss. It's tough.
But, like...
No new wars, but if you got to send in like one of the most advanced drones we have to assassinate like the commander of another country's military, like sometimes you flip a coin. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Who knows?
Like I don't know whether or not it's good. I'm like, oh, maybe we needed to do this, right? However, that absolutely could.
Oh no, Mr. Malachite, that is entirely what he's doing. Like accusing this guy of being in a cult with no follow-up whatsoever. It's just a stall tactic. A lot of the things that he is doing are simply stalling for time so he can think of a proper response or line of attack to what he's already been asked.
Started a new war, and it might end up being a part of the reason we go to war with Iran. Like, there's
it's a really great point made by Sebastian Gorka when I talked to him recently, is that the biggest concern that we have is we don't intervene with boots on the ground in foreign countries. However, when it comes,
Biden do that.
We have special forces on the ground in Ukraine.
Well, they're not fighting, right? They're instructing people, right?
Look, I'm not gonna. This is such a psychotic. Listen,
isn't that different?
John Doyle has literally said nothing for like the last 40 minutes. It's weird.
Do you if I hand John a gun and tell him to shoot you, who killed you?
John.
And would I go to prison?
Yes.
Indeed.
Right, but
so when the United States provides
in World War II when we gave guns to the British, like this isn't us fighting in the war. We were aiding an ally then, and then we got involved when. Well, you're saying that's why the Japanese bombed us, or
there's several reasons why the Japanese bombed us. One of which was we were supplying their enemies with weapons.
Sure.
Then
so you're saying it's semantic to say we're not fighting the war because we're not shooting at them. We're giving them all the tools to do it.
We have American special forces on the ground providing logistical support, instructing. We have trainers in Poland training their troops. We have U.S. citizen PMCs on the ground pulling the trigger and shooting guns. And it was
okay. So
private military contract.
Volunteers were
Constantly
private PMCs.
pivoting to trans people in bathrooms is a stall tactic for the right.
It's true. It's true. Unfortunately, there are too many stalls in the world. We need to convert all of it to sit-down toilets only. That's my hardline political stance. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs and for being one of the only people to support stream in the last couple hours. I really appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. And we're 5 minutes away from 8 hours, folks. Continue to hit that like button. Let's keep going.
We call them. It's funny how the media calls them volunteers and they're paid to be there, but sure.
Well, I know there are volunteers in Ukraine. They probably get paid by the military. But you're also talking about something like Blackwater, right? Like
what if John Doyle just left? That'd be great.
Actually,
a private company is there.
What are they
fighting on behalf
call themselves now? They change their name every year or something.
Yeah, because they got to.
I don't know that they're actually there. The volunteers that are fighting there are paid individual private military contractors to fight.
That's not the American military.
They're American,
right?
They're American veterans. Money to pull the trigger.
If I go and do that, right, I'm not an American veteran. I wouldn't say that America's on the ground. It's just an American citizen, right?
If I give John $100, a gun, and say, shoot you, will I go to jail?
Yes.
Indeed. And where did that money come from?
Came from you.
Okay, so like,
but you're not fighting in the war. You didn't commit a violent action against me. You just contracted me to be killed.
It's ridiculous semantics to be like, well, American citizens are there fighting and they are paid by.
You can tell Tim is upset because he keeps talking about having Soy Pill killed.
The American government to be there.
The military. The American military is not declared war on Russia.
The American government's not really involved because they're only paying the guys, but the guys chose to be there of their own volition.
I think the way to put it would be if you were in support of us fighting, and then you're like, dude, Tim, it'd be so funny if you like gave John a gun right now, and then he does, and then I kill this guy, and then you're like, but I'm not pro-killing.
Well, the analogy is like, hey, John, I'm going to protect you for the rest of your life if you give up your gun, and then he comes at you, and I say, oh shit, I did make a promise. Here's a gun. I said I would do it. Like, this is not the same as America
fighting. We can just simplify it completely and be like, Democrats want foreign entanglement. I don't.
True.
Do you ever question like, if Russia gave you tens of millions of dollars because they thought, and I think you were tricked by these people, right?
That story's fake.
Well, hold
on. That story's not.
Yeah, get his ass. That's actually great. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 pivot. Let's go. Let's fucking go there.
True, it never happened.
The Edward Gregorian thing, right? Like
yes, it's not real. Never happened.
It never happened?
Never happened.
They never tried to host yourself.
No, you
on
guys
Fed
believe
media?
fake cult bullshit because you
Well,
live
this
in
is from the
paranoid-
DOJ. Maybe I should.
They dropped
trust
it.
them. They dropped it.
There's
completely.
no
It's totally
evidence.
gone.
No evidence was ever released, and there's no case.
They dropped the case completely.
The two people.
What?
I can't. I'm not going to speak out of turn. I will just say this. There's the case is dropped.
Turn if the case is dropped, right? Like
I'm
it's all
not going
public
to.
now, right?
How about you let me finish talking?
Well,
like what are you doing?
I'm just asking if this is all fake.
The case,
sure.
the case is dropped.
Okay.
There's no evidence.
Why can't you talk about it?
Oh man, I wonder if what happened is the case got settled. I wonder if it got settled off the books, you know what I mean? Oh god, that's funny as hell. Exactly when was the case dropped? I want more information. I want Tim to commit to like some kind of story here. This is actually fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
I'm talking about it right now.
But you said I'm not going to speak out of turn. Like
Beyond what I can say, I will not speak out of turn for other people.
Okay.
What I can say is,
what do you mean for other people? Why are you being so careful with your words? If the case was dropped, you don't have to be careful, do you?
there's no case. There's no evidence. As far as anyone can tell, it never happened, and it was dropped almost immediately the day they announced it.
It was dropped immediately? You know,
almost immediately after they announced it, the case was gone.
I don't know if you have a Jamie. Can we pull it up? Because I want to
Pull what up?
Pull the fact that the case was dropped.
How do you do that?
How do you know it was dropped?
Because I have lawyers that were working with the DOJ on it.
It wasn't reported anywhere, not a single person?
Yes,
said?
indeed. Because the story wasn't real.
What? Because the story wasn't real. I've tricked you with my illusions.
To begin with, and it was picked up by a bunch of fucking retards.
Who made it up?
The DOJ,
the DOJ made it. What was it?
I will tell you
DOJ
this.
made it up to go after you.
I didn't say that.
Well, yeah, but who's making? If it's completely fake, where did it come from?
That's an interesting fucking question, isn't it?
Yes, because my understanding was, I think.
Well, not only that. If the stories are all fake, Tim, why aren't you and your legal team suing all of these news outlets that reported on this? If it's all fake, surely you could be suing for defamation. I mean, surely all of the stories about you being a paid Russian operative would be detrimental to your career. It'd be a shame if Tim took money from a foreign country. He wouldn't do anything like that, would he? It's not like he's hiding the money in his beanie or anything. Gosh golly.
You were deceived. I watched your response to it.
What's your evidence any of it happened?
I don't. The DOJ report.
Wait, what's your evidence any of it? You made a response video where you talked about it.
That's all I have.
What DOJ report?
The DOJ PDF that they released with all the different names. It said that Russia was trying to pay people.
Tim, you are having an emotional breakdown right now.
Oh God.
Through a media company funneling money to host your content. Culture. This show,
What's the
by
evidence?
the way.
What's the evidence?
I don't have
There's
the
none.
fucking links in it.
There was never any evidence.
Okay, so where did it come from? What do you mean? I'm confused. Look, all I'm saying is the story was, and if this is false, sure. The story was the Russian government thought it behooved them to pay you money because your talking points on Ukraine were indistinguishable from their propaganda. Now, if that's not true, maybe
It's not true. That's not even in the indictment.
When you scream Ukraine is the enemy of the people, that is essentially Russian propaganda. No, I don't think you're being paid for them.
Did our ally Germany accuse Ukrainians of sabotaging our energy
ally
pipeline?
Germany put money into that country to fight back against the? Is
not the
Germany
question.
not raising money for them right now?
You gave a specific quote when I said
Right.
Ukraine is an enemy of this country.
Right. When what did you mean by
Because
that?
Germany, our ally, said that Ukrainians just bombed our energy pipeline.
Sure.
And I said that makes them an enemy of us. Our ally was attacked by Ukrainians.
Okay, so clearly the governments of these NATO countries don't agree with you insofar as they think, hey, it still behooves us to give money to this country and help it defend itself against Russia.
I don't care about that.
Meanwhile, the Russian narrative is 100% that did happen in that way that you're describing, where we don't actually know. This is my
So
understanding.
let's-
My question is, why should I take your Ukrainian facts seriously if this seems to be the case? What?
It's CBS News.
What's CBS News?
What I just cited was CBS.
They said 100% this is confirmed, or this is an alleged thing.
CBS reported that Germany has issued an arrest warrant for a Ukrainian diver named Volodymyr
And that
Z.
means
and two
100%
Ukrainians-
it happened?
It means our ally has asserted that this is their stance on it,
Right?
And we should stand
So
with
why
our
isn't
NATO
their
ally.
conclusion Ukraine is the enemy of the people?
Maybe it is.
Well, no, it's not. They're giving them money. They're supporting them.
That doesn't get into the nuance of a political climate in Eastern Europe.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, your position on this seems to be at the least aligned with a lot of what the Russian position is, which is, fine,
that
if that's your
Russians are
opinion,
scumbags and should have invaded?
if that's your opinion. And what I'm saying is, why then are all of these countries still doing the exact opposite of what you're suggesting?
What does that have to do with what we were talking about? I don't
This has to do with the fact that, like, I'm asking you, why should I take any of your opinions on this seriously when it seems to be 100% aligned with a country that is the enemy in this situation?
Are you retarded?
What?
Are you a retard?
I mean, yes, but that's irrelevant to
What does my opinion as an American who doesn't want to be involved in foreign wars have to do with whether Russia agrees with that or not?
Because if the Russians thought that they should give you millions of dollars to spread your opinion, which helps
and they
them
didn't, and that's made up.
Can we look at that?
What
the
was
case being dropped? Like,
so
do you have an
let's-
email from your lawyer about it being dropped or something that you're allowed to show with, like,
Is
a
there
little
any proof that it ever
redactions?
happened?
The proof, I look. If you think the DOJ made it up out of thin air, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, let's try this. Do you believe everything the government says?
No.
And with no evidence being issued, no case ever being
There's
brought,
a very
no
poorly
individuals
written
ever
thing with
ever
things-
identified.
with charges. I mean, okay.
I was muted. Damn it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
With the two Russians
You just
that were,
believe whatever the government
with
says.
the two Russians indicted, are they free? Are they free now?
Who are they?
Kalishnikov and the other one. I don't know. Remember the other one's name.
When have you ever seen them before?
Are you saying these people aren't real?
We don't know that they are.
I'm asking you if you
They haven't
think-
even posted photos of these people.
So, okay, hold on. Let me just get this straight. Because the idea is this entire thing was crafted out of thin air. We made up fake names.
Why'd they drop it?
Directly with XYZ people. It's directly linked to this company that we know is real, which is Tenet Media, started by Lauren Chen and her husband.
This is incredible, by the way. I love this. And this is great. Like, I like this breakdown. I can't believe it took us an hour and a half to get here. I wasn't expecting it. This is great. YouTube chat keeps saying I'm muted. I'm not muted, guys.
Or whatever. But everything in between those names is completely fabricated.
So you believe whatever the government tells you?
That's not what I asked. I asked you if everything is completely fabricated in between those names.
Just because they issued an indictment doesn't mean that they made it up. They could be wrong.
Well, okay, what is the source that is wrong then, right? Like, are all these Russian... Because you just alleged these Russian people don't exist.
Here's the world that you live in. You live in a world where if the government asserts it, it must be true without charge or trial
That's
or
not what
evidence.
I said.
I mean, even if the story isn't true, then you would expect Tim to take certain actions. You would expect that. Not like he did freak the fuck out.
If someone says something
You're
with
using
a very
that to
credible
strike at
report...
my opinion on a war in Ukraine, which I think we shouldn't be involved in.
It's because I'm questioning
Per-
the
per-
veracity
let's-
of some
let's
of
try
the
this.
facts you're bringing up
Let's
on
try
it
this.
because they are indeed
let's try this.
aligned with Russian state
let's try
propaganda.
this. Let's try this.
Okay, let's try this.
Let's try the second biggest live show in the country. Is contacted by a conservative personality to license a cultural debate show unrelated to the news.
Sure.
The DOJ then comes out shortly before the election and claims that Russia paid for the whole thing.
Yes.
And then within weeks, it's completely gone. No evidence released, no charges, no trial, no evidence.
Were the Russians not, charged? I thought they were.
I'm saying outside the
I don't think you committed a crime. I read the report. I watched your response, and it's like they deceived you to funnel money into you because they thought that your opinions aligned with theirs, and they want to spread those. That's it.
So
That's all it looked like.
I think you're a retard.
Why?
Because when the U.S. government, largely under the Biden administration, wants to be involved in a foreign conflict, and the second biggest live stream in the country is saying we should not be, they then issue a statement without evidence, impugning my honor that you are using to strike at my credit.
Yes. You see, they needed to impugn his honor. His honor wath offended. He doth the pangs of sorrow he doth feel in his chest. God.
Do you have evidence that the Biden government fabricated this to frame you because they hate your opinions on Ukraine? What?
I didn't say they did.
Well, that's what you're alleging right now.
No, I'm alleging that they...
You just said that. What do you mean? You just said when someone says something against the motives of the Biden administration, they might go after that second biggest podcast because they don't like what that podcast is saying. You said that's what they did,
My point was that you are...
He's getting emotional. It's true. You know, bring it full circle. Some men just don't have the emotional ability to hold down the fort as a podcast host.
Are using a claim without evidence to impugn my credibility.
No, I'm actually not.
You literally just said, why should I listen to your opinions?
I'm using because your opinions are indistinguishable from Russian state propaganda, and it behooved them to give you money because they're like, I want these opinions disseminated more.
The Russian position is that they shouldn't have invaded Ukraine?
Tim Pool's level of argumentation. Well, I think you're slur.
Genuinely, it's true. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. But like, he's just so mad. And, you know, honestly, I'm glad that John Doyle isn't here to see this.
So that's your basic position? I'm talking about Ukraine is the enemy of the people. America is fighting this war.
Never said they were enemy of the people.
You literally said Ukraine is the enemy of this country or whatever,
because
right?
they bombed the Nord Stream pipeline, according to Germany.
The point is that
Bro, you know so little about the Ukrainian conflict.
What do you mean?
That you like.
Are you going to get me to name all the oblasts right now? I know like one of them. So
you don't. Oh wow, I'm impressed. You don't know.
It's like Donetsk and Luhansk or whatever. Those are the only two.
You don't even know two.
Are they? I'm pronouncing them wrong.
Luhansk and Donetsk.
Yeah,
I don't care if you know the names of oblasts.
I just remember you
called
out Wick on that. So
you don't know shit about what's going on, but you are adamant we be involved.
What do you mean I don't know shit? I know that the security guarantee happened. I know that we should defend.
Why did Russia invade?
Why did Russia invade? Well, I think you're alleging that it was because of the trade deals and they didn't want their cheap European goods flooding into Russia or something like that. I thought you said that at one point. I'm sorry if that's not what you think. I thought the Russia.
I read that in a Reuters article.
Okay. So what do you think? Why do you think Russia invaded?
Because they don't want to lose control of Sevastopol.
Okay.
That's why they control the land bridge into Crimea.
What does this have to do with anything I said? I've seen you talk about this.
You don't know why the U.S. is involved in Ukraine, but you want us to be there.
I think that the U.S. is opposing one.
That pregnant silence of Tim Pool realizing he's been caught out, not knowing what the fuck he's talking about anymore. He's just driving the car wildly. It's a chase scene, everybody. He's trying to get away. Da 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 da. Like, you know, the 1930s car chase scene where they're like tipping toy cars on like overpasses. You know what I'm talking about. You get the mental image here.
The invasion of Ukraine because we promised that, hey, if you give up your nukes, we'll help you if you get invaded because we don't want the nuclear proliferation in this country.
And what was that called?
I don't remember. It's like 1993 or something, right?
Listen, I have an issue with...
Listen, I must affect an emotion in my voice right now to convey how utterly disgusted and dismayed I am with you for asking me inconvenient questions.
Ill-informed individuals advocating for an escalation of war.
Why is this... Dude, if you're talking about... Look, I can probably name like the way that you've described of Russia's goals in this country and like all the points you're going over. My question is, why is it that when we do a security guarantee for a country, we shouldn't help that country out?
What's the security guarantee?
The security guarantee is that if you give up your nukes, we will protect you, right?
Tell me about it.
Do you want me to pull it up? I don't have it memorized. Do you have it memorized?
Yeah, it was the Budapest Memorandum.
There we go. Didn't remember.
It was the nuclear deproliferation, the beginning of the START treaties.
Right.
Now, why is the United States involved in Ukraine?
Because why are we involved in any foreign country?
No, there's a specific reason we're involved in Ukraine.
Are you talking about like to combat the spread of Soviet stuff, or what do you mean?
I have an issue my whole life with ill-informed people, propaganda.
I love it. I love that Tim is just like digging for like, what's the one random fact this man doesn't know about Ukraine? What's the one random fact that he doesn't know that I know? There it is. I have been beset by ill-informed charlatans propagandized to by the man, and I will no longer stand for it. You hear me? I am offended, sir.
Propagandized by the government to advocate for foreign intervention in other countries.
Why is this? What am my propaganda? Like, tell me what my
you don't
brainwash
know
position. Because in good faith, I'm asking you, what do you think my position? Why I support this based on this like thing? Like, if I said, oh, it seems like we promised this country we'd defend them.
We'll be greeted as liberators.
Huh?
Because you're basically saying we will be greeted as liberators.
No, I'm saying seems to me like we had a promise to this country to defend them in this case. My question is, what's wrong with that? Because maybe I'm wrong. but tell me about it. But my question originally was going back to this, like, okay, but like, if you're saying the same things as Russian state TV, it makes it hard to take you seriously.
Does the does the treaty that we have with Ukraine that promises to defend them include any guarantees for Russia?
Probably, I think so, right?
Does it maybe is there maybe some kind of issue pertaining to if the U.S.
Well, you're
aggresses?
asking, you know, just tell me. I haven't read the whole thing.
Yeah,
since,
like
3 months ago or something.
Was it Timber Sycamore? Was that the operation?
That was in Syria.
Yeah, when the U.S. started providing weapons.
Oh my God, he's still there. He's just been quietly zoning out the entire time. What a weird little guy. What John Doyle, like absolutely zero riz. Doyle's alive. It's confirmed. He did not die in the studio. Common cuck behavior. You are nothing but a common cuck.
To Islamic terrorist groups.
Yeah.
So that they could topple the Assad regime, which was allied with Russia, where Russia has their naval base in.
Tim is giving off cryptic kitsune. What a perfect series of comments. Tim is giving off, I'm a true Star Wars fan. These womans shall not infringe on my sacred films. Name every Ewok. Do it, or name every Ewok. He really is giving off that energy. He's been pushed so far, our poor Tim. It was his birthday too. And this man came into his studio and ate his milkshake.
Tartus.
Okay.
That was an aggress upon an ally of Russia, which destabilized the region.
Okay.
Creating a conflict, particularly around control of a Russian naval base, which put them at risk.
Okay.
Assad had to flee the country. We viewed him largely as a terrorist who was gassing his own people.
Right.
Russia viewed him as an ally and sought to protect him.
Okay.
The U.S. threatened to put a no-fly zone over Syria, to which Hillary Clinton said, let's do it, even though she was warned that would start war with Russia directly. She said, I don't care.
Okay.
The reason we are in Ukraine largely has to do with our attempts to bring natural gas from the Middle East into Europe to offset Russia's control of natural gas.
Right, yeah, I've seen you talk about this. Okay.
So the U.S. is setting up operations in Ukraine,
Okay.
running soft power operations to shift their government towards a pro-EU, pro-Schengen, pro-NATO sentiment.
Okay.
Russia opposes this.
Okay.
This is why Russia invaded. Firstly, the reason why they seized Crimea in 2014 was because they saw the writing on the wall with the ousting of Yanukovych. They didn't invade Ukraine at the time. They simply had their existing troops in Sevastopol walk outside and
Didn't
then
they put a bunch of special forces and like
They were
control
already
the
there.
elections? No, the little green men.
No, they didn't. There was like a month or two long period of just like random, black-clad folks just showing up in towns across Crimea.
Thing, right?
They were already there.
Okay,
they have
but
a
why does
naval
that
base
make
in
it
Sevastopol.
okay?
No one said it was. I'm
Okay.
saying this is what Russia did.
Right. Then there was
Russia
a Lisa, there was a
invaded
Lisa agreement
Ukraine
in
after
Sevastopol,
Joe
right?
Biden got back in.
Right.
Because when Trump won in 2016, all of these tensions simmered down and halted. The response from the left, the Democratic Party, was
Well, hold on,
largely
hold
that
on.
Donald Trump was supporting Russian interests
One more time.
by removing our involvement from Ukraine.
I asked what specifically about my position is completely fabricated or brainwashed, but
Because you
but,
don't
but I'm
know
also
any of this, but
I'm
want us
also
to be
hold on,
involved.
but I'm also questioning everything you're telling me now because first of all, you have been in this industry way longer than me. I would always concede and cop to the fact that you probably know more about more things than I do, and probably ever will.
Not only do I know more about it than you, I was there twice at the start of the Civil War.
But my question is, if this Russian state media says, "Hey, this person's opinions are so aligned with ours, we want to give them millions of dollars," why should I believe you?
That's made up.
And your evidence of it being made up is, well,
You
maybe,
have no evidence of
maybe,
it.
Well, yeah, but you're. If you think the DOJ completely fabricated it, just say that. But I don't think that's the case. Or
Let's say their indictment is fine.
Okay.
What evidence did they release?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the sources.
The indictment
at the
contains
bottom.
no
What do you
evidence.
mean? It's like, can we call Lauren Chen on the phone and ask her right now?
The indictment contains zero evidence that anything.
Oh, please, that would be top content, top tier. Can we call Dave Rubin? Let's get Dave Rubin in on this.
that they've claimed happened.
Yeah, when the government releases a report on something, do they have like a list of sources at the bottom, or do they say this is what we're alleging happened? Like, Joe Biden said, hey, Russia's about to invade Ukraine in the coming weeks, and they didn't say, and these are our intelligence sources, and these are our spies. They were just like, this is going to happen, and then it did, right?
If your only argument against the historical facts that I brought up is, but I heard from an indictment that you may have been paid by a foreign country.
That's not my only argument. I have a lot of arguments there. I don't want to get into a whole Ukraine.
I thought there was no indictment. No. The indictment happened, but then it was dropped immediately, like the next day.
Debate. My point is, like, I don't understand why.
Let's just pause on the Ukraine thing, because I don't need to rehash a history lesson to somebody who didn't research it.
Okay.
Let's just talk about
Speaking of not researching. Can we talk about the fine people hoax? You talked about it with Adam Conover, and like I think you bring that up with liberals a lot. I just made a video on it. You feature in it, the Adam Conover clip itself.
Right.
And the idea
you did research it. And you did know the full quote.
Yeah. So some people, especially Chuck Schumer, he did this. He said Donald Trump called neo-Nazis fine people, which is not the quote, right? It's like
they should be condemned.
Yeah, fine people on both sides, but I'm not talking about this. But like, I think that completely ignores the context of the white nationalist who organized the rally, who was there on that day, and all the Identity Europa, the KKK. Like, the idea that there were fine people in this group is kind of like what everyone was upset about, is that he didn't condemn them on August 12th when white nationalists killed a guy. 2 days later, he gave a teleprompter speech that seemed kind of like wooden and hollow. And then on the 15th, he finally said the fine people thing, pointing to no one, because there were not fine people on the side of the neo-Nazis.
I think this is why young men are leaving the Democratic Party.
Because we don't like neo-Nazis?
Because Trump condemned neo-Nazis, and you're trying to make the case why he actually did.
Can you bring up the Snopes article that you brought up?
Where Trump said, not the Nazis, and...
Well, here's the thing, is like, if you look at that article, obviously, Snopes did a good job. They're like, we are here to report on the factual thing of what Trump said.
Yep.
But you brought this up with Adam Conover. Scroll down. Can you read that editor's note?
Some readers have raised the objection that this fact check appears to assume Trump was correct in saying there were very fine people on both sides of the Charlottesville incident. That's not the case. The fact check aimed to confirm that Trump actually said, not whether what he said was true or false. For the record, virtually every source that covered the Unite the Right debacle concluded that it was conceived of, led by, and attended by white supremacists. And therefore, Trump's characterization was wrong.
Right. So, like, most of the people and the media narrative around this as a whole was that Trump is not condemning white nationalists at this rally that killed a person.
I'm just going to say it again. This is why young men are leaving the Democratic Party.
Can you address the point I'm bringing up? Hey, August 11th happened.
I'll say it right now. Who did Trump describe specifically as the fine people?
So on August 11th,
who did Trump describe as the fine people he was?
He said the people that weren't the neo-Nazis and the racists who should
No, he specifically said some people who just didn't want to see statues torn down in their neighborhood.
So not those people. So everyone excluding those. And
so when Trump says like a little old lady doesn't want a statue torn down as a fine person,
but that's who. Right. Where is this little old lady? Right. The point is, this was a white nationalist rally organized by Jason Kessler, a white nationalist, and with the scheduled speakers being David Duke, Mike Enoch, Richard Spencer. And so when you show up, you look at these promotional materials, the news,
and they should be condemned totally.
And the news reports on this as this is going to be a white nationalist rally, and then you show up and you're like, well, I know I'm one of the 4,000 other Nazi people here, but I'm just here to protest the statue. Do you think those people like existed and like this is specifically this one or two people?
They did actually, and it's also if you look at like the history of how these organizations.
Yeah. You know, a bunch of these people who were definitely not Nazis showed up to the white nationalist Nazi rally, and when they saw like the Klan hoods and the Nazi flags, they thought, look at all these people, just firm defenders and interests in statuary. You know, just firm fighters on behalf of our statued brothers. Like, I'm sorry, if you are not a fascist, you look around and you go, oh, I shouldn't be here. Well, yeah, of course, John Doyle has to speak up for his Nazi brethren, you know?
Organizations operate throughout American politics. It's exactly like you're describing, where you've got something like a statue for Robert E. Lee. You've got Americans who are local and they're like, you know what, this is my heritage. Maybe I don't swear by it, but I like it and I respect it. And I
like it and respect it. I just don't want it put in a museum where it can be properly contextualized, because then that will break the fragile hold I have for all the justifications on bigotry that I hold deep in my heart.
All of a sudden can bring in these boogeyman figures like David Duke, who famously sold lists of his members to the SBLC.
Why do you say boogeyman for David Duke?
Because that is what they are.
The Grand Wizard of the KKK.
The boogeyman referring to this sort of like archetypal scary thing so that the media can then report on it. And now 8 years later, we're pretending that Trump is maybe a white supremacist.
The media didn't bring David Duke to the rally. David Duke promoted and organized Jason Kessler.
There is a relationship between the state, the media, and the boogeymen that seeks to take normal right-wing opinions and vilify them and make them scary and alienating to normal people.
So you think there's
you notice that like John Doyle just just argued that like the Grand Wizard of the KKK, the Ku Klux Klan, is taking otherwise normal positions and popularizing them, or not popularizing, scaring people away from them. But otherwise, those positions would be very popular. Like, you guys understand that that's what he's saying, right? Because he's a disgusting freak.
Like some subversion tactic, which
Absolutely.
made the white nationalists promote this rally
Uncle
to
Gumball,
scare
no!
people away from defending the statue?
100%. Yes, that is how this has operated since the end of World War II. This relationship between the national security state, far-right organizations, and the media. They all work together to vilify normal right-wing opinions such as, we don't want a statue of a local hero.
Let's just pause. I got a question for you. I got a question for you. Do you think that intelligence agencies in the United States coordinate with news organizations?
100%, yes, of course. And I mean, even worse than that, they subvert certain movements. Like I brought up COINTELPRO, right?
Do you think that news organizations, even today, take direction from intelligence agencies?
Direction? Depends on what you mean by that. I'm not sure. Like they
get a
the
phone
FBI's
call.
like, you have to report on this. Maybe if it's like, hey, we're doing a story on this and we have insiders here. Would you like to make a story about this? That might be manufactured consent, but yeah, they probably do that.
So I can tell you with firsthand experience, the State Department particularly gives calls on the phone, the editor-in-chief, and tells them what to report.
They say, hey, you need to report on this, or hey, this is what happened if you're making a report on this.
They say, we need you to report on this.
Sure. I don't think that needs to happen. Largely because if you're a news outlet, you have interest in reporting on a news event like that.
Sure, but that's not forcing them to report on something. If I, bombed a country and then I'm like, hey, we're going to report that we just bombed Cambodia or whatever, and I get on the phone with Washington Post, I'm like, hey, just so you know, we just bombed a country. We're leaking it to you first. Go ahead and,
No, I'm telling you that the State Department contacts the heads of news organizations and says, we've got a big story that we need you to cover. We need this one out there.
Sure, but like this is kind of the way you're phrasing it makes it seem like, oh, news, like you got to do this or we're going to punish you, and not, hey, you're a news organization. This is going to be a huge benefit for you to get ahead of this story and talk about this very big thing that's about to happen, which is a completely normal relationship.
So I think because of movies largely, people live in this world where they think everything's a perverse incentive or blackmail or a bribe. The reality is for news organizations, it's really simple. You just hire the people who will do what you say. You don't hire the people who you have to bribe to do.
Yeah, Tim.
Noam Chomsky made a whole thing about this.
So what ends up happening is you're a news organization and you want someone who's you need to report that this conflict in Afghanistan has to happen. And the Taliban are the bad guys.
Oh, if you want to talk about how the media was very complicit in the Iraq war narrative, 100%.
So what you do is you get a list of people who are writing, and one guy says, I'm a bit nuanced, I'll write whatever you need. One guy says, I hate the government of Iraq. Saddam Hussein is a scumbag. You're hired. Then when the State Department says, write this, they go, hey, look what we got from the State Department. He goes, oh, yeah, and he writes it up.
Yeah, there's ideological capture for sure. I don't disagree with that.
Well, it's functional of the U.S. intelligence.
Okay, but if we're talking about this, and it's like, okay, if we look at...
I mean, that's not a function of the U.S. intelligence apparatus. That's a function of how these corporations select for their known biases. When it comes to reporting the news. Then the State Department comes in, figures out which outlets are going to be friendliest to its position, and then they feed the stories there. They don't have to threaten. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to be involved in the hiring decisions. They don't have to do that. That's already happening in our system.
At the timeline, you had a bunch of neo-Nazis on August 11th go and talk about Jews not replacing us, blood and soil, gas the K word, right? And it's like the day after that, he doesn't condemn those people versus every other Republican politician coming out.
He did.
No, the day after that, he doesn't condemn those people, right? He says, he tweets something out.
So stupid.
Well,
this is why young men are leaving the Democratic Party.
You can keep deferring to that, but the point is your narrative on this is painted by what I will admit are people like Adam Conover who don't understand it. They just hear this oh, he called neo-Nazis fine people, and they brush it aside. They don't think about it. Did Adam Conover lie about it?
Because the first thing he said was,
and then he said, I don't know anything about it.
Then claimed he didn't know.
Right, which is pussy shit, in my opinion.
I mean, Adam Conover's also a fucking comedian.
But the point is,
and now what you're doing is called sophistry.
What is the sophistry to say that people were upset? You can
Arguing
look at the
over
articles from
words
this
and
time.
tone about things that happened 8
You
years ago.
I'm saying
you are arguing
the day after.
You bitches have been talking about a fucking Gillette commercial from 6 years ago like it's the 9/11 of your lives. Like, what are you talking about? You can't make the argument that you're being a sophist right now when you're like acting like the worst thing that ever happened to you was seeing a Gillette commercial. You guys referenced like the Gillette commercial. What was the other thing they referenced that was like from a decade ago? They keep referencing old shit. Like, they don't have the high ground to be like, oh, look at you. I just got here. You serious? That is what they have been talking about in this episode. It's crazy.
Status of Trump instead of what actually happened.
The day after neo-Nazis marched in this rally with the tiki torches, Republicans came out. Mitch McConnell, the Bushes, all these other people came out and said, by the way, I'm not saying these people are good. I'm saying all the other Republican parties said, hey, these are neo-Nazis and these are bad. And Donald Trump said, many sides, right? And people were upset about that. And
you mean after a different event?
No,
that's why I call it sophistry.
after the tiki torches.
Trump didn't say very fine people on both sides of the tiki torches.
Many sides was on August 12th. He said many sides. Fine people was on August 15th. That was 3 days later, after he didn't say anything to condemn them for 2 days. Then gave the teleprompter speech. Then finally condemned them after every other reasonable politician who I fucking hate Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz was condemning this and he wasn't. And it seems like the reason people are mad are not that he said verbatim, neo-Nazis are fine people, because he didn't. You're right. That is a lie.
That's why they're mad. That's literally what they're saying.
Why they're mad is because he refused to condemn one of the most egregious displays of white nationalism in this country.
How many times has Trump condemned white supremacy?
I don't know, but he seems really reluctant to do it compared to other people.
A lot.
Have you seen the clip of him on, was it Jake Tapper, where he asks them to like denounce the KKK and he just won't do it?
Have you seen literally?
I forgot about that. Jesus Christ. This country elected that fucker twice.
57 times Trump's been like, why do I keep getting asked to do this? And I do it every time.
Because he really struggles to do it. And it's like, hey, why are you so reluctant to do this versus every other politician who, like, would you denounce the KKK, Tim?
No.
Wait, what? Why not?
Because it's a bullshit smear tactic. PR
Ask me, I'll say yes. Why not?
Because you're in a cult.
I'm in a cult.
Tim refuses to condemn the KKK. Holy shit, dog. I won't condemn the KKK because you're in a cult. What the fuck are you saying? Oh my God.
Cult because I will immediately denounce the KKK because I think the evil racist lynching group is bad.
Why are you asking me to denounce the Klan?
I'm asking you not because I think you support them. I'm asking you because it's showing how easy it is to denounce them, and he struggles with this. And it raises questions where it's like, hey, why is it? Yes, it absolutely does. If he says, if
this is why Trump wants.
Don't you see? Don't you see? Donald Trump refusing to condemn the KKK is all a part of his giant, incredible, perfect plan. You silly buffoon. You Hodderly stooge.
On the popular vote.
If he lies on national television when someone says, hey, will you denounce David Duke? And he says, I don't know who David Duke is. That's
a great answer.
Well, no, because in 2000, he said, I'm leaving the Reformist Party because David Duke is part of it. So he did know who David Duke was.
No, he doesn't.
Isn't that like prove the point, though? If he knows
who he is,
Party,
bro.
So they tried this.
If he knows who a character
prior.
is and then pretends like he doesn't understand the concept of the KKK, he says, I don't know this group.
I'm going to say it again.
Does this not raise questions, Tim?
It does not.
Why not?
I've got videos that I've been making. I've been making online videos where I talk for hours for like 16, 17
years. You know what the KKK is?
Indeed, I do.
Okay, so why would he say, I don't know what that is?
And if someone...
Does that bother you?
If someone went back and said, Tim, you know what's really funny? I'll tell you this.
What the
When
fuck?
Andrew Tate got really big, and everyone was talking about Andrew Tate, I was like, don't I know that guy? Oh, yeah, holy shit.
He was on the show.
8 years ago, he had DM'd me about the field reporting stuff. He had like 40,000 followers. If someone had asked me, what do you think of Andrew Tate? I'd be like, honestly, I don't know the guy. Bullshit. You were DMing with him 8 years ago. I'd be like, fuck, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, but that's very different from citing him specifically as the
20 years
reason you ended a particular part of your political career. It's like specifically because of this man, and then also saying, I don't know what the KKK is.
You understand the problem with that, though? Is it's like, okay,
Literally, can we?
I really want him to stick on the KKK thing because, like, frankly, the fact that they're dancing around it so hard is very funny.
He said, I don't know what the Klan is.
Can we watch it?
In
Look up
2015,
Donald Trump denounced KKK.
No.
Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Maybe I'm quoting it wrong.
Question.
I might be wrong. I think he said.
No, Kyrie hasn't been back, Luna Rose. I frequently wonder if they're doing all right.
I don't know about that group.
Before we
I don't know about the KKK.
My question to you is,
yes,
he said, I don't know.
I don't want to say quote it verbatim, so let's watch it together.
Trump, but okay, so then I don't.
Trump
Then what do you ask me
to the KKK?
While you look that up, do you understand the problem with that, though? If it's 2015 and you're having a conversation with Trump and you're like, denounce David Duke, and he's like, I don't know who that is. And you're like, yeah, you do, because here's you denouncing him 15 years ago.
He didn't actually bring it up.
I'm sorry. If you were alive in like the 70s and 80s, you fucking knew who David Duke was. Don't be a dingus.
Right.
The point being, it's the same game. They've been doing it for decades. He gets bored of it. They just wait for him to not give a sufficient answer one time. And now 8 years later, we're discussing it like it's relevant to his policy.
Every other Republican politician can easily give the answer of, yeah, no, I don't like these white supremacist groups, but he struggles with it.
He did, as Tim said.
No, he
50
didn't.
times.
It took him days to denounce
And
them.
we know about that one instance because that's
and
the
KKK one,
they got
which is a completely different one, and also struggling to denounce the Proud Boys, which is another one. Like, this keeps happening, right? So my question is, no, I'm not looking up, has Trump condemned white supremacists? This is obvious. He said it in the thing. Look up the...
Well, hold on. You're asking me to pull a single thing out of context.
It's not out of context.
I just searched for Tim Klan white supremacy.
Look up the CNN clip with him talking, I think it's Jake Tapper, where he asked him, like, hey, David Duke has endorsed you. Will you just quickly denounce him? Which any reasonable person
I'm just pulling up a bunch. I'm going to pull up all of it.
Can you just bring up the one I talked about?
You have repeated. No, you've been talking back and forth.
This one's embarrassing, by the way.
I would love to end it. I would love to end it.
I just Google search and I'm pulling up all that comes up.
Okay.
I'd like to watch that one.
But the National Guard, it would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay.
But they don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice.
I'm just going to keep bringing up bullshit that has nothing to do with what you asked me to do. And that way we'll waste time and we can stop talking to each other as much.
President for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm willing
prepared
to
to
do
specifically,
not from
white supremacists
conduct up there? But then if we look at the pattern of him failing to do this, and we can please watch the KKK clip, which I think is even worse than that one, which was bad, by the way, telling a white supremacist group to stand by and not, hey, yeah, these people are evil and I hate them. Like, this is very, like I said, you didn't want to do this because it was a smear tactic, but anyone asks any of these Republican politicians, do you denounce the KKK? Yeah, fuck them, right? Easy. Because obviously, versus someone who's like clearly struggling to do this. Now, by the way, I don't think this makes Trump a white supremacist. Like, I think this is literally just he is very hesitant to alienate his base. But like,
I mean, he literally refused to rent out apartments to black people. Like, the fact that it's 2025 and we're having these conversations about, like, I don't think Donald Trump's racist. He's absolutely a fucking racist.
That's bad if you're emboldening like these really, really bad groups.
Last chance. Super Tuesday brings caucuses and primaries in 12 states. For Republicans, about half.
Right there.
About
Yeah.
what you're even talking about with.
Hold on.
I don't know anything about David.
Beginning with a new controversy surrounding Trump today. Here's Major Garrett.
I don't know anything about David Duke, okay? I don't know anything about what you're even talking about with white supremacy or white supremacists.
Donald Trump demurred when asked whether he could.
Yeah.
The full clip is much worse than that, too.
I'm trying to find it.
I gotta find more context.
The only thing that comes up, I gotta be honest, when I
gotta
search
have
for
more
is that Trump condemns
context.
white supremacy.
Okay, well, I promise you that's not all that's...
I do agree with you.
I can find it for you.
I do agree with you. There's a longer clip. He basically was like, I know what you're talking about. I don't want to condemn him. Trump KKK CNN, and then it's like Trump campaign denounces Klan. Trump calls KKK Nazis repugnant. Trump denounces David Duke 2016. I mean, here you go. CNN politics. Trump denounces David Duke KKK.
Yeah, he did it eventually, I'm sure.
He's a bad person.
He eventually condemned white supremacists.
So
Does it not raise any alarm bells? I mean,
not really.
I hate to do this. I hate to do this on stream, but I know it's in my video. If you go to my channel, you go to my most recent video, and you scroll to that exact clip, we can watch the whole thing in full.
But you're correct.
Why don't you want to show the clip?
I can't find it.
Well, I just said if you go to,
and also I feel
don't
like
want to shamelessly promote myself, but if you go to my channel, it's in my most recent video, the soy pill. Like I know because I just released this on Tuesday, so I watched it like 1,000,000 times.
What I'm trying to do is find the actual raw clip.
Tim really doesn't want to play that full clip. Oh, it's so fucking funny. Oh God!
I cut out the dead air of it. If that's what you're worried about.
For the same reason, I don't want to play the CBS Evening News clip. I'm trying to find the actual raw clip of what Trump said. That way, no one's going to say. So first of all, I agree with you. You're correct that when Trump was asked about it, he was like, "I don't know anything about it. I don't want to." And it was contentious. And then he came out later and said, "I do condemn them."
A gaffe?
No. I'd call it inconsequential, I guess.
You don't think that at all?
I have a transcript.
You don't think that at all emboldens the?
But this is NPR. People don't trust them.
Oh, sure. When it gets convenient for him, he gets a transcript.
I don't know what group you're talking about. You wouldn't want me to condemn a group. I don't. Oh wait, what is this? I don't know anything about Dave. Why don't they have the video in here?
I know I got the video from.
Wait, hold on.
Too.
No. I don't know, man.
Well, does that not bother? Does that not give you pause that like someone you voted for is like struggling to denounce a hate group when every other person can immediately do it?
Let's just do this.
Well, answer the question.
I am, and it's called no, because I typed in Trump refuses KKK CNN, Trump condemns all white supremacists, Trump refuses to condemn white supremacists, Donald Trump stumbles on David Duke KKK twice. Right. That's the one I pulled up. Full interview. Trump denounces KKK. Trump, I totally disavow the Ku Klux Klan.
Sure.
Like. This is just a political non-story as far as I'm concerned.
So when the groups come out afterwards, when this happens and say, wow, we really feel emboldened by this person, and then you can see like a rising trend of these groups' influence, like I think that's a very demonstrable material harm.
People have no influence though, dude. The Proud Boys used to be a drinking club.
Steve Bannon
not around
is an
anymore.
alt-right person. He's like,
he's not
hired by
the Proud Boys used to be a drinking club. They're not around anymore. They literally participated in the attempt to overthrow democracy in 2020. They were the ones being told to stand back and stand by. Fuck you.
Steve Bannon is like a broadcaster.
No, he doesn't.
What do you mean? Does he not claim himself to be a proponent of the alt-right as he has since like 2016?
This is, man. You know what's really challenging in the...
Okay, real question here. Is John Doyle high? Like, what is happening here?
Right, as he has since like 2016?
This is, man. You know what's really challenging in the political space is like...
What about Steve Bannon is an alt-right when he's
What does alt-right mean?
Alt-right, oh man, to get me to define the concept of this.
Well, the
like,
AP has
the
AP guidelines.
What do you mean when
the
you say
AP guidelines have a definition of what alt-right is.
Okay, and what's that?
White nationalist.
Okay.
Steve Bannon is not a white nationalist.
I don't know about that one. Steve Bannon literally did a Nazi salute like a month ago.
If that's the only criteria for it,
I
think that he might still be, but I'd have to look into.
He's not.
This. Okay.
Steve Bannon thinks we should tax the rich to oblivion. He thinks there should be a wealth tax on billionaires.
Okay, but that doesn't. No, I'm. By the way, I already know this, but that doesn't make him not right.
No, he's not alt-right.
Well, first of all, there are Nazbols, which are Nazis who are like super pro like socialist weird policies, right? Like you can have a economic left policy and be on the right.
We had Steve Bannon on the show, and I asked him. I was like, "You've been called white nationalist." And he's like, "I have," and I was like,
"So he was playing dumb because of course he would know that, right?"
We were specifically referring to alt-right as white nationalist, and I was saying they're claiming you're racist, and he was like. I said, there's a viral post on Reddit right now. It says, this is the face of white supremacy.
Okay.
And he's like, I didn't realize they were saying that about me.
What was this, like 2016?
Yeah. Well, no. He came on the show in 2022.
So for 5 years of every mainstream media outlet reporting on him like that, and he's never heard of that?
Have you ever watched his show?
I've never watched
Did you know that he's pro-wealth tax?
Wait. Can we not move on from the fact that
we're not moving on? I'm asking you about the policies of Steve Bannon,
right? So
and what you know about him.
I know that he has he wants to tax billionaires, right?
Why don't you like Steve Bannon?
off the top of my head, I'd have to go look at all the articles that have been propagandized into my brain to force me to have this narrative. I can't remember right now.
Probably. I mean, if you watch his show, you might be like, "Whoa, this guy's Occupy Wall Street."
Yeah. So, okay, I can have people.
Steve Bannon. I called him a leftist.
No, hold on. If he's Occupy, let's
He's literally the fucking campaign manager for Donald Trump. Shut up.
Just say that he's like super mega leftist on this policy, then why is he in the Trump cabinet voting for the Trump policies that are not getting us anywhere close to this?
Well, Bannon wants arrests.
Arrest for what?
He wants the government dismantled, broken, arrested.
But okay, look, no one is 100% aligned with like one policy, one party.
Good night,
I
Snookin.
am on the left. I'm progressive, and I am pro-gun. Right? I have like policies.
The left is pro-gun, though.
Well, to the far left.
No, the
right?
left is pro-gun.
Liberals
are not.
Liberals in California are stupid anti-gun. Right? They're like putting taxes on ammo or like background checks on ammo, all this stupid shit. And I think that's dumb. Right? However, that doesn't make me not left. So the thing is, there are key principles that I have, like progressive tax rates, welfare state, that keep me in this party. That keep me in this party. If Steve Bannon has this leftist policy of taxing billionaires, but he's completely aligned in voting for the right policy, this is not the thing that is the deal breaker for him. This is not his principal value.
You can call him a liberal, but say he's on the right.
This is one of the stupidest lines of argumentation I've ever heard in my life. You know, like I don't know how to really break this down, because the bare fact that you would call Steve Bannon like a liberal or like a leftist, like that's bizarre. Like it's just so self-evidently not true if you've watched any amount of his show.
Like Jimmy
in the Trump cabinet helping Trump win, which is right.
He's not in the Trump cabinet.
He was in 2016.
He got kicked out.
Okay, sure, but the point is the fact that who he
or he retired or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if he got fired or
yeah,
what. Like who he aligns with and who he votes for.
A bunch of liberals are on the right.
What is if I'm a right wing person, if I say I'm right wing because I vote for Trump, but I support every other taxation progressive, I support gun rights progressive, I want to ban all guns, but abortion is my mainstream value. Am I on the left or am I on the right? Like
so you're saying if you're
like
anti-gun?
every single one of my policies is aligned with Bernie Sanders. However, I think abortion should be illegal in all cases, so I vote for Donald Trump because that's my delineating issue. What party am I in? What side of the aisle am I on?
Well, we can talk about tribal or philosophy. So
what I'm talking about
you could be a liberal Republican.
You're voting for the
I don't want to give you a straight answer.
By the Republican Party. So whether or not he wants to tax billionaires, he's voting for the party that is cutting taxes on billionaires in this new bill that they passed in 2017. So how does that make him on the left?
Steve Bannon?
Steve Bannon is helping out the party that is doing the opposite of this left-wing party, right?
You have to ask him or watch his show.
Well, sure,
my point was that he advocates for taxing the billionaires.
Sure. And if he's not doing anything to make that happen, why would that make him on the left?
Maybe he is. I don't know.
He's not. He's supporting Donald Trump.
See, this once again, like this is why I say the left is a cult. It's like a zero-sum reality.
This isn't zero-sum. This is why do I vote the way I do? You vote for Trump because you think that these policies that you want are going to happen, right? Like,
well, because they did.
Sure. And what I'm saying is if you say, hey, I'm a liberal because XYZ policy, but I vote for the exact opposite person on all these other ones because, let's say this.
You're in a cult.
No, because your mainstream policy.
Oh my God. It's just the SpongeBob driver's license meme over and over and over again. Good God.
So you're delineating, like, this is my dividing line is no new wars, no new conflicts. That's fine. That's why you vote for Trump. But then why pretend that you're a liberal and all these other things when you will vote for the material opposite of all of that?
People have different weights to what they find to be more important than other things.
Exactly. It's a hierarchy of what
this
you
is why
want
I'm
to happen,
not,
right?
I am also anti-death penalty and I don't go march for it.
Right, but you are going to vote for the party that's going to try to reinstitute it, right?
Indeed.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
Some things are more important than others.
Right, and if war,
like I think
war is your delineating factor, that's
I think woke cultism and critical ideologies are a threat to the existence of this United States.
And that makes sense then why you would vote for Trump, because they think the same thing. But that's not a progressive or liberal position, right?
It's a classically liberal position.
Okay, but it's not.
And traditionally liberal.
But it's not a liberal position.
Traditional liberals were not in favor of whatever the weird shit y'all are doing now, like cutting kids' balls off.
Well, I mean, trans stuff is new, but the point is that the policies of like
and that's
20 years
that's my point. 20 years ago, if you went to a liberal and said, actually, we had a big video with like 500,000 views. We talked about how in like 2010 or whatever, College Humor made a video with Jack Black and a bunch of celebrities where they said, it's for Prop 8. And then the fake conservatives in it said they'll teach kids about sodomy. And the liberals go, that's a lie.
They'll teach kids about like gay sex.
But
Well,
they
why
do.
would they not do that?
So back in 2008, 2010.
I would disagree with that ad then, because like, of course,
So
if
this is
gay
the
people
point.
have sex with sodomy, then why would you say, yeah, sex
So
ed, but not
liberals
for
back
sodomy?
then said, we are not going to teach kids about sodomy.
That's dumb.
And that's why 9 million Obama
Do you
voters
disagree?
switched. I think they should not teach children about sodomy.
Why not?
Children should not be taught about fetish, kink, things that can destroy your body
Sodomy
and
is
hurt
not
you.
a fetish or a kink.
Yes, it
it's
is.
the way that primarily gay people have sex.
It's not sexual reproduction.
Okay.
It's sexual gratification.
Right, but if you're trying to prepare children,
And maybe they should know how to do that safely.
for the outside world, and this is something that might happen if they're gay, don't you want them to be safe and know about it?
No, you
There's not
shouldn't
really
teach
a
kids about
safe
gay
way
anal
to
sex.
engage in that.
Anal sex in any circumstance.
John Doyle is going through something right now. Like every time he's on screen, it's a real journey.
No, you
There's not
shouldn't
really
teach
a
kids about
safe
gay
way
anal
to
sex.
engage in that.
There's not really a safe way to engage in that. Well, like looking off to the side, like he has something to hide. I mean, yes, I do think that John Doyle's high. I also think that he's like, I made a bit of a crack about his close relationship with Nick Fuentes earlier. I think that might have been a little bit close to the truth. He seems to be uncomfortable by that idea, but unwilling to meet the eyes of anyone else in the room.
So anal sex in any circumstance is damaging to the body and
Do you
can
think
kill
that
you.
gay people?
No, actually, that's, it sounds like Tim Pool might need some sex ed, because that's just not true.
People should never have sex.
You mean like anal sex?
Yeah.
That you should not have. No one should. Ask a doctor.
So yeah, okay. So no.
Go to
No one should have anal sex. I guarantee you, most doctors are going to be fine with it, my guy.
Doctor.
Okay, so if we have a philosophy on gay sex can cause harm, because it can, like there are the colon cancers, like incontinence, there's things that can happen.
Gastrointestinal infections
Right,
and
sure.
sepsis
So
and
bad
death.
things can happen. So
Jesus Christ. Just pointing out that if it's so dangerous, then it would seem like maybe people should be taught how to do it safely. I'm just spitballing here, but if it is in fact as dangerous as you people are making it out to be, which it's not, people should be taught how to do it safely.
if we're dealing with the reality of, okay, however, there exist all these gay people that are having sex, wouldn't you rather them at least understand how to do that the safest possible way than not do it at all?
We shouldn't,
because you can't prevent it from happening, right?
We
can't Thanos snap gay sex out of the world. People.
Oh my God! Was that a reference?
Like gay sex, I'll say that. People
You
like
shouldn't
gay sex.
teach children to have gay sex.
You're not teaching them to have gay sex. You're saying, hey, if you are gay and you happen to have a gay encounter, this is the safest way to do it. Here's the
Right,
thing.
so don't do
Hold on.
this.
Hold
They
on.
draw it
I went
out
to-
in, like,
I
the
went-
graphics
I
and
went
put
to
it
a
in the
progress.
kids'
A
book.
super
Bro, I'm a
progressive-
liberal,
hold on.
man.
Wait,
I don't think you should teach
you're a
children to have gay sex.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You should teach children how to be safe in all ways. Like I'm sorry. I want my kids to be safe in every way that I could. You know, like if I had kids, I would want to make sure they're safe in every conceivable way. And they're not safe if you don't teach them safety lessons, Tim.
Liberal, but you're saying the way that most, if not all, gay people engage in sex with each other shouldn't be done. That's not a liberal position.
Traditional liberalism.
Dude, come on.
I'm a liberal from the time when liberals weren't okay with the gays.
Let's try this again.
No, you don't agree
in
with the
year-
way that gay people have
in the
sex.
year 2000,
This is not. Look.
Do you believe that if in 2004 you went to a Democrat and said we should teach children about having anal sex, they would agree with you?
This is not.
Yes
what I
or
said.
no?
You said that.
Yes
no,
or
we
no?
already agreed on this. You said it was.
So
in the
that's my
commercial.
position.
Yeah.
Stop acting like you
You're
can't
saying-
comprehend these
You're saying
things.
that gay people shouldn't have gay sex.
people of any types, male or female, should not put things in their
And that's not a
bum-bums.
liberal position from 20 years ago. No one said gay people shouldn't have sex. They said we shouldn't teach it in school.
What a bizarre anti-butt sex stance.
Schools, apparently, from this commercial.
People should not be putting stuff up their butt.
Okay, well, they're doing it, and if they're doing
shouldn't.
it, I want them to be safe about it.
You know what else we
Shouldn't
don't
do it.
we talk about in school the kids shouldn't do? Smoking. You know the smoking cigarettes? No, hear me out. Smoking cigarettes on
Are you
average.
going to start your little dare group and go
We got
talk
we,
about
we,
how
guys,
gay
guys,
sex
guys,
is
we're way
bad?
over.
I was
We
going
gotta
to
go.
finish my point first, which was going to be that smoking cigarettes on average takes 11 years off your life expectancy. Not good. Sodomy, being a practicing homosexual, removes 20 years on average from your life expectancy because of the things he's mentioning, not to mention the proliferation of STIs within the homosexual community and
You know what
things of
stops
that.
I'm just going to throw this out there, but I think maybe the life expectancy thing had to do with, the US government actively encouraging the deaths of gay people during AIDS. I think that might have affected life expectancy for gay people in general. But like, just want to throw out there, it also makes it seem like being gay is hip and cool and dangerous, like riding a motorcycle. And you know what, kids? It is. Just like riding a motorcycle.
that is education. And
That's
like,
not
how to have
true,
safe
actually,
sex,
though.
you know?
Unfortunately, I wish it were true, but it's not. So, promoting
Think that
unhealthy lifestyles
telling
to children
people
is
how to have
bad.
safer sex doesn't stop the spread of STIs.
Clearly, no.
What do you mean clearly no?
Because
is AIDS as big as it was in the 80s? Like, what?
Because of massive viral subsidies, not because of condom proliferation.
That's the Jack Black rule.
Or gay. No, nothing could go wrong. So join us in this song of happy days for the gays. Nothing can go wrong. Hate.
Wasn't right. That's a lie, but it worked.
I feel like I probably was going to get DMCA'd for that, so I skipped it.
So we don't care. Now you are sitting here telling us that's a good thing to do.
I think it is good to teach people that if they're going to engage in sex a certain way, they should do it safely. So,
we are
here's
in
hold on.
agreement of your worldview and
Really
my
quick example.
position from where I used to hang out with these people in California, and you are on the other side of that.
Listen to me.
And you're
Listen to me.
behind
Wait,
them. I don't know
listen
where
to-
you're at.
Tim, ask, my liberal, super progressive middle school, when they did drug education, they did not teach us to do Molly and cocaine and all this. However, they had a very comprehensive slideshow of here's every drug you might encounter because these things exist, all right? These things are out there, and especially in San Francisco, there's a good chance that you might find someone who's trying to sell it. And they're telling, hey, these are the risks of these drugs. These ones you should probably never, ever, ever do. These are the risks of these ones. This one won't harm you. This one's addictive. And they gave a very good comprehension of like how to deal with these things in real life. And people are having gay sex, all right? I don't know if you knew this, but gay guys love fucking each other in the ass. It's like their favorite thing to do. And so
I have heard stories to that effect. A 2022 study in the United States found no excess mortality among gay and bisexual males. Well, that's interesting. It's almost like these white nationalists are liars.
if they're going to go out and do that, I'd rather them be doing it safely than say, hey, actually just don't do it, because that's how abstinence education works, and it doesn't
I love
fucking
how
work.
we've gone from like the conservative traditional position of abstinence education and actual intercourse to, but what about shoving stuff up your ass?
Yeah, the thing that gay
So
people
Dare
do when they
didn't
have
work.
sex.
Dare didn't work, and
Right, it didn't.
So teaching kids about drugs actually backfired. Maybe we should have just been like, let's not.
Well, wait. You're the one saying, like, you pull up an article being like, Dare didn't work. Teaching kids about drugs didn't work. It backfired. Except that the literal article title you pull up says, "Just Say No" didn't actually protect students from drugs. And, you know, it's ironic because you're saying that essentially to gays, just say no to sex, which literally, if you followed, didn't actually protect students from sex, actually. So interesting.
No, I agree. Dare was like this, hey, look out for this scary guy behind the, fucking school. It's going to
You're right. They should have been like, here's meth. Here's how you do it safely.
That literally, they're like, well, this one's really bad. You probably should never touch this. But however, this is what it looks like. And this is the effects of it. This is how you can avoid it, which is not what Dare did. Dare was this very much this abstinence only type of thing to just say no. It's a horrible, this is to my point.
You guys want to hear a funny story? So in Chicago, when fentanyl was starting to become like pop up on the scene, there was a fentanyl death on the south side where I lived. And the local news did a breaking story. At the corner of 63rd and Sacramento, an individual was found overdosed, having taken a super potent super heroin, they're calling it, called fentanyl.
Okay.
The next day, there were 16 dead. You know why?
Because everyone went to try it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They said.
Why is that funny? Why are you laughing at 16 more people dying?
Everyone, watch out for this crazy super heroin. And people ran full speed to go get it.
Do you think those are heroin addicts, though?
Oh, Harold, good looking out. Let's pull up that article from that Tim Pool was looking at. So that's so fascinating. Here we go. College sophomore Elias Myers thinks his friends are lucky to be alive. The 19-year-old recounts a recent incident in which his friends got hold of a drug that test strips showed was laced with fentanyl, a potent, often deadly synthetic opioid. That's kind of when I decided that caution is not like a best practice, but a survival technique, says the University of California, Berkeley student. And yet those survival techniques were never talked about in Myers' middle and high school drug education classes. In fact, Myers said they didn't mention fentanyl at all. He says the classes failed to prepare him and his peers for an increasingly dangerous drug landscape in which a single high can have deadly consequences. Now let's see. Teaching safety measures for when the students do choose to use. The most important tenet of drug education is to be honest, says Professor Bonnie Halpern-Felsher. And to have a balanced perspective, we cannot lie, we cannot exaggerate to teens. Halpern-Felsher directs Stanford University's REACH lab, which focuses on understanding, preventing, and reducing teen and young adult substance abuse, among other risky behaviors. Let's see here. A pilot study of the Safety First curriculum found it significantly increased high school students' knowledge of harm reduction techniques and behaviors, and found a decrease in overall substance use. There you go.
So, because if I was a heroin
If
addict,
only
and I heard there's
Tim
a
could
super heroin,
read.
I would immediately go try it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably.
This is different from like
We
kids.
we are way over, so I do apologize, but we do got to wrap things up.
Okay.
But I do appreciate you coming. I thought it's always fun to have these conversations, as contentious as they may become. So I do appreciate you coming, and John.
No, this is a lot of fun.
Yeah, we'll do more, and hopefully we can have you.
John is not okay. Like, holy moly.
Come for one of our live shows.
Should I do a call out to the other like leftist himbo that won't come on shows like this?
The himbo?
The Hassan Piker. Yeah. Should I call him out?
I will. You don't have to call him out, but I
should, right?
I actually will defend Hassan, because there are these personalities that I really despise, where every thumbnail they make is a random picture of Trump, and then the title is just Trump says bad thing, Trump does bad thing, and it's not actually news. It's like Trump looks disheveled and angry, and they get millions of views. But Hassan doesn't do that. He actually talks about news stories. He's just a leftist, so I respect it.
Okay.
But you shout out whatever you want to shout out. Hopefully we can have you at our live shows in the future.
I'll call. So yeah, I'm the Soy Pill on YouTube. I do video essays. If you think I was even remotely good faith here, please go watch them. Although my most recent video does feature Trump.
Tim, look at his most recent.
Yeah, exactly what you just described, which is Trump, and the period is making his face Hitler. But yeah.
But is it an argument?
My argument, you heard most of my argument.
He's talking about the fine people thing, but the thumbnail is like Trump like this, and then he's got a Hitler.
That's fine. I'm saying like,
Donald Trump said this egregiously big gaffe, and look how disheveled he looks in this
they
photo.
just go, oh my God, Donald Trump was on the news today. He looks crazy. It's getting so bad.
Trump derangement syndrome is real. My dad has it, and I'm trying to cure him.
Perhaps he means something more like Trump.
Oh man. See, I don't understand the constant ceding of ground. Like overall, like I think this guy's heart is in the right place, you know, like the soy pill. But like there's some of the rhetorical stuff that I don't understand why he's doing it. And maybe I understand why, I just disagree with it. You know?
Had a bad day.
That is exactly what I was talking about. That was the day of the election. Yeah, that was a fun one. I really like that photo of him.
Yeah, but again, like, I have no problem with periodically you talk about Trump or criticize him. That's fine. Like, your videos are, you're talking about things, you're making arguments.
I am.
Does the left hate America? Yeah. Does Trump incite violence? Like, that's what is toxic man. That's all fine. I'm fine with it.
I'm glad.
I'm saying,
you
like,
should subscribe too.
You look at some of these channels, which I name too often, and like every single video is just a random screenshot of Trump. Anyway, did you want to?
Oh, yeah, no, let me call out Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker, I challenge you for the throne of Twitch and the soul of America's young men. You get these aspirations of anti-Semitism and being a himbo. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm a bigger himbo. I'm Jewish, and I'm more anti-Semitic than you because I have to live with Jews, okay? While you were complaining about Israel and their bombing campaign in Gaza, I was there on Birthright having to listen to their stupid fucking arguments. And you hold your swastika sword in front of Ethan Klein while I have felt the blade of the circumcision knife, okay? So no one is more anti-Semitic than me, so I challenge you, Hassan, for the throne of himbo Twitch. Meet me in the ring.
Well, how about you, John?
Yeah, I didn't like that. But okay. I understand what he was going for. It just didn't land.
Yeah, you can find me at youtube.com/John Doyle, and I talk about stuff not maybe pertaining to the foreskin or lack thereof or anything like that, but it's a good time.
Right on. Okay, we went a little bit over. We got to bounce now. We are back tonight. Timcast IRL. Roseanne's going to be here. It's going to be fun. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see y'all then.
Well, wow. What a journey we have been on together tonight. I don't even really know how to wrap this up. That was a painful, kind of a journey into an emotional sarlacc pit, you know? I feel like we all just kind of fell down the barbed gullet of some kind of ancient sand hell beast, and this is surely what being digested would be like. That was fucking weird. Who even was that guy? Well, John Doyle's a white nationalist. The Soy Pill is a YouTube video essayist. And Tim Pool is a paid Russian propagandist, allegedly. So... You know, I don't know what possessed me to want to do the entire thing. I think it was just like a perverse curiosity. How much further we could get into this, how much more twisting and meandering we could encounter with Tim's arguments, and damn, if only there was an Olympic medal for mental gymnastics, you know? If only. But there's not yet. Anyway, thank you for engaging in this journey with me, folks. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got a lot out of it. We've been going for over 9 hours. Please like, comment, and subscribe, and also consider supporting the stream. Drop those subs, drop those donos, especially if you enjoyed yourselves. And we'll be back tomorrow with more content. And also, I will probably play Dragon Age... the Veil Guard tomorrow, because that'd be fun. Oh, I'm exhausted. Been up all night watching this. I need to sleep. I need to sleep too. I've been up all night doing this. I hope you all have a good evening or good morning, as the case might be. Bye, everybody.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule then came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.